Hello, Summoners. How are you doing today? We are doing it, dude. IPL4 qualifiers brackets have started. I'm HatPerson. That's the RedBaron. We're going to try and bring you as many matches as we can. Round of 32 has started over the past day or two.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting. We haven't officially announced anything for IPL4, I don't think. I think
soon.
Hopefully, yeah, any day now. But we do have the brackets up. I believe you can get to them through our site. If not, we'll look at them in a second here.
Mm-hmm.
But it's actually pretty exciting because we already, for IPL4, have invited the 4 top teams from the previous IPL3. So that's TSM, CLG, Epic, and Dignitas. So, all top NA teams, of course. Mm-hmm. And then here, we are going to have the top 4 teams from this qualifier are going to be entering the tournament. So we have a lot of really competitive EU teams, NA and NA teams. So it should be pretty exciting matchups.
Huge names, massive names from all across the world in these brackets right here. I mean, we're looking at them right now. M5. We got curses on here. SK and MYM actually just played. Brackets haven't been updated, but we won't spoil it for you just in case you didn't catch their streams. Let's keep on going down the list. So we got Millennium, Absolute Legends, Reflex, Chew8's team, Choppa in the cars in there. Against All Authority.
Curse.
Goose. CLG EU. We even got some up and comers. We got Team Green Forest is in there, and then of course today's match that we're broadcasting for you guys today, SYPHER versus Dark Horse, right there.
Yeah, so I guess kind of the way I see it, it should be a pretty interesting tournament. We'll probably see a couple of top EU teams come out, which will definitely make IPL4 pretty exciting. I think Moscow 5 definitely has a strong shot there, though Western Wolves is an EU team. They've won a couple of Go for Lols, I think. I think they won the most recent one, so they're definitely competitive. Millennium's been around for a while. Mono Esports is an NA team, and they've got players like Nintendudex and I can't remember some of the other players, but it's a couple of people who've been around for a while, just hopping back and forth. But then also there's Mouse versus Absolute Legends in that top bracket, so that should be pretty exciting. Here we do have the SYPHER versus Dark Horse game, and then MYM versus SK is probably the big match of this bracket. But then we also have My Boys and V8 are top EU team, and V8's been around in the NA. And, had kind of mixed results. So they, definitely as an NA team have a good chance of coming out of that pool. Then FNATIC, we have FNATIC on one side, Chop and Dakar, Reflex, two, pretty strong American teams, and then Curse. So I really see that coming down to FNATIC versus Curse. I think Curse definitely has a really strong shot at coming out of there. And then, like you said earlier, CLG EU at the bottom here, a couple of other strong teams. Guys, tweet us. I'm at Baroncast. He's at HatPerson. Who you think is going to do well in this tournament? What teams you think might be able to pull through, and it should be pretty interesting. Feel free to do a bracket challenge with your friends. I always like doing that with March Madness.
we got to do like fantasy LOL brackets, something.
We'll have to set that up for the round of 16. This round of 16. We will work on scheduling and letting you guys know. We're kind of doing these as they come for the round of 32. Round of 16, we will be broadcasting Saturday and Sunday, most of the day for both of those days. And then next week, we will have the top 8 through the finals. So this weekend and next weekend will definitely be really exciting for a lot of those matches.
These brackets are just absolutely insane. They're insane. NA, EU. We're trying to cover as much ground as we can. We really picked a beastly round of 32 to kick all this off. But let's talk about this match. Let's talk about SYPHER and Dark Horse.
Okay.
So SYPHER, for people who aren't familiar with a lot of pro teams, SYPHER's a huge presence in the EU right now. They got 3rd at IEM New York. The ESL rankings are in top 10. They're going to be in Worlds over there. And right now, in the circuit rankings, they're 4th in EU, which is pretty big.
Yeah, I know they are pretty well rated. I believe they're a French team. Okay, so they are based out of France. I do remember the IEM New York, Skyyart and Lounet, just some fantastic play. I remember one of them was playing a lot of Shyvana at that time, I think. I might be mistaken there, but I do seem to remember them. I'm very curious to see what kind of playstyle we'll see because I haven't heard a lot about them. That's one of the exciting things about this is, we will be introduced to a lot of these EU teams and hopefully get a better feel for them coming into IPL4.
Yep.
So that should be pretty exciting. Dark Horse, they are pretty new, like up-and-comers. They are, managed by the same group that does Reflex Gaming. And so I know Dark Horse and Reflex, they scrim all the time.
They do lots of scrims. And they also speak, I also want to speak to about, like the individual, experiences on Dark Horse, because I was looking at some of their stats earlier, and I'm watching some of their team ranked experience on live, and I'm seeing them play with a lot of, big-name players on some of their teams, just to shout out a few names that are like Chew8, Patoy, I Will Dominate, Jat, huge names that these guys are actually playing with. Their average elos, they're hit their past 2,000, solid stuff. But this is their first big, major qualifier as a team. They've done a few go for lulls, but that's really about it. But I'm really excited to see what Dark Horse has in store for us today. I think they're quite possibly so far one of the best new teams in 2012.
That should be pretty exciting. I honestly don't know a lot about them, so you're hyping them up here. I'm gonna have to. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, it should be pretty interesting. They're both kind of unknowns to me, though. I do know that they, SYPHER definitely has had a lot of really successful tournament experience, and then Dark Horse. Hopefully, they are the Dark Horse and pull it out. But I don't know. It should be pretty interesting. We are playing on the NA tournament realm. This is the previous patch, so not this most recent one.
So we're on stage 1 right now.
Yep.
Tournament realm. We were playing on stage 1 patch.
So I'm trying to think back. I guess we'll probably see. I mean, I guess just the standard tournament plays, that we have been seeing. Lots of Sona and stuff like that. I was kind of curious whether or not, what time this tournament realm is going to be patched so that we might start seeing Shen being played some, since he seems, like pretty much a dominant force. Now, when you throw him top lane, he can just do well 1v1 against anyone and then already have the built-in teleport is just, astounding.
It's always good. It's always good.
Yeah, it's basically old Shen. And the reason that Shen fell off wasn't, his teleport was always one of the, best utility abilities in the game. It was that there was a point where Shen could just 1v1 anyone in lane and just hold a lane, and then whenever he wanted to be in a team fight, he could just pop over to the team fight. So to have Shen have that ability to do well in lane again, has a lot more burst damage and whatnot, is a pretty scary thought. I'm wondering if Westrice will pick him up again, because I remember Westrice always with Shen and Akali, and he used to play Shen a ton. But
so So as we're talking here, Dark Horse is slowly following into the game. We almost have everybody here. So just as a nice little reference point here. So this is round of 32. SYPHER is our 5th seed. Dark Horse is our 28th seed, and the winner of this will play whoever wins between V8 and My Boys.
Yeah, and
that'll be interesting.
That should be pretty exciting. I don't know a lot about My Boys, but like I mentioned earlier, I think they're a pretty highly rated EU team. V8 as well with the NA has done fairly well. Kind of mixed success, but I remember IEM New York. I think they did pretty well. They had beaten CLG a couple of times. Yeah. So. Yeah.
But V8 has also gone through some roster changes over the months. So it's always good to see their their members cycle in and out and see what kind of new strategies they come up with too. And then even then this is. I also feel that all of the up and coming teams, specifically in this tournament, are at somewhat of an advantage because they are relative unknowns. And sometimes against teams you see targeted bans, and we have no read on these guys. Dark Horse only has one video, like one scrim video up on YouTube when they scrim with Reflex. So it's really really hard to figure out what are these teams' specialties and things like that.
Yeah, that should be pretty interesting to see. Usually when you have stuff like that, you kind of generally see more standard team comps. So, that might be what we're looking at is just kind of standard stuff. But hopefully we see them pull out some really aggressive play, because that always kind of takes someone by surprise. If you throw in a TF or, a Gragas or any sort of really aggressive team. Yeah. I think the bracket I'm most excited about, though, is the FNATIC versus Curse bracket. I mean, it's got FNATIC, Curse, Reflex, Choppa, and Dakar. So 4, really competitive teams, and all of them have definitely a really strong shot at qualifying. I always feel bad for Curse, and then FNATIC, they, getting the short end of the stick. Curse is, I feel like every single tournament bracket that comes out, Curse has just such a hard, road to qualify. But we'll see how any of those teams do.
Well, hey, if they're gonna make it to the end, it shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah,
and I'm really excited for Choppa Reflex. That's we got Chew 8 coming out. I'm really excited to see what's coming out from him and his team.
Mm-hmm.
Haven't really seen too much competitive play from them so far. Like this will be, I think, their first major tournament as a team as well.
Yeah. I mean, Choppa, with Chew 8, Choppa and Dakar, it is the old Complexity Gaming.
Yep.
So, they've been around for a while, really competitive together. And then, Chew 8 just, took lull by storm. And he's kind of been hiding out for a while. But to see him coming back into competitive play should be pretty exciting. While we're waiting, this game, it should hopefully start shortly. We're just waiting on one more person. But while we're waiting, make sure to, check us out at youtube.com/IPLLOL. We're going to be producing lots of fun League of Legends content, and then also send any replays that you guys have if you have really good highlights to IPLLOLreplays@gmail.com. So we can throw them in like a highlight video, and we definitely give out some cool prizes. I don't remember exactly what they are, but things like
we got some right NASA's, we got some mouse pads,
skins.
We got some right NASA's codes still around. So yeah, any awesome plays you think might deserve to be in the top 5. Send it to us. If you're having trouble with your game, you want some pointers, you want some tips, send it to us anyway. We're always taking replays in any size, style, or fashion. So send them on over. We'll give you some tips. We'll give you some skins, maybe even a hoodie or two. Never know.
So, have you had a chance to play on the most recent patch?
I did play on the most recent patch. I did not play Nautilus yet. I don't usually. I have a tendency to not really buy the new champs as soon as they come out. I tend to wait on it a little bit. But I did play a ranked yesterday. Immediately banned Shen as quickly as I could. I did not want to have to deal with that last night.
Well, if you guys didn't get the chance to watch yesterday, there was some fantastic play by myself. I will say, I think I went like 0-20 between 2 games. But after that, to kind of relieve myself some, I went back and played some games. I got ranked win with Nautilus. He is pretty fun in the jungle if you can be aggressive early on.
Yep.
And then I did play one game. I didn't get to play as Shen, but I saw a guy play as Shen, and the damage output that he had was absolutely fantastic. He did have a very strong heal, but then just being able to farm up some DPS health items, and there are a lot more variety of health items now. It used to be that Shen would be like, oh, well, I'll get a frozen mallet, I guess, if I want to be tanky DPS. But now you can grab things like, what's the item? It's the electrical item that it's attack speed and health.
Oh, yeah, the Spark.
The Spark, Ionia's Spark?
Yep.
So I saw him, he built Ionia's Spark. You can, of course, build like Warmogs or Frozen Mallet, anything like that. But I don't know. It's pretty interesting. It should be interesting to see where he goes. Right now, it seems like he's a pretty obvious ban or pick, just with how strong he is and the fact that he's got that built-in teleport.
Yeah. No, it's that's what I love about this game. It's always changing all the time. I love that sort of that feel where it's just it's a living, breathing game. It's a living object. Everything's always fresh and new. New strategies evolving all the time. I love that kind of environment. It fires me up. It gets me excited. It makes me want to yell, but not yet. We're not in game.
There will be plenty of yelling.
There will be plenty of yelling. There will be immense yelling.
We'll see.
Depending on the excitement of this game. Once we have our last member of Dark Horse in the game.
Now, do you know exactly who these players play? I think you had looked it up a little bit earlier ago.
I did look up. I'm pretty sure I have everything for Dark Horse right. So I do know that xPeke will be playing our AP mid. Let's see. Who else do we got? Ichigo, he is their jungler. I know that much.
I want to just look at all of their profiles, and I'm like, oh,
it's
that's
for
right.
Tournament Realm.
Tournament Realm. There's not going to be anything for a little bit.
No, we got to keep it fair. We got to run it on Tournament Realm. I mean, we do have we do run our killing spree on live, which is always exciting. You know, you get new strats, or you get awesome champion highlights, like we had our Ziggs highlight from Reggie a while back.
Yeah, we're actually this week. It's Thursday at 5:00 PST.
Yep.
Dan Din is coming back into the studio, isn't he?
Yes, he is. Dan Din will be back.
We'll have Dan Din co-casting with us again this Thursday at 5. So that should be pretty exciting to watch. It's TSM versus Convergence. Is that correct? Okay.
That is correct.
So yeah, Convergence. They're also in these qualifiers. I don't remember who's on Convergence. I remember looking them up, and there were some big names. But
Phantom Lord's on that, isn't he?
Oh, it's Phantom Lords. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's once again one of those teams that has some good players and is trying to be that kind of up and coming player. So definitely, if you're a fan of Phantom Lord, check that out. Hopefully, we get the guy in the game shortly. I'm just gonna hop down and offer my services to Dark Horse. I'm gonna say, hey, I'll play for you guys.
Well, how about this? How about while we're waiting for that last member, let's run an ad or two. Let's see if there are any issues, we can help them solve them. And we shall be right back with our IPL4 qualifier Cypher versus Dark Horse. Stay tuned.
Hey guys, we are back. I am the RedBaron at BaronCast. This is HatPerson with me at HatPerson.
Hello.
We finally have the 5th and final member of Dark Horse in the game, so hopefully this game will be starting shortly. He just said he has to set up some runes and masteries.
So we should be starting this momentarily. Everyone is finally here, safe and sound. Yes. We will be starting this very, very soon. So I'm very optimistic here. I do think Dark Horse definitely has a chance. I do.
I mean, definitely. I don't. It's hard to say. I don't think either teams are prepared for what they're going up against. But we've seen a number of really competitive teams, really top teams like TSM, CLG, losing to teams like Dark Horse. Who are kind of I don't know. They're top tier teams that just haven't really established themselves yet. Maybe need to work a little bit on their team strategy and whatnot. But what happens is you take a team for granted, and then I don't know. You get behind early in the game. You have a new team. They generally play very aggressively, so you play aggressively, take it for granted, and you fall behind really quickly. So I mean, we could really see anything in this game.
Cool. So, and during a round of 32D, players are also allowed to stream. So, if you want to have multiple streams up, you're more than welcome to do so. We appreciate leave us on, have our commentary, so you can get action from both teams going on. And of course, we always want to support the players too. Always, check them out wherever they stream, whenever they may stream, and so on and so forth. So hopefully, we'll be getting into Champ Select just in a few moments for Game 1. SYPHER versus Dark Horse. These are the IPL4 qualifiers. So the top 4 from this will move on to IPL4 to our soon-to-be announced location and date. But for now, we are finally in Champ Select. So SYPHER will be on blue side. They get the first ban, and it is Aurelia.
Yeah, I don't know if Dark Horse plays a lot of Irelia. I think it's interesting. Irelia has kind of seen a resurgence recently. She's been very popular in the EU in particular, and then I've seen a number of top NA teams play her. I find it kind of weird. She definitely does very well in lane, and then she adds a lot to her team later in the game if she can get some good farm, get some items. But Irelia, she always seems to struggle whenever I see her played. Like you see her so often. She's such a strong champion, but against more aggressive laners like Riven, like Gangplank almost. It seems like Irelia is, pretty often to lose. So, I don't know. I'm kind of curious, what the reasoning behind that is. I'll have to think about it more. But the rest of the bans, we do have Vladimir, Ryze, and Karthus. Ryze definitely makes sense to me. He's one of the strongest laners in the game. Scales very well as the game progresses. Once he gets those tanky items, you can build like an all-tank team, which is what we're seeing a lot of now, some really heavy tank teams. And then Karthus, just farm, and then just take over fights later in the game. He's always fun.
Yep, and Vladimir did get nerfed recently, but we are on a Sejuani patch, so he is a little beefy at this patch in time, and Rammus being banned up by SYPHER. Now solid jungler, fantastic with the taunt. Do not want to have to deal with that today.
But what we're seeing so far from SYPHER is a lot of tankier champion bans. Those champions that are, generally pretty easy to play, generally very strong in their roles, but are, just naturally inherently tanky. So I don't know if that means that SYPHER's looking to play maybe a more aggressive comp. Maybe we'll see lots of high damage champions, or maybe they'll, take a tanky team themselves. We have ShyVana right off the bat, potentially being picked, and that could lead them down, that kind of, strong tanky team.
Yeah, so I think, so ShyVana pick also kind of denotes like a very aggressive, a cue for an aggressive team, looking to be aggressive in lane, looking to do a lot of counter jungling, whether she's top lane, jungle, wherever. So
yeah, and I think I had seen Skyyart in the IEM New York playing ShyVana, and that was back before, she was even that popular. So, she is a very strong top lane, and then like you said, she can roam into the jungle and clear the creeps very efficiently. Now I would expect to see a Sona pick. We have Lee Sin, so Lee Sin and Sona, Sona one of the most versatile champs in the game. She hasn't been nerfed yet, so she is very strong in that bottom lane. And then Lee Sin very strong in the jungle. And then, Sona also works very well against heavy melee teams. So if SYPHER goes too far melee, then Sona can kite very effectively and then has the ult for counter initiation.
And Lee Sin also in itself is a pretty fast jungler in his own right. So, he will not be slow in the jungle. He will not be as prone to being counter jungled, yet the threat is still present, but will somewhat mitigate that. And he does also start at red buff. Oh, Urgot.
Wow, so I think we are seeing a very tanky team coming in from SYPHER if they stay with that Urgot pick. Not sure where they're going to go. Sivir would definitely make sense to me. Would work a little bit better against Sona and Lee Sin, she will have the shield to protect herself, but then also deal out lots of AoE damage if they can get the enemy team to engage on top of ShyVana. So that Sivir pick is very strong. It would have been interesting to see the Urgot because, that really would have just been a really aggressive, heavy team. But SYPHER and Taric is a very strong bottom lane, and it helps to counteract the fact that Sona is such an aggressive support champion.
It is a wonderful combination down bot lane because not only do you have Taric with the heal, you have Taric with the bonus armor, you have Taric with the stun, which allows Sivers Boomerang Blade to hit there and on the way back. You get the full value out of that boomerang.
Yeah, and when you stack AD on SYPHER, you will get a lot of damage with that boomerang. It does have a pretty good scaling, and then also the armor pen from Taric. Like you said, it is a pretty good combo. Graves and Sona, I definitely like that pick. Sona already a very aggressive champion. Graves is as well, but with the passive, he will be pretty safe from the SYPHER Taric combo. All that base armor will help him prevent him from taking too much damage.
Rumble being picked, going for the top lane here on Dark Horse. Now we saw earlier in our Killing Spree matches how much of a force Rumble is to be reckoned with in top lane. And I think Dark Horse has been watching their fair share of matches and been taking notes this entire time too. So I think it's a strategy that may work out for them because he does not leave top lane very often. He's really just a great big immovable object that shoots fire.
Yeah, I mean, Rumble was definitely a really strong pick at this point. He does very well against melee. Once, the first couple levels, Rumble's extremely weak. He's one of the, weaker champions that you'll send top lane those first couple levels. But once he gets going, he will have, considerable damage to melees, be able to chase ShyVana down, will generally be pretty safe. And then his ultimate, is always great for AoE damage. And then because of the range of it, it will disrupt SYPHER a lot, since she kind of just wants to sit there and attack during the fights. Rumble can throw down her the ultimate and prevent her from dealing her damage. So definitely a strong pick, and it also works very well with Sona because Rumble is kind of a kiting pickoff champion. You kind of want to kite back and forth, wait until you have an opportunity to grab someone with your E ability and then slow them and then jump on them as a team. So that will work out very nicely. And then Morgana and Udyr as the last two picks. So it actually seems that ShyVana will probably be jungling and Udyr going top. That's actually a really good decision. I don't know if that was their decision all along or in regards to the Rumble pick. So Udyr, with the shield, he will do a little bit better against Rumble, and then ShyVana should be pretty strong in the jungle.
Yep. So we do. Champions are being picked, but after everyone selects, we do have our teammates can swap champions. So we will see if that's something SYPHER wants to be doing as soon as Dark Horse picks their last remaining member, which I believe should. They're missing their mid AP. So I'm thinking. I'm hoping. They picked, Cassiopeia would be nice.
Cassiopeia would be the number one pick right there.
Oh, yep. There it is. There it is. We're hovering over it. We're thinking about it.
And the reason is we have SYPHER has a very team oriented around SYPHER. They've got all these tanks up front, Taric, Udyr, ShyVana, who want to tank the damage. Morgana is a really strong pick to have that shield to counteract, so that SYPHER can have two shields, and she can just sit there and, do her damage and whatnot. So when we've got a high melee team and then SYPHER in the back, Rumble does a very effective job of countering SYPHER, and then Cassiopeia with Sona just wrecks melee teams. If they try and engage, you just throw off all of your disables, chain stun them, and have all of that AoE damage right in front of you.
I was worried, concerned, but also kind of excited for a second because I saw Ichigo playing Graves. He had Promote on there for a second. I thought, you can't be serious. But now he's going to be going for the Cleanse Flash combo there. Sona will be taking the heal. So Leeson will be jungling for Dark Horse. Udyr will be going ahead doing the jungle for SYPHER, so we will see the ShyVana top lane. And right now, we're just making sure that the client is fine, making sure everyone is fine. So until then, we have our picks here. So SYPHER has banned out Aurelia, Ryze, and Rammus, and they will be playing ShyVana, SYPHER, Taric, Morgana, and Udyr. Dark Horse has decided to ban out Vladimir, Karthus, and Ahri, and they will be picking Sona, Leeson, Rumble, Graves, and Cassiopeia.
Yeah, I'm really liking the Dark Horse team right now. I definitely see what SYPHER's trying to do. They do have a very SYPHER-centric comp, so if they farm very well, then their team could just be completely overwhelming. Since they do have all these really strong tanks, if they get to the point where Dark Horse isn't able to take down some of these tanks, and SYPHER can just sit there dealing her damage, then that would be very difficult for Dark Horse to accommodate. However, at the same time, we have lots of AoE damage, lots of ability power against a melee team, which is a very effective counter. And then we also have Lee Sin and Cassiopeia. So Cassiopeia can grab those blue buffs from Lee Sin, and then Cassiopeia is one of the strongest mid laners at taking dragons. So there's always that bonus to the dragon control, considering that they have a strong bot lane as well. So very strong lanes all throughout, and then a very strong team comp.
So I think Dark Horse might be going for really be scoping out for those quick dragons, because we can get Lee Sin usually builds Wriggles. Cassiopeia is fantastic. I think we might see Wriggles from. It's not too uncommon to see Wriggles come up from Graves too at times.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible. I'm not sure, what kind of style they're going to do. I generally prefer a champion like Graves to go for those big damage items. We have seen on the EU, and then moving over to the NA a little bit, a lot of those DPS bottoms going for Wriggles and then multiple Dorans.
Yep.
But the issue there, it does give you some really strong stats early on. But of course, the issue is that you won't have the same damage as if you were just to go straight to a big damage item like Infinity Edge or Bloodthirster. And if you fall behind when you have those early item builds, you just don't have the same damage output in fights where you can just come back from your items. Wriggles and Dorans is a very difficult item choice for when you're behind and trying to catch back up into the game.
Mm-hmm. So pay no mind to these bans. We're just going through Champ Select quick just so we can get back into the game. Just we had to have some client issues trying to be resolved. So we're just going through these champs real quick, and we will be going into the game shortly.
We are seeing, though, that Udyr is actually going to be the one jungling for them. So Udyr definitely really strong as a jungler. The only concern there is that ShyVana might have a little bit more difficult of a time than Udyr would against Rumble. So that would have been the benefit of swapping up, but he will be a little bit stronger in his ganks out of the jungle. And if ShyVana can do well early, I would expect that she might go for an early Wriggles to try and counteract some of Rumble's damage. And she can push the lane very quickly, where she might not have to interact with Rumble that much. She could push the lane and then go counter jungle or steal her own jungle and maybe stay out of lane. So we'll have to see how that works out. But it should be pretty interesting.
I'm excited, man. This is it. We're counting down soon. Spectator mode will kick in just a moment. This is SYPHER versus Dark Horse. This is game 1 in the IPL4 qualifiers round of 32. Checking out some of the rune pages here just for a moment, and very soon we'll be loading on into the game. Yes.
We do have ability power and some mana regen for Cassiopeia, so that's definitely a strong pick. I'm a little bit surprised. We've actually got a dodge rune from, there it is, a dodge rune on Graves. He just threw in the one so he could maybe get lucky sometime, but lots of physical damage. Kind of surprised they haven't taken out the dodge runes yet from the tournament realm, but it's not that big of a deal. We actually, wow, the Spectator has dropped down to a minute. So we've got gold per 10 on Sona. That's definitely a strong decision. Let me see what ShyVana's running. See if she has any good MR to kind of counteract. She actually has 27, so she's running Quints and Blues as MR and Yellows. So that's definitely what she needs to do. She has lots of damage and then grabbing all of that magic resist because she will be in a very difficult lane against Rumble. SYPHER is probably going to be running damage 6.4. So actually she's running heavy on armor pens. So they're looking to do pure damage with the boomerang early. That's going to be a pretty strong play that'll be pretty difficult for Graves and Sona to deal with. But Graves and Sona are a pretty defensive lane, so they should be okay.
All right. We are getting into the game now. It is loading up. SYPHER versus Dark Horse. SYPHER is on the blue side. Dark Horse will be on purple. So if you're just joining us now, if you're brand new to League of Legends, so SYPHER will be the team in blue on the lower left-hand side. Dark Horse will be in purple on the top right. These are the teams. We will have Lee Sin and Udyr both going around the jungle. Man, and you know what? See, what are the lanes we want to look for here? Because I'm pretty sure Rumble's going to have an easy time top. But I think bottom, SYPHER is going to be really trying to get that aggression going. So I mean, it's going to be a huge tug of war battle, I think, in all three lanes.
Well, we do see that Taric has Ignite, so they have a heal and Ignite bottom. No exhaust on Team SYPHER, But I don't know that the exhaust is going to be as much of an issue because we have lots of AoE damage from Dark Horse. So it would have been nice to mitigate some of that or use it to chase people down. But regardless, the Ignite should be pretty aggressive. Graves taking a cleanse, which was definitely a good decision considering he's going up against Taric. We do have a lot of disables on SYPHER. So he will be able to, play a little bit more defensively. And if they can keep all of SYPHER in front of Cassiopeia and Sona, where they have these great AoEs, and then also having the AoE of Rumble on top of that, and then the AoE of Graves, I mean, they just have such a huge AoE comp. It actually probably would have been prudent of SYPHER to pick Maokai instead of Udyr. So Udyr, he is pretty tanky. He will do pretty well against the AoEs. But I'm actually realizing Dark Horse just has a massive AoE team.
And we are playing on NA Tournament Realm. SYPHER is a European team, so they'll have a slightly more ping than usual, but it shouldn't be too much of an issue. And right now we're seeing Dark Horse getting into that bush, protecting their blue, and SYPHER's coming in. They're all gathering in there. No, don't peek. Morgana is peeked. They never coming in. Lee is right in front. Morgana coming in. Lee flashes away. The stun gets in off on Cassiopeia. QB is just focused down immediately for the first blood. We're not even a minute in yet. Wow, SYPHER just came right through the river for that, and they are satisfied and going home.
Yeah, what's going on there? SYPHER's the one who's supposed to be having the lag. Cassiopeia just kind of standing there, getting hit by the snare. But yeah, that kind of hurts them a lot. They probably could have come down and taken some buffs, but it doesn't really affect Lee Sin at all. He can jungle without anything. So they did want to just get their item advantage, and that item advantage is going to be really large. What does Sona start with? She actually hasn't gone back yet, so they're going to take these mini golems. They're actually going to be pretty close to hitting level 2 very early in that laning phase because they were able to pick up an assist on there.
So I like what Shyvana did. She did get the first blood. She did get the bonus gold, and all of it went into a null magic mantle to help her defend against Rumble top lane. Very, very good investment, I feel.
Yeah, Shyvana, I mean, she was already running really heavy masteries and runes for magic resist. She's at 90 magic resist this early in the game. So she knows that she's in a very aggressive lane. That's going to be a very difficult lane for her. So she's taking all that magic resist. Definitely a good decision. And Lee Sin actually taking the blues. So, he doesn't need it, but the cooldown reduction always helps. And then it also gives you a quick level. Blues pretty easy buff to take. And already, nothing's happening right now, but Shyvana and Udyr already counter-jungling Lee Sin here. We'll have to see. He's actually walking up into him, and he's going to walk into him. Udyr doesn't have his stun yet, so just going to force him out there.
Lee Sin, he discovered what SYPHER is up to. He's trying to dissuade them. QB is sticking in mid, trying to do something against Morgana, but Lee Sin, he knows that his red is in trouble. He needs the rest of his team to come in and help him out a little bit. Otherwise, SYPHER may just counter-jungle them for free. And with a wonderful leash from SYPHER, getting red out of the vision of Dark Horse so they can take it safely. And Lee Sin just has to be content to taking the smaller wizards as aggressive, super aggressive counter-jungling coming in from SYPHER.
I've actually never seen this before, but I love this strategy for a number of reasons. Obviously it worked out very well for them. They were able to take the race, able to take the red. So it got Shyvana to level 2 without even having to lane against Rumble. And then the second thing is, because she wasn't in lane, the lane naturally pushed back to her tower so that she can just farm at that tower and be very safe there and not have to worry about the damage output of Rumble in that melee range.
So already, Dark Horse is at somewhat of a disadvantage. They've given up the first blood. They've given up their red. SYPHER being super aggressive early on, but right now I think they're more content just now. They have a bit of enough of a lead where they can just go ahead and sit back for a while, as right now all the lanes are being pushed by Dark Horse. So bot lane, Graves is being trying to out aggress Sivir down bot lane. Cassiopeia trying to get as much damage on Morgana as she can. And right now in the top lane, Rumble is trying to get some damage off on Shyvana, but that Null Magic Mantle doing its job, preventing quite a fair deal of damage. And right now, bot lane, Taric gets the stun in off on Graves. Udyr came up from behind, but they're not gonna press this too much. Ward goes down in that bot bush. They know he's there.
Yeah, and it's actually kind of interesting. We have very aggressive team comps from both teams, we should see a lot of really great aggression as the game progresses. But the result is that we have very defensive play in lanes. Shyvana's not going to want to be that aggressive against Rumble because there you go, she just takes so much damage. And then Morgana's always defensive, so mid will probably be a free farm kind of lane, and then bottom. I don't know, it's a pretty even matchup. We could see some aggression, but it'll probably be pretty defensive. Actually, Tarek, in the meantime, going in on Graves, but the cleanse, and now Graves is chasing him down. SYPHER taking a lot of damage from Sona, but the ignite onto Graves, and there's the heal. So if they can chase after him, the flash from Graves and the follow-up flash from SYPHER, able to get the kill, and then Graves picking up in response, Sona actually getting that kill. So that's definitely to SYPHER's benefit, but pretty even exchange there.
It was a good one for one. It was a good one for one. Summoners were used on both ends, so it was a bit of a wash, but still, kill for a kill.
And it's kind of interesting to me, because everyone is playing generally pretty defensive in lane, we did see a little engage down their bottom, but mid lane, Morgana's going to be really defensive, top lane, Shyvana's going to be really defensive, so Lee Sin is a jungler that looks to just be really aggressive starting at level 2 and gank very frequently. And that's kind of one of his best roles. Udyr is more of a control jungler. He wants to just sit there and farm, clear as much of the creeps as possible. So Lee Sin doesn't really have any good ganking opportunities because of the defensive play. And in the meantime, Udyr can just sit there and farm, counter jungle some as they did there. They just took some more wraiths and use that to his benefit.
So right now, I mean, Udyr, level-wise, Udyr and Lee Sin yet are still somewhat even. And when Udyr goes into counter jungle, he usually doesn't do it alone. He has Shyvana with him, got Morgana with him, helping to split the experience, split the love, as it were. The love that they're stealing away from Dark Horse for the moment. But Lee Sin doing his best to get whatever jungle creeps he can. He's up there taking the small golems, and bot lane now SYPHER and Tarek are doing their fair share of pushing.
And Shyvana has actually bought another Null Magic Mantle, so she's at about 140 MR right now.
Yikes.
So 140 MR, she does have MR per levels for some of her runes, and then of course the masteries. And then she's also got a Vamp Scepter, so she will be able to regen through some of Rumble's damage. But all that damage mitigation, this early in the game, it's close to 50% damage mitigation, so that's just fantastic. We actually have a little bit of an engage here. Sona and Tarek should be okay. In the meantime, Graves chasing after SYPHER, so they're going to get out of there.
Yep. Does not want to overextend. Tarek is coming back down to help. Does not want to get stunned and killed with him still in the area. He's still going to get stunned right under his own tower to Boomerang, doing so much damage. But he will get away. Sona's back just in time for the quick heal. But he will have to back after that quick engage. That Boomerang doing so much to him just in one shot. That's the combo. You get the stun off with Tarek. They're standing still. You just aim the Boomerang, hits them there and back.
And again, we're seeing just really aggressive counter jungling play by SYPHER here. And Dark Horse with an excellent ward here to kind of prevent it some. So they know Udyr's here. They're kind of grouping up. And this might be a good opportunity for them to get a counter engage on Udyr and Morgana. If they kind of group up, they're kind of allowing it to happen. So that's a little bit surprising because I feel like they had the opportunity. So we're kind of seeing a little bit of a fight over blue because Cassiopeia with blue, that would definitely be pretty strong.
SYPHER does have their blue ward, and Lee Sin goes in on SYPHER. Gets stunned by Udyr. He's trying to get away now. Sona is there. Help save the day for a little bit. Tarek has no option but to flash away. Cassiopeia ult does not hit Tarek. And right now, Lee Sin is chasing after SYPHER. She should get that last hit when she's slowed. Yes. SYPHER goes down. Udyr goes down. Cassiopeia also goes down, unfortunately. And Morgana. Wow. That was a good exchange for Dark Horse. They got a 3-for-1 on that and a free dragon. Not too shabby. But in top lane, Shyvana is actually kind of doing the business to Rumble now with all those capes she's wearing.
Yeah, and I'm a little bit surprised Rumble actually having to use his ultimate just to clear out some of those creeps. So SYPHER coming off with a little bit of an early advantage, but Dark Horse is actually a little bit ahead because of the creep score. So, they actually have a 1k gold advantage, even though... I'm sorry, that's the 1k from the dragon. So Dark Horse... completely off. Dark Horse able to pick up the dragon there, get themselves a little bit of an advantage.
Yeah. It was a bit of a fumbled invade for blue from SYPHER because you saw Udyr and Morgana like camping out in that bush waiting for the opportunity. They have that bush still warded, And they're just kind of waiting for that right time. Oh, should we go yet? You know, we still kind of lost vision on mid lane. We lost vision on bot lane. We don't know exactly where they are. They knew where Lee Sin was. They didn't quite exactly knew where the rest of the team was at that moment. So they were questioning it, kind of double thinking themselves. And when bot lane, when SYPHER and Tarek came up to assist, everything just kind of went to hell for them.
And we do have Udyr continuing his aggressive counter jungle, able to steal the red as it spawns, just spawning at about 9:30. So able to grab that before Lee Sin can come back, so that's definitely going to hurt him some.
But Lee Sin will will discover something is amiss. The Wraiths are missing. I believe he saw them being trailed away. You can see those creeps, you know, get trailed away. You do see them run up. I'm not sure if he saw a member of SYPHER running away with them. But right now he is going around. He is engaging. He's going through that tri-bush in top, so we can't make something happen on Shyvana.
We do have Shyvana and Rumble engaging on each other, but if Rumble can clear those creeps, they should be able to take down Shyvana. Actually, Lee Sin missing on his slow, so Shyvana is going to use her ultimate to get out of there. We'll be perfectly fine. In the meantime, not a lot happening. It should be pretty defensive here. I've actually been pretty surprised by how much Shyvana's AoE damage is able to do to Lee Sin, and we actually are coming in for another engage here. Rumble does have his ultimate back up, and now Shyvana doesn't have the excellent escaping ability. We do have the ultimate coming down from Rumble. He is chasing down with his slow. There's the flash, so she is going to back out, but she was pretty low. And in the meantime, Graves chasing after Tarek down bottom. She's probably not going to be able to get the kill, but now is SYPHER going to go down? SYPHER throwing off her damage. There's the stun. Can she get the kill onto Graves? One more attack.
Oh!
There it goes, and then flashing away, able to pick up the kill.
Auto attack was in midair. He flashes away. It still tracks. Still gets you. Unfortunate. Unfortunate.
I'm pretty close engaged. I mean, the Graves almost picking up the kill. Yeah. Then it looked like SYPHER was going to take him down. Then it looked like Graves and Sona maybe going to take down SYPHER for a second there. But in the meantime, we have Lee Sin coming in this mid lane, trying to get a gank. Morgana's a pretty difficult lane to gank, so I'm a little bit surprised.
Yeah. Once she pops that shield, there's not really a whole lot you can do. Very tricky maneuver, rather, by Lee Sin going over Eing to the ward he just placed to try and get a little bit more distance for the Q, but just could not quite do it. And going back to bottom lane gank too, because Graves, he used that flash. He tried to get into the bush to break vision, so he couldn't be targeted, but he was just a tad too far away from the bush. Just could not do it.
And we do see lots of Dorans from both ADs, so we probably won't see any Wriggles. That'll probably push back Dragon, this next Dragon a little bit. We did have that first one. But I generally like it. It's a nice standard build. They will be building towards their larger items soon. We have Udyr. I'm not sure if he's going for an Aegis. The magic resist for his team as an aura would definitely help them out against all this AoE damage. That would definitely be a pretty strong play. In the meantime, this bot lane is actually going to take a lot of damage because SYPHER hasn't gone back in a while, so she's low on mana, so that's going to be pretty difficult for her. And Shyvana actually dishing out some pain to Rumble up here.
So mid lane, there's actually I've been seeing some pretty steady, decent ward coverage coming for SYPHER, but right now Udyr is coming down bot lane, cannot get the stun off on Graves. He does dash away, turtle stance, and he's just going to go ahead and mosey on out.
But Viticus chasing after Shyvana here. We both have the Ignite from both of them. There's the ultimate, so Viticus able to pick up the kill. Excellent work there. I was a little bit surprised how much damage Shyvana did once she threw off the ultimate, but...
Wow. Skillful dodge by QB in mid, trying to avoid that binding from Morgana. And Udyr still going back in. I think he's warding blue again. Yes, he is. So right now, Kiwi's still trapped and down. The ult from Morgana trying to come down, but Cassiopeia has no option but to flash away. And right now, Lee Sin trying to do some hurt on the tower, but the Ignite gets a little bit way too over his head. The Ignite from Tarek, pretty good in situations like this. So right now, Dark Horse does have to back off just a little bit in bot lane. And a very aggressive flash from Tarek, trying to get the stun off on Graves. Counter stun by Sona, but will it be enough? So SYPHER has popped the ult. She tried to get some extra movement speed to try and get a few more attacks on that. She's taking tower hits. She really wants it. Udyr comes in from behind, flashes in for the stun, and Sona will also be going down on this. Wow, fantastic gank. Fantastic gank from SYPHER.
Yeah, and it all started off with the tower dive by Lee Sin. I'm not really sure. They didn't have enough damage. Graves was extremely low on mana. So was Sona. So I was a little bit surprised to see him go in. And so Taric just stunning him, throwing off the Ignite, able to pick up a pretty easy kill because Lee Sin's definitely not very tanky at this point. And then just excellent map awareness by Udyr, able to throw some control there, trying to go after this blue, but they should be able to control it.
So that should be a dead giveaway to Dark Horse that their blue is warded, and they should probably do something about it, maybe not even attempt this blue, because SYPHER, they know where they are, they know what they're doing. Should be a nice clue, but right now Morgana and Udyr are still dancing around in the enemy jungle. Sona and Graves coming from behind, offering up their support, but in the meantime, bot tower does fall, so SYPHER has one tower up on Dark Horse. Dragon is up. We're dancing around here, and Lee Sin just goes ahead. He dashes in to try and get the engage off on Shyvana. Udyr is taking a lot of damage. She will fall in the bush. Shyvana has to ult away, gets shielded by Morgana. And I think this may be a dragon for Dark Horse. No, it's kind of risky.
And that's one of the strengths of Dark Horse that we're seeing. Sona, she does have the movement speed buff, so they are a little bit easier to catch them off guard. Rumble with the really long range ultimate slow, so it is allowing them to initiate on SYPHER. But we did see a lot of excellent counter jungling. That is kind of what they're going for, that kind of M5 style that we saw at IM Kiev, where they saw everyone bottom, so Shyvana just coming into this top jungle to steal some more creeps. But I don't know, that last fight, we really probably need to see Taric turning this Philo Stone into a ShLaYa's very quickly, because they need some means of kiting and disengaging. And in the meantime, Taric stunning Cassiopeia, or stunning Sony here. We have a ton of damage going off from Sivir, taking her down almost immediately. And now Ichi is being chased. Taric's stun should be up shortly. He is going to get this stun off onto her. There's the Ignite, so Ichi is probably going to go down using the cleanse before the stun even goes off. So there's the stun, using it for the Ignite, and Sivir is going to be able to pick up that kill.
Yeah, look, I want to go back to the Dragon too, because look at all that ward cover that Dark Horse has in front of Dragon. They had their trails perfectly covered, but some aggression like that, you get off that stun, and ward coverage sometimes just does not help you in instances like that. They didn't even need any assistance from Udyr to help get both those kills. Dark Horse a little bit too aggressive there on bot lane.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. They do have a very aggressive teamfight team, and so teamfight, versus the kind of team that SYPHER has, you want to make sure that you force good engages and don't allow the enemy team to kind of pick anyone off. So that's why ward coverage is so important, that you can force the fights that you want.
So Taric has bought himself in oracles to help clear some of the wards that Dark Horse has created for their nice little river of vision around Dragon, try and get a little bit more money for himself. Rumble, Shyvana still battling out top lane. Oh, look at the creep kills just for a second here, and top lane's actually relatively even. Bot lane, pretty even. Actually, pretty much every lane is somewhat even. Mid, Morgana has about 20 score advantage over Cassiopeia, which is it is something to write home about. It is something to note. But for the most part, farming relatively even on both sides. And while SYPHER does have a 3-kill advantage, they're only 1k in gold up.
Yeah, and Rumble should be able to take that tower there, so that's going to help them get a little bit of an advantage back. Nice defensive ward in this brush here, so they will be able to, protect Graves up here. Not going to get any special initiation. We actually have them coming down to try and see if maybe they can get a counter engage. They don't know that Udyr is here necessarily, but Graves actually taking a ton of damage. There's the stun. Lee Sin pushing Udyr out, and now there's the Sona ultimate. There's the slow from Cassiopeia. They're trying to chase Lounet. Looks like he's going to be able to get out of there. We don't have a good movement speed burst. There's Lee Sin coming in with his Sonic Strike, so they are going to be able to get out. I'm a little bit surprised how fast they were, but they do have the Sivir ultimate. So that does, as I was talking about earlier with the how ShLaYa's would help them out. The Sivir ultimate, that's basically what it is. It's a team ShLaYa's. So
and Lee Sin just getting caught trying to go back to his own blue. Unfortunate.
Yeah, all their wards had just died at the same time there, and Morgana was able to hit that sweet spot coming over, but he probably should have expected, because they were having kind of a fight there, and Morgana was missing, that she was, probably en route.
It's, sometimes you just run into giant purple ball things that stun you. Sometimes it happens. It happens sometimes. And right now, so we did have a top lane fall in favor of Dark Horse, but right now ShyVanna is trying to do some pressure on her own, but Rumble's back just in time to dissuade her. Right now, Morgana and Cassiopeia still duking out in mid. Morgana gets in with the ult and the shield, just the ignite. The ignite and the damage will be enough, but she will have to back. She is only about 300 health right now. Some of that spell vamp will help keep her lane just for a tad, but she will go ahead and decide to back. And I think she should be getting her death cap relatively soon, but right now Lee Sin is getting engaged under tower. Rumble comes in with the ult. ShyVanna is massively slowed right now, has no choice but to ult away, and she will back along with Lee Sin. Lee Sin hurting, but he can go ahead and spell vamp some of that health back with some of the neutral creeps, provided Udyr doesn't come around and steal that blue. But I think Dark Horse is now knowing that if they want to secure any of their buffs, they have to go as a group to not risk any more surprise jungle ganks.
And I'm really loving the items, the item selection from SYPHER. We do have a ton of magic resist, a ton of cheap magic resist on their team from their tanks, up front. And we were talking about how all this AoE damage counters out, these tanky melees very effectively. But they will be able to survive that damage, and then, once their abilities go on cooldown, their team is significantly weaker in these fights, and SYPHER could potentially, she has great sustained damage, could potentially take control of these fights. Morgana, actually, with the Zhonyas as well, they probably could have used a little bit more ability power since they are a physical-heavy team. But the benefit of the Zhonyas is Dark Horse is a very cooldown-centric team. They're all based off their ultimates, so they have an AoE ultimate team. So if Morgana can just sit there and make them waste their abilities and then throw off the Zhonyas, then they will have significant sustained damage. But in the meantime, Lee Sin kicking SYPHER back over here. She's probably going to go down. There she goes down pretty quickly. Lounet a little bit out of position, trying to counter jungle without great vision. So
that kick right into Rumble. That's a world of pain. That is a world of pain right now. But Dark Horse is moving as a group around the Baron area. They're getting their wards set up. They're getting ready. And want to make something happen to Baron.
If they are going for Baron, I really like this play because they have a very strong team to take Baron without taking a lot of damage. Cassiopeia can take it very well, and then it forces an engage where SYPHER is just going to all have to group up into their AoEs, and they'll have all this great AoE. Morgana running into the team. Cassiopeia actually flashing over the wall, so not the best engage for either team, but SYPHER is at a huge advantage here because they have their team split off. If they can chase down Sona, Sona is going to go down there, and goes down without even, the rest of her team having any part in that. And then the flash and stun from Pyri. They are going to be able to take down Nai on Cassiopeia, but she's actually able to pick up 2 kills. She's almost not going down there. Rumble and Graves see if they can do their damage, trying to take down Taric there. Able to pick up the Taric kill. Can they pick up the ShyVanna? Going to back off there, but...
And now SYPHER comes in, joins the battle after her death timer has ended. Lee Sin still behind. But that was kind of a strange engage over in Baron. Like, we had preemptive flashes anticipating the Morgana ult when she entered the Baron pit, trying to put some fear into Dark Horse to make them preemptively retreat. And even just, you don't even have to do the ult. Just the threat of the ult is sometimes enough to make an enemy team do something they don't want to do.
And I'm honestly really surprised because it seemed like a communication issue for Dark Horse. They came into it, they kind of knew what they were doing. They wanted to pressure the Baron because they had, such a great team fight team. They wanted to force an engage, but then half their team flashing over the walls, half their team just standing there. It didn't seem like they really had a good game plan for when Morgana was going to come in, which is, I don't know what else they could have been expecting. They were pressuring Baron. They had to expect that they were going to engage, and then all of a sudden splitting their team in half definitely hurt them.
Yeah, it was really what killed them. Sona decided to go off on her own through the top of the river. Rumble's retreating into the enemy jungle. The rest of the team's going back into their own jungle. Everyone is just so scattered, and when the re-engage happens, they just could not quite pull it together. I mean, they did get some of their kills thanks to Rumble. But Udyr is off, kind of separated from his team. SYPHER and ShyVanna are actually both back at base. Is Dark Horse going to try this again? I wouldn't recommend it.
I hope they're not. They are going to back off here. So pretty even. We do have a slight advantage for SYPHER, but it should be interesting as long as SYPHER can mitigate enough damage from Dark Horse. Then they definitely have a little bit better sustain, but Dark Horse definitely has a very strong, team fighting team. Lots of AoE damage.
Lounet is getting the red, going to be joining the rest of SYPHER momentarily. And right now they're going ahead and push up in mid, see if they can't force something from Dark Horse at their own tower. We're going to try and get the binding off on someone through the jungle. It's not going to happen. Rumble, being the point man, trying to take some of that damage for his team, trying to get something going, trying to get that engagement, trying to force Cypher something, to do something they really don't want to be doing. But Siobhan is ready. She has that bar full dragon ready to emerge whenever need be. Morgana's just poking. She wants that binding off someone. Trying to fend them off as best
and
they can.
I'm really surprised by how well Cypher's item selection is countering out Dark Horse to a little bit. I mean, they have tons of MR, as we said earlier, and actually Tarek is going for Iron Solari. But in the meantime, Lee Sin coming down. They have the ultimate onto SYPHER. Lounet is going to go down. She flashes away. Cassiopeia Xietor with the ultimate, and Lee Sin very close to go down. Skyyart going to chase him down. They are able to pick up Tarek. Cassiopeia is in the middle of this ultimate, though. Morgana ulting on top of everyone, able to pick up Sona and Rumble. Wow. And now 9B is trying to get out of there. She is going to be chased down. I'm not sure that she's going to be able to get out of there. Udyr coming in too fast, so potentially able to pick up a kill there. Any second now, ShLaYa almost going to be able to get him. There it goes. So there's the stun. They will be able to pick up this kill, actually using an Ignite, because Skyyart was taking a lot of damage from that AoE from Cassiopeia.
That Morgana ult is really like 3-4 people caught up in that. That was good engage on Cypher's end. Moopz knowing when to go, when to stay. Fantastic work from Cypher, and now they're going to go ahead, possibly take down bot tower as well. But they spent way too much time trying to get off that kill on QB, and the time wasted. That's enough time for most of Dark Horse to come back into the fountain and reassemble. So we are right back to where we started, trying to get these team engagements going on. Moopz running away from Rumble, wants to make sure that she holds onto that blue. And right now, everyone's semi-scattered right now. Tarek is top lane, Sivers bot lane, Cassiopeia is back at base, and right now Rumble's putting the hurt on Morgana. She's trying to get away. She's too slow. It has to pop the Zonias, but Udyr trying to keep him away as best he can. The ult coming down from Rumble will take down Morgana. Udyr caught in a bush, caught on fire. Can't do anything about that. And now they want to make sure, they want to secure that Baron. Now they have the opportunity. 2 members are down on Cypher. They can do this. Oracles from Sona taking down all the wards that they need to. This will be an easy Baron for Dark Horse.
Yeah, Cassiopeia will take it down pretty quickly, but she will lose a lot of mana in the meantime. Unfortunately, without Morgana, they're missing a lot of their team. We actually have Shyvana coming in, throwing off lots of AoE damage. Can she pick up the Baron?
No!
No, Dark Horse is able to take it, and Shyvana and Tarek are both going to go down, able to pick up Graves, and then the Dragon Kick from Lee Sin, able to knock Shyvana out of there, but Cassiopeia is going to follow up, and now Sivers going to work, taking down Viticus. Lounet, can she take down Xietor? One more hit, almost being able to pick up the kill. Ignite just barely running off.
But, wow. 3 members of Dark Horse died with Baron. But, you know what? Better they have 2 members with it than all of Cypher having it, I say.
Yeah, and in the meantime, SYPHER here, Lounet, is going to be able to take down this tower, so that will give them a little bit of a, gold, more of a gold advantage, even though they just lost the Baron. Mm-hmm. But I was saying earlier, we have, lots of damage mitigation from Cypher, but then also Iron Solari to potentially coming out to block off some of that. Actually, Stark's Fervor coming out, so they already have a very strong sustained damage team. And so if they can keep, some of their tanks and then SYPHER alive in these fights, that health regen is just going to be massive with that, lifesteal that they'll all have. But in the meantime, SYPHER does have a Rabadon's death cap, so she will have a significant amount of damage. Rumble has the Rabadons as well. The only one who's kind of behind is Lee Sin, but he's really just building tank, so hopefully he can fulfill that role for his team.
So right now, Cypher is still pushing up mid, despite the fact that Dark Horse still has 2 members of their team with Baron buff. So I believe it's who on Dark Horse has Baron? I believe it's Sona and
Cassiopeia.
Cassiopeia still has it as well. Cassiopeia is definitely the one you need to look out for. As long as one of the carries still has Baron buff, you're still in a good position. But Cypher still also has a 2-tower advantage on Dark Horse, and also not to mention a more than about a 5K advantage in gold as well. But Dark Horse by no means is out of this just yet.
Yeah, and I'm a little bit surprised that we're not seeing a ShLaYa's on Taric, just because it seems so easy to me to just want to disengage from Dark Horse's team. But, you know, generally pretty strong item selection. It is going to help them a lot. It just means that they're basically a forward-first team. They, you know, always have to charge into the enemy. And so if Dark Horse can, you know, make Lee Sin in particular tanky enough where ShyVana and Udyr can't take him down very quickly, then, you know, they could use some of their, you know, excellent damage output to potentially win the fight.
I'm not while Dark Horse was going away from Drag, I'm not sure the reasoning behind Graves using his ult to try and just get off only ShyVana. But you know, it will be it's not that too not too much of a cooldown. But the real, you know, the important ults for Dark Horse when they engage in a team fight are Cassiopeia and Sona, both of them being the massive stun ults that they are. And right now, SYPHER, they're trying to establish themselves up in top lane, doing some pushing in on Rumble and Lee Sin. They want to get their 5th tower. They want to start pressing as much as they can. They know the Baron is about to expire soon. We're gonna getting the stun off, getting a little bit of damage in on Rumble. And now we have the split push coming in. ShyVana and SYPHER. If there's one thing SYPHER's good at, it's pushing down towers, but Lee Sin's coming down. He's out of position, away from the rest of Dark Horse. Has to flash over the wall, get back over. Sona coming in with the ult, doing a lot of damage up on Taric, and he will be falling shortly, along with Rumble. ShyVana comes in as the dragon. Sona being picked off by SYPHER, and right now, Cassiopeia gets caught in the middle of it all. And you know what, SYPHER's going to go ahead. That was a 1 for 3, and I think they may be pushing for the win here, if not at least for an inhibitor.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely going to get the inhibitor. It's pretty close to getting Nexus. But what we saw there, Lee Sin getting caught out of position. They did have an excellent decision to split towards mid and try and take down mid. But the real issue wasn't the fact that Lee Sin was caught. He was able to get out. It was that Dark Horse wasn't comfortable with just disengaging. They needed to get Lee Sin out of there and then just stop the fight right then and there. But instead, Sona wasting her ultimate, Rumble wasting her ultimate, both of them using their, you know, the two of the strongest ultimates in the game just to take down Taric. And they weren't even able to do that. So, or I think they actually did get the Taric. I don't remember. But really just a waste of the ultimates, a very poor engage. So the result was the superior sustained damage. But in the meantime, SYPHER's going to be out of position here, going to go down very quickly. That'll definitely help them catch up a little bit. It'll at least stall the game a little bit so that maybe they can, you know, find something that they can hang their hat on.
I think SYPHER was trying to, they had SYPHER on a fishing line, with Morgana laying in wait to try and get that stun off for something for one lone member of Dark Horse to try and, you know, take the bait. They can, you know, Morgana can go ahead and just reel the rest of him in, but it just did not quite work. Dark Horse somewhat on the ropes now. They have one Nexus turret down, and Lee Sin, wow, that was one hell of a kick from Lee Sin, trying to do something here, and Cassiopeia is being caught by Taric. The stun goes off. Lee Sin made very low by ShyVana. They have to do a small little retreat before they both get, you know, just poked to death. They have to retreat back to their Nexus while pretty much SYPHER has pretty much complete control now of Dark Horse's jungle. They're pressing now to the point to their 3rd tier towers. They're just going ahead and just ravaging their entire jungle while Dark Horse has no choice now but to defend.
Yeah, and SYPHER is really just too tanky. I mean, Skyyart is very deep into his build. We do have ShLaYa, I guess is how you say it. You know, also extremely tanky, has the Aegis, which, you know, will help the entire team, and then also, you know, prevents himself from getting picked off some with that Banshee's Veil. But I don't know, the excellent AoE damage from SYPHER coupled with a really strong tank team is just working out for them very well. And Udyr actually coming in, he's going to try and steal this red, but Lee Sin actually jumping in, so Udyr's going to have to get out of there.
Udyr's alone. He doesn't have the rest of his team back him up, but he is a bear and a turtle, and he will be able to get away just fine. And right now, more wards going down. Now we're preparing for when Baron respawns, which should be relatively soon. Oracle's on Sona trying to do some countering as she can, but right now Udyr and ShyVana in mid doing their pushing, and Dark Horse just happens to come across them, and Udyr does have a Banshees, well, so that will keep him in for a little while longer.
The big thing is ShLaYa over there is just stalling for Lounet, who's just taking this bottom tower down to half health, you know, without even doing anything really. So
SYPHER, one of the best tower pushing champs in the game, especially with that ultimate.
I actually had a SYPHER game one time where I wasn't playing SYPHER, but a guy on my team was, and we had a team fight, like a 4v5 team fight, and we just stalled them out, and it was like 15 minutes into the game, and SYPHER just straight up pushed 3 towers and an inhibitor before the enemy team even realized. But we had the snare from Morgana flashing in with the ultimate. She's going to get right in the middle of the team, so we have Viticus going down very quickly. The cleanse on Lee Sin. He did have the QSS, but he's going to go down, chasing him down. And in the meantime, SYPHER dealing a massive amount of damage with Tarek for the stun, able to pick up the Cassiopeia kill.
That is an ace.
GG. Congratulations to SYPHER.
Game 1 in this IPL4 qualifier round of 32. Game 1 will be going to SYPHER. Congratulations, you guys. You earned it. But we're not done yet, though. We will be going to Game 2. Wow. Good job, SYPHER. Wonderful. Showing us why you are indeed a top EU team. Wonderful. Wow. Look at that. Look at those stats. 14, man, look at SYPHER go. Almost hitting 15K on that, man. Amazing.
Yeah, and it all came down to item selection. The game, there were a large number of kills in the game. Dark Horse probably wanted to play a little bit more defensively so that they could use their ultimates in fights to take objectives rather than just, fighting. So the result was SYPHER actually able to get into very late game items, and then just their tankiness is able to counteract the burst damage from Dark Horse. So, excellent work all around.
Good stuff. All right, so they will be remaking the game. We will be back in just a moment for you guys. IPL4, these are the qualifiers. This is the round of 32. SYPHER versus Dark Horse Game 2 coming up in just a little bit, so stay tuned, guys. Welcome back, everyone. These are the IPL4 qualifiers, round of 32. So we got SYPHER and Dark Horse playing it up today. SYPHER won Game 1. Going to Game 2. Man, those items, man.
I mean, SYPHER, they are, a very powerful French team. They are one of the strong EU teams in this tournament. We do have a large number of EU teams and then a couple of NA. Dark Horse, they are a pretty big team. Like you might not have heard of them, but they do have a lot of really strong players. They're all 2K something. So they've been scrimming all of the best teams, and here we have the potential for any sort of latency or anything from the EU side coming on the NA server. False. SYPHER just absolutely handing it to Dark Horse. It was a pretty back and forth competitive game, but SYPHER did exactly what they wanted to that game, and we're successful with it.
Yeah, pretty. I mean, it was, and we had man. There are so many good moments too. We had our dance, so much good counter jungling on the end of SYPHER, just starting immediately. You had the quick Cassiopeia kill off on the early blue invade. Immediately as wraiths come up, you're taking them. Fantastic job, and it speaks so much as to how much counter jungling is now a huge staple in competitive play.
Yeah, and they did put a huge emphasis on it, and it was pretty impressive to see it some. I mean, right off level 1, we saw Udyr and Shyvana coming into that red buff, stealing the wraiths and the red buff, which definitely got them off on the right foot. But we'll have to see. We are, in this game shortly. Hopefully, we have one more person from Dark Horse. But I guess the thing that I would probably like to see from Dark Horse is probably a little bit more conservative play early on. There was a number of large fights which allowed SYPHER to get a strong item advantage. I think that their team comp was probably okay. I don't know if they might want to ban SYPHER. You really saw the strength of SYPHER there. She just has that excellent AoE damage and great sustain damage when you have that nice tanky team to support you, and then Morgana with the support as well. Actually, Morgana would probably be a pretty strong ban. She's always been kind of ban-worthy, but Morgana just absolutely devastating in those fights.
They got to ban out that Shyvana too, maybe. Shyvana, still as popular as during that huge M5 debut over at Kiev. Pretty popular pick, and good for the counter jungling too.
Yeah, so I don't know. It's kind of hard to say whether or not Dark Horse will maybe try and ban a little bit differently. I would probably get rid of the Cassiopeia. She, had varying success throughout the game, but particularly if they're trying to run a similar comp, then that's definitely going to be one of their weaknesses, or potentially Sona as well. But it kind of worked out for them. I don't know. They might change things up in game number 2. It is a best of 3. This is our IPL4 qualifier, SYPHER versus Dark Horse. So. Pretty exciting. We will have the round of 16 this weekend, followed up by next weekend with the round of 8 and then the finals.
So right now, almost carbon copy bans from last game, Vladimir and Aurelia going out first. So, I mean, we may not see any deviation on the bans from SYPHER's end. But I think if we do see anyone deviate, it will be Dark Horse, because I know they want, now they've seen what SYPHER is capable of, and there it is, SYPHER ban coming in from Dark Horse. They do not want to have to deal with that again.
Yeah, and she had excellent... The big thing is the sustained damage when you have a team that can support her. Everyone from Dark Horse just kind of having to group up on these melee champions. Once again, Ryze being banned, is a very strong, pick. He is that kind of tanky caster as well. He would give them a tanky team once again, but then having the benefit of having that magic damage. So definitely a strong ban there.
So Dark Horse will have the first pick after bans are done. So I'm trying to think, do they want to secure Sona again? I think they may want to. I think they do.
Yeah, I mean, if they can get Sona, they'll probably pick Sona first. She, does give them a very strong bot lane, and it also gives the fight control. We saw a couple of fights, they were able to win the fight because of Sona's movement speed. They were able to chase down SYPHER. So, if that comes up, we might see SYPHER banning out Sona. I think that'd be a pretty strong ban right now. And I think that if they don't ban, then that's actually banning Ahri. So I would expect Sona would definitely be a strong pick here. She's just, you don't counter Sona, so they don't have to worry about picking someone like Cassiopeia and then being counterpicked with someone like LeBlanc or something.
So the bans are pretty much a carbon copy of last game, with one exception. Now Dark Horse has decided to ban Sivir instead of Karthus. So what does leaving Karthus open do to the picks that these teams want to make?
Well, Karthus, once again, Karthus is very similar to Cassiopeia. They, both are very strong AoE damage against melee teams. Karthus just kind of sits there and farms. She provides her team with the global ultimate, which is always really strong. So I don't know that there's really that much of a difference between the Karthus and Cassiopeia pick. I kind of like the Cassiopeia pick a little bit stronger. Sona, definitely just a smart pick. She's so versatile. And then going with Shyvana again. So trying to run a similar team comp. And, they don't have the benefit of the 5th pick counter pick, though, like they did last game. So we'll have to see where that goes.
So we've seen a lot of Shyvana in competitive play. What are like the natural... Who's the natural counter to Shyvana? What beats her out?
I mean, well, any strong top lane, Rumble is a very strong top lane. He should do pretty well against Shyvana, but we saw last game at level 3, Shyvana had 140 MR. So, I was very surprised by that. That's definitely something that I'm going to have to consider. Everyone should consider running heavy armor. A lot of people already run heavy armor pages for a lot of those strong, armor top lanes, like Riven, like Gangplank. But to run MR would be particularly effective against someone like Rumble, like Ryze, who is a very strong control laner, Kennen as well. So definitely a strong decision there. So I don't really know. You could run Ryze would be a strong pick. But again, if Shyvana is staying out of lane for the most part and then runs heavy MR, it's kind of difficult to counterpick her in lane.
So I think we're going to be sticking with the same bot lane here on Dark Horse, the Sona Graves combo, which still solid combo, but I'm also wondering what AD carry SYPHER may go to complement their Taric. Possibly Caitlyn, maybe?
Caitlyn would be pretty good. They could really go... let me think.
Vayne?
Vayne would be a pretty strong decision. We might see a Corki for the AoE damage. We'll probably see whoever they pick is going to have some sort of escape move, because right now we have Nocturne from Dark Horse, which is looking to be very aggressive with jungling, trying to pick people off. If you can use that ultimate to pick people off, so they'll probably have an aggressive AP carry as well and top lane. So I would say Corki. Caitlyn would be a strong pick, but I don't know that they have a team that they generally like running Caitlyn. It seemed like they were looking for a really aggressive late game. So, probably like Corki, Vayne. I don't know. It could be really anyone. We might see an Urgot would actually be a pretty strong pick. They were considering Urgot last game, because he is a very tanky DPS. Twitch, actually.
Ooh, what? What? I have not seen Twitch do much of anything in a while. It's been a while, Twitch. I haven't seen you. You've been too busy in the sewer being invisible. Wow. What?
But it's kind of interesting. They are changing up their comp a lot, but this is going to be a very aggressive team. It's going to be pretty scary, actually. I'm not sure that you would generally run Twitch against a very strong lane such as Sona and Graves, but if they can play defensively with Taric, she should be able to get some farm there. It'll be interesting to see whether or not that's the case. I'm curious whether or not they'll run Twitch in another capacity, like a crazy, jungler or something, but they will have a significant amount of AoE damage. They have the Karthus ult, the, surprise ganks of Twitch. Even as an AD carry, Twitch is probably going to roam a little bit, try and get some farm and lane, and then roam. I'm really just curious where this is going to go.
I am too. Like if we see like a roaming Twitch, I think that would be very impressive, especially for this a round of 32 game to kind of like set the precedent that SYPHER is willing to do somewhat strange team comps to try and keep everyone on their toes. So Galio and Rumble coming in for Dark Horse. So Galio solid mid, Tryndamere hovering over here on SYPHER.
I'm actually really surprised by this Galio pick. They could have stuck with someone like Cassiopeia, and Karthus is pretty strong in mid lane. He can farm pretty safely, but he can't engage very well. And a very aggressive AP champion mid, such as Cassiopeia, or if you go someone with a disable, such as Morgana, or I don't know, really any number of champions could do very well against Karthus and prevent Karthus from being that effective. Galio, I'm not really sure that he adds much to their team over Cassiopeia. Usually you pick Galio against a really strong laner that you just want a defensive lane, because Galio is a very defensive lane. So the result is Karthus is going to be able to farm very effectively. They're still going to have the same AoE team comp that they had last game, but they have less damage because they're swapping out Cassiopeia for Karthus, and they don't have the same tanky jungle in Udyr. Instead, they've got Nocturne. So a little bit more aggressive in ganks, but not as much team fight control. And in the meantime, we do have Karthus. We do have Twitch. What were the final picks for SYPHER?
So SYPHER, they ended up with everyone's favorite top laner, Singed. Everyone loves a Singed who just never leaves lane but can never die.
I'm wondering, is Singed jungling or going top, though? That should be interesting to see. We'll have to check out his runes and I guess just what they're setting up. So we might be seeing a jungle Singed, but Singed, if he gets his items, he kind of just runs around trolling your team the whole time, and he's definitely got that pick-off capability, to be able to toss people back. So that should be pretty interesting to see. I'm curious how it'll work out for them.
Yeah. So these are your picks for Game 2. SYPHER has decided to ban out Aurelia, Ryze, and Ahri. They have picked Shyvana, Taric, Twitch, Karthus, and Singed. Really interested to see how that works out. Dark Horse, they have banned Vladimir, Sivir, and Rammus, and have picked up for themselves Sona, Graves, Nocturne, Galio, and Rumble. So I mean, I'm worried a little bit about Dark Horse's initiation possibilities, because when you have a team with Galio, it's kind of like you wait for the flash ult, and then the rest of the team kind of follows in. So then having Twitch up against that too, Dark Horse may never really have full vision on all 5 members of SYPHER, and that worries me a little bit and may force them to buy early oracles on either Galio or Sona.
Yeah, it really depends on what Twitch is doing, whether Twitch decides to roam a lot. It should be pretty interesting to see. Actually, the one thing that Galio does provide a little bit better to Cassiopeia is that he can engage on Twitch very well because his ultimate does have such a wide AoE. So, with Sona, they've got the great movement speed. They've got her AoE ultimate. They've got Rumble's long ultimate to kind of catch them off guard. They actually do have very strong initiation. So, if they can take out Twitch and Karthus quickly, that could potentially work out to them. The only concern is, if Singed and Shyvana get their items, get really tanky, and can run around and just disrupt them in these team fights, then they're going to have to waste their cooldowns on Singed and Shyvana, and it's really not going to work out for them because then they won't have anything to take down Twitch and Karthus.
So we're getting our client issues resolved right now. We will be going back into Champ Select and getting this underway real quick, I hope. SYPHER now. We'll get this game underway in just a few moments, getting all these issues ironed out here. So,
in the meantime, I guess while we're getting this situated, so that we can come back and have that take a look at the runes and stuff like that. Oh well, I guess I'll just say yeah. Everyone's saying report Lounet, but. Oh wow!
Okay. So I think
they're just trolling now.
So I think while we're getting these client issues fixed on our end, we're gonna run some ads for you guys. So stay tuned. We will be getting all of this settled out in just a moment. So we will be right back with Game 2, SYPHER versus Dark Horse. This is your round of 32 qualifiers for IPL4. I'm HatPerson. RedBaron's with me. We got a fantastic game for you guys today. So we will be back in just a moment. Stay tuned. We are back here with you guys. SYPHER and Dark Horse Game 2 for IPL4 Round of 32 qualifiers. I'm HatPerson. With me here is RedBaron. Everyone's in the game. We're waiting for everything to load up. Take a look at some of the runes and masteries we got set up here for our teams. I want to take a look at Twitch first. I want to see what's going on here.
Should be pretty exciting. Just standard, DPS runes: armor pen, damage. Nothing too special. That should be a pretty difficult lane, but we actually have Shyvana's going to be in the jungle, and then Singe top. So Singe versus Galio. Galio actually does work very well against Singe because he is a very defensive laner, and Singe running movement speed along, with his magic resist and whatnot. Actually, a lot of magic resist. So, he will be able to get his farm. Karthus is probably going to be running lots of ability power.
Standard.
Yeah, pretty standard stuff. Taking a look at Galio, see if he's running a lot of magic resist. He's actually just running a decent amount. He's got some health as well. So some mana regen will help him out in lane against Singed. Let me see. Rumble is going to be going against Karthus mid, which is it's kind of interesting. Rumble should have an easy job farming there. He does have some standard stuff, some ability power, some armor, some magic resist. But he's not really going to be able to be that disruptive against Karthus, I don't think. Though if Karthus does go to ult, then potentially Rumble could track him down and pick up the kill there. But nothing that unusual that I'm seeing from these runes or anything. So, actually 15 damage from, is that Graves? That's from Nocturne. 15 damage and then attack speed from Nocturne. So, he does scale his Q and his ultimate off of physical damage, and they are physical damage abilities. So, that's going to be an excellent amount of damage there. So, it should be pretty interesting to see what they do with these comps.
Alright, so we are loading on in. So the winner of if SYPHER wins game 2, they will win the set, move on to round of 16 and play the winner of V8 or V8 and My Boys. But if Dark Horse wins, we will be going on to a game 3. And right now, SYPHER looking very strong after game 1. They're very intense, very aggressive counter jungling maneuvers with Shyvana, and Udyr really did the job for them. But we'll see how things go in game 2. And yeah, see, so Rumble mid versus Karthus.
Yeah, it's really just going to be a farm lane for both of them. Rumble, if he gets Karthus in the slow, could potentially hunt him down. He does have the damage output. I think the thing that's most interesting to me is that Dark Horse is running double heal bottom, and they have a very aggressive lane comp. They've got Graves and Sona, but running double heal is like they're almost scared of Twitch and Taric. And Twitch has one of the lowest attack ranges in the game. It's really short. It's like 500, maybe up to 550. I don't think it's 550. I think it's 500. So it's a very short range, and it's a very weak lane. So running double heal against a weak lane when you've got a strong lane just doesn't make sense to me. And Shyvana's not even that aggressive of a ganking jungler. Shyvana's primarily going to be looking to counter jungle. All Sona and Graves would need to do is put a nice ward in this river here, and they could be really aggressive in this lane with like an ignite or an exhaust. But we'll see how it works out for them. The double heal could maybe allow them to be more aggressive with their auto attack since they do have excellent harass.
SYPHER is setting up in the tri-bush by bottom. It looks like they're going to make an invade happen in on red. And Twitch being a little ballsy, he's stealthing in to try and see what vision he can get, clearing the way as a scout for the rest of his team. But Dark Horse, they're expecting to invade at blue, but I think they realize now that it may not be coming. But SYPHER trying to steal the red of Dark Horse as soon as it comes up, and possibly even the Wraiths too.
They're actually pinging the Wraiths, which is a little bit surprising to me. I assumed they would check out these mini golems, which is why I thought they were coming down here, since Dark Horse does have the benefit as blue team to go down there. So maybe Twitch will check it in a second, but it seems like they're going to grab these Wraiths, which will help them out a lot. But in the meantime, Dark Horse, because they know that SYPHER has that kind of tendency to counter jungle, they're just going to counter jungle themselves to get Nocturne off on a good fitting.
And that was kind of is a little bit dangerous for Dark Horse to go ahead and go into that jungle without really having any vision. There could have been a disastrous face check into that bush by Rumble, but fortunately enough, SYPHER is too busy doing work in their own jungle. So it's just counter jungling on both ends, which is kind of a wash. But I think SYPHER's actually getting the better end of it because they've pretty much cleared nearly everything on the red side for Dark Horse, while in the SYPHER jungle, these small golems are going untouched. But Nocturne in position to try and do something to this level 1 Singed. Gets in, he gets off the cube. No fear. I'll just go ahead and recall in the bush. Mid lane and Galio will actually be going up and facing against Karthus in mid, and Twitch going, and Graves, Sona taking care of those small golems as they spawn.
One of the nice things about the early counter jungle is that it will allow Twitch to get some levels quickly, and he really needs it because he's a pretty weak champion early on. So, but if they can play defensively here, then they should be okay. They're actually going very aggressive. We have Twitch with the invisibility, and then Pyri with the stun. They're going to take down Sona very quickly with the ignite, and then Graves trying to get out of there. They had the double heal and didn't use either of them. Graves actually used his heal, but just too much damage.
That passive on Twitch doing all of that extra damage. It's that poison that does it. That poison will go ahead and take it down. And Tara comes in with the stun here on Graves. Twitch gets just one attack off, and all that poison forcing Graves to use the red potion to make sure that he can sustain just a little bit longer. And pings going down from SYPHER to Dark Horse's blue. Looks like Shyvana is actually going to make an attempt here on it, but Rumble saw her coming. She may be sandwiched here by 3 members of Dark Horse, but she will decide to back off. Nocturne will be able to go ahead and take their blue safely.
I think the scary thing about this game right now, Sona, she did start off with a pink ward, I believe. I think I didn't check. I think she had it at the start, but Twitch, a pretty weak champion actually in the early levels. He does have good burst, But because he's gotten some kills, he's going to be very aggressive. He's already way ahead in this game. Coming towards mid on Galio, he's going to be able to get off a lot of damage here. Not going to be able to pick up the kill, but will at least, you know, help Karthus win the lane a little bit.
And while he's spotted in mid, that is Q for bot lane for Graves, and so to do a little bit of pushing on their own here on Taric, and he will have to retreat back to his tower. Nocturne edging into SYPHER's jungle, but we may have something coming in here on Karthus in mid. Q goes down. Nocturne does get a little speed boost. The fear goes off on Karthus. He has no choice but to flash away to his tower. Successful gank.
Yeah, pretty successful. The red actually ran off just as he was coming in.
That's
because that could have, you know, helped him out with some of that damage output. And I'm actually kind of liking what SYPHER's done, you know, with Twitch down here, being very aggressive in lane, but then roaming and allowing the lane to push back to the tower. Since Twitch, you know, when he's visible to the enemy, is definitely a pretty weak champion. So he can have this defensive lane just come back when he knows he's safe and farm. I'm actually a little bit surprised what he's doing right now. He should be farming. Okay, he's going to come back. Just, I guess, giving them a little bit pause to see if he's MIA.
So Rumble and Singed off in their own devices. Top lane, Rumble is actually, you know, the creep score is actually dead even right now. Creep score is actually a little bit ever so slightly in Twitch's favor. Bottom, the farming is just even across all avenues right now, but SYPHER does have the 1 kill advantage from that from Sona face checking that bush on earlier.
Yeah, and it's one thing that I hadn't mentioned. Oh my gosh! But we have Taric in the meantime jumping on top of Graves and Sona here. You know, some good damage from Twitch. But one thing I hadn't mentioned earlier, which is actually a really good decision by Dark Horse, is Galio would normally be going top lane. He does have that teleport, but they started him off mid because they know whoever's going against Karthus, it's going to be a free farm, so it doesn't matter. But Rumble has a slight advantage over Singed in the early levels. And then they'll actually swap probably soon. And in the meantime, we have the Fear going off from Nocturne. There's the ultimate from Galio, so they're probably going to be able to pick this off. There goes the Fear. One more attack, flashing after him.
Yes.
Almost able to pick up the kill, able to grab it, but then Nocturne is going to be able to go down here.
And
Karthus is going to pick up the kill. There it goes.
Laser from space, picking up that kill on Nocturne, trying to get away. That 1 extra tower hit was just enough for him to do it. ShyVana going to chase Galio all the way back.
But as the game progresses, we actually have Taric chasing after Graves here. There goes the Ignite. Taric still being very aggressive because he knows he has Twitch on his side, and now Twitch attacking Sona. They're going to flash and use that heal. Probably didn't need to use the heal, but...
ShyVana is in their own jungle, though. She could emerge to help try and carry off that kill if she were nearby. But you know, Dark Horse only has so much vision in their own jungle.
And I'm just loving this play by Twitch. I mean, just extremely aggressive. He's got 2 Dorans already, got a decent amount of gold built up probably.
When ShyVana is spotted in Dark Horse's own jungle, Nocturne going to come in and discover this. ShyVana still gets the red, but the Fear will go off on ShyVana. May not be enough damage to do it. Galio comes in with that burst damage. 1, 2, 1 more hit, 1 more. This is the Q. Nocturne gets it, still gets it.
And I'm a little bit surprised, you know, looking at it, that ShyVana would come into the jungle with the flash down.
Yep.
And be that aggressive. I mean, it's great counter jungling, but you generally need to have some sort of escape planned out. Didn't have level 6. I don't know if ShyVana expected to hit level 6 from that red buff.
Hey, well, it's. I think she's planning on it, but you never know. But Galio here, 3 people in mid right now. Twitch just edging out Galio, just telling him, you know, you got poison. Push back just a little bit. They want to make that push. They want to kind of cover for the aggression lost by ShyVana dying for the attempted counter jungle. Nocturne coming around possibly for another attempt on mid, I believe. Oh no, he's getting those wards down, keeping track of ShyVana, and Singed.
But in the meantime, Taric and Twitch are going after Ichi here. He is going to have to back out, but he's going to be okay.
Singed is running away, attempting to get through Dark Horse's own jungle. He may not be as successful, but Poison will be doing quite a bit of damage up on Nocturne. Nocturne is not 6 yet. Singed, he has the ultimate, he has the extra move speed if he needs, but right now Sona getting pelted away down bot lane by Twitch. Twitch is ridiculously low now, just 1 more auto attack or 2 from Graves. Could have done it, but Galio comes in. He teleported in down bot to a creep, gets the ult down on Twitch. Twitch does flash away. He may not get away from this. Galio just needs one more smack, and there it is. Tarek trying to get away, but Karthus is laying in wait in the river. Graves needs to get out of there as soon as he can, but he is caught in that AoE, trying to get as much damage as he can on Tarek as he's running away. AoE coming in. Now Karthus is ridiculously low on mana. He may be left on empty. He's trying to get those Skittles to do some damage. Tarek tries to flash in and do something, but the residual damage will do as much as it needs to on the Graves, and Galio may just go ahead and clean this up on the river. If slowly Karthus is trying to make his escape. Can he get away from this? Nope. No, there he is. There's that. There's the last damage.
But
the Galio
Nocturne
needed.
just used his ultimate, which I don't even know why, because he was going to walk into Karthus anyway.
Yeah, it's
but
kind of a waste.
Even so, pretty good exchange. The Galio coming in with the teleport, was
Fantastic.
definitely very strong. I was actually about to say that Galio and Rumble should be probably switching soon, because Rumble definitely can't do that well against Singed at this point in the game. He does have the nice damage against the melee, but Singed is just too fast. Can disrupt Rumble, throw him over, and Twitch is actually in great position to do a lot of damage to Sona here, force her out of lane at the very least, but maybe pick up a kill. One more attack, and there it goes, picking up the kill, and now Ichi is chasing after Twitch here, uses the ultimate. Can Lounet get out of there? He is a little bit faster than Graves, so he is going to be okay.
Twitch, he has his move into boots, and so does Graves. But Graves is actually going on a defensive end. He got ninja tabbies instead of the usual attack speed boots. Kind of a fear tactic, I think they have SYPHER set up for themselves. Dark Horse is building a little bit more defensively than I think they should be. But right now SYPHER is engaging on Dragon. Karthus is there to help out with his AoE, but Galio is not too far behind. Galio ult is down.
They
can't
are
do
kind
too
of
much
weak
about
right
this.
now, though.
Yeah.
So they are going to back off. I thought they could have taken that Dragon, but they don't really know where the whole enemy team here is. And this is what I'm talking about. Singed versus Rumble. That is a very poor matchup. So Rumble chasing him down. One more toss. He does have the ultimate, taking some tower damage, but the regen is too good. And there's the Karthus ult. Is going to be able to take him down.
Wow, leaves her from orbit, finishing the job.
We do have Yumi coming in here, so he's going to try and chase down Singed, but he's definitely not going to be able fast enough to take it down. If he starts chasing him, that's kind of going to hurt him a bit.
Singed is the only, I swear, he's like one of the few characters that just go ahead and retreat in the enemy jungle. It amuses me sometimes. It's a viable path. He has the movement speed. He can do it. And Karthus doing some counter jungling of his own too, getting those wraiths. Good job on him.
I'm kind of curious. We see, they do have a very tanky team set up once again. Karthus is going to be getting a Rod of Ages, so I'm curious how Dark Horse is going to be able to deal with that, because they don't have the best damage output when compared with last game. In the meantime, they're very low. Galio is going to come in here, going to throw off his ultimate. They are able to pick up the tower. SYPHER able to pick it up, but now we do have ShyVana going down, and Twitch and Tarek chasing after Graves, going to be able to pick up the kill there. Just one more stun. There it goes. Twitch is able to pick up that kill, trying to get invisible, but we do have the fear from Nocturne, so 9B, I believe, is able to pick that up. And then Rumble chasing down Tarek. He doesn't have his ultimate, so Tarek should be able to get out of there okay.
So that was, that was still a 2 for 2, but SYPHER got Dragon out of it, so successful push, I would say.
Yeah, pretty successful. I mean, it's, definitely to their advantage. They got the Dragon and even kills, but we do have the tower going down for Dark Horse. The big thing that I'm wondering about, though, is, Galio is a champion. He doesn't have the best damage output. His damage output's pretty good, but it does fall off as the game progresses. Nocturne is a little bit weak in damage in, early fights. He's very good in small engages, when you can pick people off, but, he kind of just falls pretty quickly, particularly against, like, a Karthus and then ShyVana and Twitch. That AoE damage is just going to destroy Nocturne.
Kind of pushed up. Rumble, he's in that bush waiting. He gets the engage. If Karthus is taking quite a huge hit. Sona comes in with the ult, and Karthus does go down. He's still alive for a little while. He can help with this team fight for just a little while longer. ShyVana has to flash away to get away from this. And the stun from Tarek will prevent that kill as well. But Karthus got caught. He just got caught in that bush. And, there's no point for him to use the ult either, since everyone is relatively healthy. And Dark Horse is now actually really coming back here. They've gotten bot tower. They should be getting mid tower very shortly. And so Dark Horse has, with two towers, even this game right back up.
Yeah, and if they can pick people off, you know, they do have a pretty strong team for that. Twitch kind of biding his time. Actually going to throw off his attack. Rumble going down very quickly. Viticus, we had the Karthus ult, so can Twitch chase anymore? Not
no,
able
he
to pick up
lives!
the kill. But it is going to dissuade that, and then Singe coming in. Actually, he's going to be pretty tanky at this point. Let's see if he can get a toss. They should be able to get out of there okay. But this actually brings up a good potential Baron, actually. Oh, 14 minutes into the game. What am I talking about? I'll just shut my mouth for a second here. Karthus, they do have a nice tanky team. Karthus, you know, does have great AoE damage. So it will be a potential later on, but not at 14 minutes into the game.
Well, Dark Horse, they've run through their aggression. They've gotten the towers that they needed. They're back in the game. Gold has is stabilized for the most part. It's not even a 1K swing in either direction. And SYPHER is still doing that counter jungling. Shyvana doing something with Dark Horse's blue. And Rumble is just gonna walk right past. I don't think he even knows. He's gonna hop in that bush. He's getting sandwiched and he doesn't even know it yet. There is a ward. There is an enemy ward on Dark Horse's own blue. And Moopz is just going to go ahead in and take that off with a Skittle. But Dark Horse does catch Tarek off in the bush alone.
They probably don't want to engage here, so I don't know. Hopefully they just kind of regroup. They are at a disadvantage. It's a 4v3, and I definitely think SYPHER, the people they have there, are a little bit too tanky for Dark Horse to tank down.
And Graves is here. Graves has joined the fray.
Yeah, he does have red buff, so if he can get the slow on someone, they will be able to get away, though.
Galio, he has flash and ult up, and while SYPHER's running away, Dark Horse may actually try to make something happen here on Baron, but the Singed is around the corner, waiting to knock on that door and say, hello, neighbor.
I'm really surprised by this play right now. They're taking a lot of damage trying to do Baron this early when they know the enemy team's there. Shyvana flashing over the wall. It does have her ultimate. Galio with the ultimate. They're going to do a lot of damage, but Karthus can follow it up. Pyri goes down, and now Dark Horse is completely routed. They are running away, but Singe chasing him down, going to try and get some damage off, but Rumble turning back onto him with the Ignite. Twitch able to pick up Nocturne, and now he's got the rest of the team cut off.
Twitch might get a Quadra out of this.
He's able to pick up Viticus. He's able to pick up 9B. They're going to turn back onto Ichi here, who's trying to pick up Twitch, but one more attack, able to pick up the kill.
Twitch gets a triple out of that one. Just such an opportune moment to come into that bush from behind while Dark Horse was retreating. Wonderful triple. Wonderful triple.
And it really all goes back to the decision to take, you know, Baron. It's a very even game. They do have the damage, but it's actually a pretty slow Baron. Galio can tank it pretty well, but unfortunately he was making Nocturne tank it. Yeah. And then they've really only got Graves and Nocturne for damage. Rumble's okay at Baron, but nothing to write home about. So trying to take it a little bit too early, and it really turned against them.
Dark Horse expected all of SYPHER to actually fall back. But when they went in on Baron, they're the wrong guy tanking it. So when SYPHER decided to make their engagement, Dark Horse was already at a severe disadvantage.
I think Dark Horse was listening in on the stream, and they heard me calling for the 14-minute Baron, and they got a little bit excited, even though there is a delay, so that's, of course, not possible. But we do have Twitch coming in here in the meantime. We'll throw off the slow and get a little bit of damage. Nothing really special there. Graves is going to be able to come bot and farm some.
So Twitch bought himself the Wriggles. He bought himself a Wit's End. Nice little extra damage in there. Shyvana again going for those double mantles.
Yeah, I mean, they are going up against the same kind of AoE team, except just actually a little bit less damage than the previous game. So probably their same build will work out pretty well. In the meantime, Lounet is chasing down Ichi. He's going to go down pretty quickly with Moopz. Oh, but the heal... able to pick him off, so there we go.
Only the lazy inevitable, but the rest of Dark Horse is coming down. They realize that there's only 2 members of SYPHER down bot, but they decided to just change their mind because they see Singed trying to be a jerk in that bush in mid, but bot lost cause to try and go down there and save it, but they're going to try and make an engagement on Dragon while they still have the opportunity, but I fear Galio may actually get sandwiched here. He does have his Banshees up, but it's not going to really do a whole lot. He does get slowed. Singed running in. He hasn't popped the ult yet. But Galio, his ult is up. He could do something about this, but the defensive ult from Galio is not usually the best course of action.
Well, he doesn't have the damage to follow it up. So.
He doesn't. And right now, Tarek being caught over by Dragon by Nocturne. He does have his Oracles. He does not want to lose that, but Nocturne quickly realizing that he is outnumbered. Singe coming in, taking the point, being the damage soak, but still getting pretty hurt in the process. And Nocturne, what are you doing? You're out of position. But ult comes in, chooses to go in for Tarek. Tarek pops the ult, and Rumble is stunned. Heal goes off. Galio gets the ult off. So delays everyone just enough to keep Rumble alive. Nocturne being focused down. Oh, man, Karthus goes down, but Karthus ult coming in. How many people will he get? Gets one, gets Graves. And Galio, QB being chased down in mid, will not be able to get away.
Yep, Dark Horse not looking too great right now. It was a pretty even game. That last Baron, really hurt them. It looked like maybe they were going to get some good AoE damage, but then Rumble just dropping almost immediately in that fight. Same thing with Nocturne. They were both out of position. And as a result, it was basically turned into a 5v3 really quickly, even though it looked like Dark Horse might be able to get a good engagement. So, really the thing is, Singe just completely disrupting their team, just too tanky for them to deal with. They don't have the damage output there, so...
And then look at... we were talking... I was mentioning Champ Select. I was kind of confused about Twitch, but look at him now. 11, 2, and 2. What a champion. He is getting off those kills. That Poison doing quite a fair deal in these team fights. And his positioning is actually, rather good.
Yeah, and he actually is building... he has a Wit's End already to go along with his Wriggles, so... Those are, they don't give him health, but the Dorans do. But it is kind of a tanky build. He will have some MR since he knows he's going to be kind of sitting in the middle of the team since Galio is going to be able to ult him most of the time. But the big thing is Twitch scales very well off of attack speed. And so the Wit's End will give him some defense and some attack speed. ShyVana going to be able to steal that.
Steals it with the smite. Good on her. But Twitch being caught in that lane. But ShyVana is going to go ahead and engage on Nocturne anyway.
Oh, Sypher's got this.
Sypher has this. I think Sypher just waited for them. Sypher has all the vital points of Dark Horse pretty much warded. Sona goes down under her own tier 1 tower. Rumble trying to make something happen with his ult. Twitch getting his poke as much as he can. And Rumble actually gets flipped into his own jungle. And since he's popped his ult, he's just going to go ahead and just run away from this. Wow. 3 for nothing. Fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, they have an AoE comp, but they were kind of pulled all over the way. Singe is probably going to go down here to the tower. Actually, Galio able to pick up the kill, but Galio is going to go down.
Yeah.
So, there's another kill. They will probably be able to take this tower, but they will have to back up because everyone from Dark Horse will be up soon, and they don't want to give them a Baron opportunity potentially.
Yami with the nice shield on that Tarek stun, but can't do much all on his own. Needs the rest of his team there with him to see if we can't do something back on Sypher. But Sypher's lead now is a huge, huge lead. 9k gold worth. 2 towers up now. Dark Horse did have the tower lead before, but right now Nocturne just kind of wandering into his own jungle, trying to see if we can't force Twitch to do something, but he's stealth. He's just going to go ahead and escape away. But Sona does have the Oracles. So we will see him if he does decide to get a little bit too close for comfort. ShyVana coming in, trying to do something on Nocturne. Nocturne does not have the spell shield up just on the right timing yet. But the ult from Karthus.
Oh, but
quite
this
a fair
is terrible
deal damage.
for Sypher.
How is
Nocturne going to be able to pick up the kill on ShyVana there.
how is Twitch staying alive? So all that life steal. Wow. I thought Twitch was actually going to fall for sure. Well, fall for sure sooner than when he actually did. But he decided to stay in that bush and deal whatever damage he could. But Dark Horse now up in 4v3 in mid lane, but Singed right in the front, being that damage soak, may actually just be able to take Rumble out on his own with all of that poison. All that poison that manages to do it. Ignite going off on QB, but once we hit the tower, I think they're going to go ahead and decide to back off. As Sypher does, Fear goes off on Tarek. Getting as much poke as we can. He should be going down just in a moment, but all the while, Singe is just running around in circles, making that poison trail do its work, and Nocturne may actually just go down to the poison. Yes, he will. Graves, you just need you to
hero Singe.
Be a hero, Singe. Can you do it? running around in circles, making that poison go.
Karthus
waiting
pops
for
the shield on
Karthus.
Singe, or on Galio. They'll be able to pick up this kill as well.
Oh, wow.
So Singe just running around the entire team. That's a little bit embarrassing, but that's, you know, kind of what you have here. Singe is pretty strong at this point, and they don't really have the single target damage to take him out. So
nor do they have much magic resist built up. Like Galio's the only one who has a whole quite a bit, but you know what? That's what Singed excels at doing. You know, farting and running around in circles. That's all he does.
Oh, all right. That's an interesting way of putting it.
That's what Singe does. He farts and runs around in circles.
SYPHER knows this game's pretty much in the bag. Karthus actually wasting his flash there for a second, but they've got the inhibitor. I don't really see any way for Dark Horse to come back or deal with this team. There's the exhaust going off. They're going to be able to pick up the kill onto Graves here potentially. Almost, but the Galio ult does save it. And Karthus actually pretty close to going down. Twitch able to pick up Nocturne though. And
Galio
now
with a flash, fantastic.
Galio definitely not in a good position.
There's a good flash for the kill, but at what cost? Because you have all this team pushing on you. But Tarek actually getting stunned by the Sona ult, very close to going down. Rumble manages to pick it up. And
could this be the epic comeback for Dark Horse?
You never know. You never know.
Probably not. Actually, Rumble gonna do some damage on Singe here, but he doesn't want to chase for too long because
Twitch is laying in wait, but he is pretty low, and Graves is getting like rubber banded hugely in that, but Singe is actually really low. He's just trying to bait someone from Dark Horse to just walk into those that little poison trail he's set up.
And because Singe does have the realize, so he can basically do fine against anyone.
Graves just can't make it back to Fountain in time. He was so close. But Twitch, I think, see, now SYPHER, so this is a dangerous thing, though, because SYPHER, GG, we killed Twitch. But, see, here is a dangerous thing, though, because a lot of teams, when they realize that they have such a humongous lead, will tend to be, a little bit more easygoing and tend to, get overconfident with their pushes. And that was one of those little overconfidence pushes. SYPHER, they were relatively low. They were kind of in bad position because everyone in Dark Horse did just spawn and decided to push a little bit more than they had to. Granted, they got a they're pushing here on the Nexus when they really should have just backed, played it safe, and regrouped. But now we're seeing a little bit too much over-aggression. Singe is supposed to be the damage soak, but he hasn't gone back yet. He's still up in front. I mean, granted, his ult's back up, and he's still doing his thing, just running around in circles, but
I think SYPHER's just waiting for the surrender, so they're just kind of goofing off. But they really should make an aggressive push to end the game. Go after Baron or go after some of these other towers. There we go. Tarek's going to be taking down the tower, but he's going to go down to Nocturne. Actually flashing over the wall, so he's going to be okay. But
see, that's the thing, though. Remember, these are the qualifiers for IPL4. This is not a time to be screwing around.
I don't know if they can tank this. Karthus and Twitch trying to pick up the kill. There we go. Shyvana's coming in.
Okay, Shyvana's here, but yeah, this is qualifiers.
Oh, Singed goes down.
Oh,
down goes Singed.
And he doesn't have Baron now when he comes back up. See, these are qualifiers. Qualifiers for IPL4. This is not the time to be screwing around. Got to take this seriously. If SYPHER gives us away somehow,
anyone
it's only
who
their
knows
own
me,
fault.
This is League of Legends is serious business. So,
hey, there's money on the line, man. There's money on the line.
Yeah, we do have Nocturne engaging. Same with Graves. Rumble actually able to pick up the Karthus kill, but in the meantime, Twitch is just going to work, able to pick up 2 kills, able to pick up Graves. There's 3 kills. Can they catch up to Sona? Probably not. She's probably going to be able to get out of there. But another one fight for SYPHER. We actually have a little bit of a speed up on ShLaYa, and there's the stun. So there's the 4th kill for Twitch. Unofficial Quadra, and not going to be able to pick up Rumble, I don't think.
Runs in the fountain. Come on, what are you doing?
Oh, wow, there we go. There's the Rumble kill.
Okay, there we go. Rumble's going down. That is the ace.
We'll give it an unofficial Penta.
And Tarek just tanking the tower for no real apparent reason. And we're just waiting for the creep wave. SYPHER should be able to push this down for the win. Some members of Dark Force are now spawning, but I don't think it's going to be enough. These towers should go down pretty quick.
Yeah, these towers are done. So congratulations to SYPHER for the win. Hasn't officially happened yet. There's another Twitch kill. Karth is actually able to pick it up.
Yep.
But
Tarek tanking that tower. Twitch just doing work. He can just do it on his own. Singe is up in front, taking the brunt of the damage from Fountain, but now all of the minions are now engaging in on the Nexus. But Dark Horse is actually fending them off as best as they can.
We do have the slow from Lounet. He's positioning himself to try and pick up a couple of kills here. He's probably going to engage on Sona. There it goes. Able to burst her down very quickly, throwing off his damage on Viticus and Yami. Able to pick up a triple kill. Can he get the Quadra? Oh, not actually able to pick up Nocturne. I thought he had the kill on Nocturne, but Karthus going to be able to come in and clean things up along with Singe. The creep should push any second now and end this game. Able to pick up Singed and Karthus. This is major comeback here.
Oh, I mean, it's still, you know, it's still a little foolish on SYPHER's end, but I mean, they've now put themselves in such a commanding lead. Nexus. Oh, Inhibitor actually respawned for Dark Horse. SYPHER has to go ahead and take down that mid Inhibitor all over again. But, and now Shyvana has actually bought 5 Tear of the Goddesses.
Oh, dear Lord.
If this, see now, here's SYPHER thought they had this in the bag.
Shyvana doesn't even actually have any gold, so that it actually could get kind of scary.
Yeah.
You know, I think they should be fine. Twitch is just so strong right now. Their whole team is so fed. But Shyvana is basically worthless now. I mean, she's got levels. That's it. Those, you know, she's got no gold to get any item to rebuy back any of her items. So it's kind of a 4v5. They should be fine. Like SYPHER's just in such a large lead. But yeah,
SYPHER has a 15k gold advantage. Pretty much all the towers are gone. They only have, you know, the 2 on top and bot lane guarding the inhibitors. But that inhibitor coming back up, you know, SYPHER was just kind of screwing around at Dark Horse's Fountain. They could have just focused the Nexus and it could have been a done deal. We could have been done already.
Oh, but we have another kill for Lounet. Can Rumble and Nocturne take him down? He's able to pick up Viticus, trying to pick up Yami, not able to do it. So 2-for-1 exchange. Twitch is just way too strong.
I think Dark Horse now is just more than content with just trying to kill Twitch.
Karthus is going to chase down Nocturne some. Not really going to be able to do that much. Without Twitch there, their team is actually pretty weak right now. You know, they really need Twitch. So I'd be curious to see if Galio tries to engage on him. He's actually just going to let them have this inhibitor. So that inhibitor will be the end of this game, most likely.
The Nexus is healed up quite a bit, so SYPHER just needs to go ahead and focus it down. That should be more than enough to win them this game.
Nocturne ulting on Karthus, but not able to do any damage at all. Galio throwing off some disables, Sona throwing off her ultimates, and can Graves take down Tarek? It's going to be hard.
But not before the Nexus.
Yeah, but there goes the Nexus.
So that is it. GG. SYPHER has won their 2 against Dark Horse. They will be moving on to the round of 16, so congratulations to you guys. EU teams coming out in full force here for the IPL4 qualifiers. Good stuff, man.
Yeah, congratulations to SYPHER. They will be moving on. You said they're playing the winner of My Boys in V8?
Yes, that is true. And so
I actually have the brackets up still, so we can take a look at that.
Yep, so we did have the conclusion of MYM and SK. So SK has moved on, so they'll face the winner of EZ and Frag Zone. Let's see, do we have any further updates to the bracket while we're at it?
I don't think so. We should have some shortly, but definitely,
ESC.
guys. Oh, TCM taking down ESC. So I don't know a lot about them. They're both European teams, but I think it's going to be hard for either of them, TCM, to get out of this bracket that is just absolutely full of some top teams. Curse, FNATIC, Reflex, Chop in the Car, as we said earlier, is Complexity with Chew 8. So definitely tune in this Saturday and Sunday. We'll release the times. I think it's starting at around 11 or Pacific.
I believe so.
But I think that's right. But we're going to have some really exciting games in the round of 16. As you can see, we do have a lot of really competitive teams, and it's all for a chance to come to IPL4, which hopefully we'll announce shortly. But it's definitely going to be, a pretty exciting event.
It will be amazing. I assure you, you do not want to miss this. If you're still in the qualifiers, wishing you the best of luck to move on. But, as of today, SYPHER will be moving on to round of 16. Still, good show by Dark Horse. things didn't quite exactly work out for them, but you know what? Still, fantastic play from you guys. And thank you for coming on out, getting into these qualifiers because we love to see all the brand new up and comers play. Love to see it.
We'll have to see how Reflex does since they're
Yes.
kind of partners
The
there.
brother team.
Dark Horse can root them on, but excellent match by SYPHER. Just 2 games in a row, just too tanky for Dark Horse to deal with them in these team fights. Dark Horse kind of sticking with the same AoE comp, actually a little bit weaker with Galio instead of Cassiopeia, and Twitch just going to work 27-6.
I didn't think it was going to work. But there it is. Those are the numbers. That happens.
Yeah. So thanks everyone for tuning in. Once again, I am the RedBaron at BaronCast. This is at HatPerson
on Twitter.
Definitely check us out, youtube.com/IPLLOL for more League of Legends stuff. We'll keep on releasing content. Make sure to follow the IPL qualifiers tomorrow, Thursday at 5 p.m. Pacific. We are having Dan back in the studio again for a cast with us, so that'll be exciting. TSM versus Convergence, which is actually Phantom Lord's team, as you said earlier. And lastly, make sure to send us in replays, IPLLOL replays at gmail.com. We'll give out lots of fun prizes there. For some of our highlight videos, are definitely, if you don't, if you think that you have some great highlights, send them in to us so we can take a look at them.
And even if you need help with your game, if you're struggling, send us those replays too. We'll give you some help on some of our Learn to Play series. And from that, I think we're just about done here. So for everyone here at the IGN Pro League, we thank you for joining us in just at the start of our qualifiers. We hope you stay with us through the rest of the brackets. But until next time, we will see you then. Good night. Hey Summoners, how are you doing today? Welcome to IPL4 qualifiers. Hitting the round of 16 today. Good stuff. And today, first match for you guys today, FNATIC versus TCM.
Yeah, I'm really excited because we haven't, we're from North America. IPL is a North American organization, so we haven't gotten a chance to see a lot of these European teams. And FNATIC, of course, with their DreamHack finish last year, they were one of those dream teams for a while, and everyone really enjoyed watching them play. xPeke and Shushei, of course, doing a fantastic job. Everyone on the team, playing at a really high standard. So it'll be interesting to see. I haven't heard a lot of them recently, so it'll be interesting to see how they come back. And then TCM, they're kind of new to us too, but they were actually just picked up by TCM Gaming, and they were on Team Enemy Rampage. Yep. So we had seen that they've accomplished a bit in their short time in the EU kind of tournament scene.
Yep. So thank you once again, thank you all for joining us today. I'm HatPerson, that's the RedBaron. So today we got 2 games today for you from our round of 16. Tomorrow we'll be coming back to you with 2-3 more, but for now we got some big hitters. So FNATIC TCM now, and later I believe we're going to be covering Absolute Legends versus Mono Esports.
Yeah, and that's Absolute Legends, as everyone, I'm sure we have a lot of EU viewers, know is a really top EU team. And then Mono Esports is actually pretty new in North America, but a lot of their players have been around for quite some time. Yep. I believe they beat Millennium in the first round.
They did, 2-0.
2-0 against Millennium. So there you go. That's pretty impressive. They have won a couple of Go for Lols, so they are definitely a competitive team. So that should be pretty exciting to watch.
Yep. So but for now we got FNATIC and TCM with us, and for anyone who's still relatively new to competitive LoL, FNATIC is a really, really big deal. Right now they're tied for second in the EU circuit rankings. They won IEM New York. They're 4th currently in the ESL rankings, and got xPeke, Shushei. Yeah. Got the big hitters. It's definitely in FNATIC's favor. FNATIC, we seeded them 3rd in our tournament. TCM is 14th. But you know what? We've had upsets. We've had a Mono Esports upset. We could have another upset here today, but we will see. We have everyone in the game, and I think we're just actually about ready to go.
While we're waiting, I will mention, guys, make sure to check us out at youtube.com/IPLLOL. We have lots of cool League of Legends content. We've been doing out some cool interviews. We have Chowster interviews coming out this week, and then Dan didn't come out in the past. We're working. We're going to start ramping up the how fast we're processing them and posting them, but on a series of like League of Legends tips and advice for improving your play and different strategies potentially. So definitely check that out. And then, of course, we do have Killing Spree every Thursday at 5 o'clock Pacific time. Yep. And then we have the EU rebroadcast on the next day. So Friday at, well, I know it's 9 o'clock Pacific, but I don't remember. I guess that means that it's 6 p.m. Eastern? I think that's right. So Friday, 6 p.m. Eastern is when we have our rebroadcast. Yep. But we are ready to go. Hopefully this game will start in a second. But make sure to follow us on Twitter. I'm at BaronCast, and this is at HatPerson. So we'll definitely be posting lots of information. There's also at IGN Pro League for more information.
Yeah, so if you ever want to keep up with our brackets tournaments, or if you're into StarCraft 2, you got lots of info there. But we are going straight in to Game 1. So TCM will have first ban, first pick, and blue side, and they're going to start it out with ShyVana, which has already really been a key player really since Kiev. The huge counter jungling every game so far in this qualifier, we've seen ShyVana almost played or banned every time, and massive counter jungling coming from the EU teams too.
Yeah, she's definitely really strong, and I think just the tanky DPS nature of her helps combat any potential latency issues, which should be minor, but if you can kind of get going, she's a much more kind of strategic champion, and then in the fight, she kind of just run head on into the enemy. But the rest of the champs, we do have Talon, Karthus, and Sona bans. So Talon surprises me a little bit. I don't know if any of these guys are particularly known for their talent. That might be the case. Sona and Karthus, and actually Morgana, all pretty standard bans. They're all very versatile champions. This is the patch before this last patch, so Sona hasn't been nerfed yet, but even so, she's definitely viable, just not, necessarily a ban. So
right now, Tournament Realm is on the Sejuani patch. So Ziggs not available, Nautilus not available, but also we are also still right before any huge nerfs to like Sona or any huge buffs to Shen that happened recently. And first pick from TCM, Ryze escapes the bans, gets picked first.
Yeah, I kind of wonder whether or not how often Ryze is played in EU, whether he is as much as he is in the NA, because I have to imagine he is, just because of how strong he is, and he's definitely, he's a bruiser caster, so he's, he's strong in lane, he's strong through mid game, he's strong late game. He just, he's strong all around. He gives your team great single target DPS. The enemy team is actually going with Rammus, and I don't think that. Oh well, there we go. We've got a Nunu. So I guess they might be doing support Nunu. Would be my thought.
Yeah, same. I'm thinking the same thing.
My only concern is with the Rammus pick. Rammus, definitely a really strong jungler, and he's pretty easy to get ganks in. But if TCM decides to run a second kind of caster, magic damage champion who has some good survivability, then that can kind of counter out Rammus very well. Having, if you have very defensive lanes, and actually Janna in the bottom lane is that kind of defensive lane, which will make it difficult for Rammus to kind of make his rounds and get a gank in.
Well, it's already difficult for Rammus to get a gank in on Ryze in mid anyway. He has the Prism. Just it's not a skill shot based attack. You just target and go, and Rammus is just stuck there. Ryze can walk away. It's kind of odd, pick from.
And the key will be to see if they can bait out the snare from Ryze. Because Ryze is generally going to be a very aggressive mid lane champion. Yeah. Whoever's going against him is going to try and kind of be a little aggressive or maybe act a little careless, and Ryze is like, okay, well, I'm going to get in here, do some damage. Oh, wait, Rammus is in here, and I don't have my snare now. But the Cog pick also kind of surprises me as much as like the Nunu pick. Cog, definitely very strong as the game progresses when he gets lots of items, has great poke range, does a lot of magic damage, actually, so that does work very well against Rammus. But Cog is also one of the weaker laners in the game. So he is paired with Janna, which is a pretty strong support, but Janna doesn't have a heal. So you have a weak lane coupled with no heal, and right now neither of them are running summoner heal. So that could be a pretty dangerous lane for them, particularly since Nunu is a very aggressive support, assuming he is going bottom.
I imagine Kog'Maw and Janna will just sort of stay back, wait for Kog'Maw to get 6, at which point he can just go ahead and mortar away at Nunu. Because if you have Nunu and potentially Vayne, she's just going to be blood boiled the entire time. And I think TCM is more than happy to play the defensive game bot lane, seeing that. So Gangplank being hovered over, we are getting to Vayne. We are definitely getting Vayne Nunu bot. And
that you're right. The blood boil is going to be key, because if Vayne can get going, then she's just naturally going to take over the game with the excellent support that Nunu's going to provide. The one issue is how is their initiation? It'll probably be dependent on Rammus either running in, picking someone off, or Gangplank with his ultimate. So if Vayne has to be kind of playing a little bit more aggressively, then maybe Rise and Cog or anyone could pick him off. And actually, Maokai is definitely a really strong decision for this jungle, because he's one of the most aggressive junglers in the game. Provides great map control, just lots of counter jungling from Maokai usually, and then he also provides great AOE control in team fights.
Wukong, I think, would actually also be a really good pick against Gangplank. He has the poke enough to deal enough damage as he can. He can farm. I'm pretty sure TCM is really going for very defensive. They're just more than happy staying at their own towers, letting themselves farm, and just let FNATIC let them be aggressive. And I think Maokai is actually a really good pick to counter that sort of over aggression.
Yeah, Wukong definitely is very strong in lane. They're actually going to be having AP Nunu potentially.
Ooh,
I'm guessing they'll probably swap up and have Nunu, or I would assume Nunu bot. But Wukong, he can survive the Rammus ganks pretty easily, and then he also has the benefit of because their team is so Vayne-centric, he can just, jump into Vayne in the middle of those team fights, pop her up. Also canceling Nunu's ult would, help. And they are remaking for a second because the swap was not working, and we'll be right back in a second.
Yep. So, Nunu, Rammus, Gangplank, Vayne, Galio. So, I'm pretty sure, Galio is going to be going mid, I think, no matter what. Because they really have no other... Nunu mid?
Galio, can go mid, and he would be okay mid. The concern would be that Rise is actually a pretty strong counter pick to Galio.
Yeah.
I have seen Galio's support before, so right now they have three people who Gangplank will probably be in a lane. Out of any of them, I'd say Gangplank's the strongest support, but he's also their strongest laner from those three. I would assume that Nunu is going to go mid and try and use his consume and spam ability against Rise.
Yep.
It could be really anything. Galio could be going mid. Galio would probably go top, and Gangplank mid. That actually makes sense.
Right, so Nunu will be support.
Yeah.
Okay. So Nunu grabbing Flash and Clairvoyance. Galio, he's got the teleport and Flash going in, and also and FNATIC's also going for a nice little AOE comps. You have Galio ult, you have Nunu ult, you have Rammus ult.
Yeah,
all fantastic, large AOE range. If the Galio ult lands Flash ult, that's two other ults that TCM has to deal with if they get enough of their members trapped in that taunt.
And that's why Wukong and Maokai are definitely pretty strong picks, because Maokai has the anti AOE, and then Wukong has the pop up. He can stop both Galio and Nunu. So as long as he just has that timed right with his ultimate. He's got great initiation on Vayne. He's got great counter AOE for their team, and they definitely have some good poke and single target burst. Their team definitely has a really strong potential for picking off people with Rise, with Maokai and Wukong, and then Cog, as the game progresses, will have a lot of damage. The primary concern is going to be whether or not how effectively Cog is going to be able to farm against Vayne and Nunu bot.
Yep. So these are your teams. Game 1, we are in round of 16 qualifiers for IPL4. FNATIC, they've banned out Talon, Sona, and SYPHER. They're picking Nunu, Rammus, Gangplank, Vayne, and Galio. TCM banned out Shyvana, Karthus, Morgana. They picked out Rise, Janna, Kog'Maw, Wukong, and Maokai. We will be loading in just a second. We're going to run some ads in just a moment, and while we're doing that, remember, like us on Facebook, facebook.com/IGNProLeague. We are running a nice little contest so you can get yourself $25 worth of RP. So we shall be right back in just a moment. See you in a minute. We are back, everyone. These are IPL4 qualifiers. This is the round of 16 FNATIC versus TCM. I'm HatPerson. With me is the RedBaron. Game number 1 underway. And TCM, FNATIC both moving out into their respective jungles. Do you think we may actually see an invade on either side, or do you think they're just going to both play defensive?
It's kind of difficult for either team to invade. If anyone's going to invade, it'll probably be FNATIC, and the key would be that Maokai is probably going to set up at these Wraiths. So not only is Maokai going to do Wraiths, but Blue usually comes down to these mini golems. They're actually coming down here. They could attack both of them. Janna's actually about to be walking this brush. She throws down a ward to protect herself, but there's the slow from Galio. She's going to be able to get away, I think, with that whirlwind, but she's taking a lot of damage. Vayne chasing after her. If Galio tanks it, this is actually going to be a first blood for Lamia.
Quick.
Able to pick up the kill, and xPeke taking some damage, but tanking perfectly for his team.
30 seconds
And the ward was all for naught too. They were all in that bush. Ward goes down. They all just auto attack it immediately. It's gone. So not only has FNATIC gotten the bonus gold from the first blood, Janna's already down a ward also in lane.
And it's actually interesting. It's really just because Janna was slow. She had the right play in mind to, ward off this tri-brush, because that was definitely a strong play by FNATIC and something they could be expecting. But she was just a little bit too slow getting out of base, which definitely hurt her some. I just want to mention for a second, I took a look at some of the runes, and we actually see Rise going mid, but I think that's kind of interesting. I was going to say I would expect Rise to go top to counter Galio, but Galio actually looks like he's coming mid, so maybe Rise is expecting that Galio is coming mid, and they're, I don't know, doing some mind stuff there. But trying to get these mini golems, but they, kind of expecting that people are coming in. There we go, Yziv, Sol, SleazyWeazy. But I was going to say Galio does very well against Wukong because of his shield. It gives him a lot of armor and MR, of course, and then helps him to sustain as he heals off of the auto attacks. But against Rise does very well against Galio, and Galio actually isn't running very much MR. He's got a little bit from runes and then some from masteries, but not a whole lot. So Rise will do fairly well against him mid.
While FNATIC was going ahead and taking TCM's blue, they also put a ward up by TCM's blue, just so you know if Maokai would come out and try and do some counter jungling of his own. And here he is. He's trapped at FNATIC's Raze. Gets caught out by Rammus, and Rammus is going to go ahead and auto attack him while he tries to run away. So FNATIC's already up 2 kills. It's not even 3 minutes yet. So TCM quite behind, and Maokai actually gave up the blue when he died there. So he's down to red already because FNATIC stole it. He's down to blue because he lost it. Maokai is extremely crippled right now.
And I kind of feel like that's, to a degree, lazy jungling by Maokai. It's kind of difficult to counter jungle Rammus early on because he is actually a very fast jungler these first couple of levels. And you actually, if Rammus does a normal route, blue coming over, he doesn't have enough time. He actually didn't do blue. And because he was in this bot jungle, he skipped right over Vayne and Cog, trading some damage here. But I feel like you had to expect that Rammus is going to get in there and then pull these Wraiths back so that you have a better escape route. He didn't leave himself with an escape route. Didn't flash over the wall like he probably should have, and picked up the kill for Rammus.
So Maokai now meandering on into mid, but he will be spotted. He's not going to be able to press that situation very much, but he will go ahead and wander down to bot. But Galio is laying in wait, and Nunu's coming up as well. I think we're going to have a tree sandwich here in a moment. Vayne comes in. She is blood boiled. Maokai does get the root off of Vayne, but it's not really going to do too much. Present comes in for Nunu. We got flashes going on, and Nunu's just going to get away, but Maokai struggling to get back to that tower, and Vayne, a little bit too eager to try and get that stun off the wall, ends up accidentally pushing Maokai back to safety.
Yeah, she actually had the kill for herself. Maokai had already flashed, so I'm a little bit surprised she didn't just attack and take it. She was a little too concerned. I mean, she had her team to back her up, so she should have been okay there. But that definitely could have helped snowball them a little bit. And not seeing, I guess the safest play from Maokai. He knew that the enemy was chasing after him, and so he was trying to run to his team. But really, you have to expect that you're when they're pushed up like this, you're just running into the enemy down bot.
Yeah, there was a little bit of disarray there in that last fight, and right now Janna and Cog really just they're already playing defensive. They're already being pushed up in lane. So it's hard to get assistance from a lane when they're already forced to play defensively, and even if you have to enter into that lane, you know, FNATIC is already pushed up so far in bot. It was really easy for them to just go ahead and engage, but Nunu is just a little bit too overzealous. He does have to flash away. Will Maokai be able to get the root off? Well, if he does, he's going to be in trouble. He does get the root. He is off under tower. Tornado will not be able to do it. Oh, the slime. Kog'Maw just can't get that last hit off either. Wow.
And
that could have been it.
Again, Cog would have had that kill, had the last hit, pulling off just a little bit too soon. So
yeah, unfortunate.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
Top lane should be pretty even between Gangplank and Wukong. Gangplank definitely has a little bit of a harass advantage early on because of, you know, the parley spam. You know, so we do see that Wukong has gone with cloth and, you know, health pots, so he'll probably be building towards a Wriggles. He can actually do kind of anything, but because he's going to want to sustain against Gangplank, he will probably build that into a Wriggles. And Gangplank, actually knowing that he's going against the physical damage, picks up the Ninja Tabby to, you know, mitigate some of that damage.
So Vayne doing some counter warding actually.
So I'm just going to change something real quick because there's something messed up with the video on my side. I can't tab.
All right, there we go. So right now, top lane, Wukong
Okay,
still doing some harass up on top lane. Bot lane, Nunu is actually pretty far out in that bush. He's getting some very aggressive wards. He just wants to know where Janet and Kog'Maw are at all times. And Ram is coming in from behind. Wukong tries to port back to town. That's the wrong place to be porting, and Galio is now coming in and joining the fun down in bot lane. Trying just getting some more harass down on Kog and Janna. But yeah, bad spot for Wukong to be porting back to.
Yeah, and Galio actually used his teleport to come down here. I feel like he probably could have just wandered down, trying to get in the quick gank, but TCM is definitely out of position for this one because Galio is coming up right behind them. He will have his ultimate. There he goes. He uses the flash ultimate. Really, probably not necessary. They're not going to be able to pick up this Janna because FNATIC was actually, there he goes, picking up the Janna, and now FNATIC chasing down Vaalix. Not going to be able to get out the kill, and Maokai coming up, going to be able to pick up the kill on xPeke. So 1-for-1 exchange, definitely not what you want, but Lamia, you know, able to pick up some kills. So,
yeah.
But you know, Cog is as well. So I guess, you know, pretty even exchange.
xPeke got a little bit too over aggressive there. Maokai was coming back from base. He's coming down to help. So, but you know what? 1-for-1, still good. And right now, Rammus is going to be scoping out TCM's blue to see what's going on. Gets the ward down. CV going down from TCM. They do see him down there. They assume they placed the ward, but Rise is going to go ahead and try and take blue anyway with a little help from the tree. But Rammus coming in. He has his power ball. He's just waiting. He's waiting by that bush. He knows they're nearby.
He's going to try and smite steal, but because he doesn't have his team ready yet, actually Gangplank and Galio are coming in. Farfain, you know, taking his time with this blue, so they're actually going to be able to take this off because Rise probably needed to do some damage there. Rammus actually able to get the taunt, so we have some nukes coming down from xPeke. Janitin is going to have to flash away. He's going to get out of there. Gangplank throwing off the ultimate, and now chasing down Farfain, who twisted advanced into Shushei, but he's going to go down. Inkki in the middle of his team, but he's actually probably going to go down as well. Can we get a taunt from Rammus? Just barely missing on the taunt, and then Gangplank, a crit there would have had it.
Oh, that was close. That was ridiculously close, but FNATIC will be able to convincingly take TCM's blue. And they do smartly CV out Rise. They saw him left lane, so they assume he's nearby, and there he is.
Yeah, and being able to control the buffs this early in the game, they are, you know, at a slight gold advantage. That's definitely huge. They, you know they probably wouldn't go for Dragon for a little bit because Galio did have the early teleport earlier, so that won't be up until about 11 minutes. In which point, Galio and Gangplank will probably swap lanes. Vaalix and Yziv actually doing pretty good in the spot lane, you know, with the control that Janna provides. Not a whole lot of harass from Nunu. He's primarily just supporting Lamia with that Blood Boil.
So we're almost about to hit 10 minutes, and FNATIC has a 4-kill lead, 2K gold advantage, 3K gold advantage. I'm sorry, and man, they've really gotten the early game aggression that they needed. They did that strong counter jungling earlier. They really put the hurt on Maokai's earlier jungling by taking red buff and taking his own blue buff just by killing him as he wanders into their own forest. And right now, just TCM's being really pushed in both mid lane and bot lane, and Rammus is now also coming around, and he's going to be going out from behind, checking out the red buff, and I think we actually maybe start a little bit push down in bot once Vayne gets back in her position. Gangplank now top lane again, and yeah, I think FNATIC's just, they know they're ahead, and they're just going to go ahead and just be a little bit more relaxed now right after they make an attempt here on Ryze. Rammus gets a flash in and a taunt. Galio comes in with the ult, and Ryze should be going down pretty easy after that. Yep.
Yeah, pretty good job picking up the kill there. I was kind of thinking that they wouldn't have time to get in, but the power ball with the flash was very strong, and then they actually do have very good dragon control with Vayne. Will just have a ton of damage, and then the consume from Nunu coupled with the smite. So they do have a 4v3 advantage here, and then also the global of Gangplank. So this should be a free dragon for them.
Yeah, after they take down that dragon, they're going to be up 5k gold. It's FNATIC is in such a commanding position right now, so early on. Yikes.
Yeah, and Gangplank actually picked up the red buff, so that does provide him a little bit more control against Wukong, and he hasn't had very good ward control, so I'm a little bit surprised that Maokai hasn't been more aggressive ganking up this top. I mean, I recognize he doesn't know where FNATIC's wards are, but neither team really warding a whole lot this game. Which is a little bit surprising considering that Maokai and Rammus are both very aggressive junglers.
Yep. I mean, pretty much, all 3 lanes are being won by FNATIC. They're up in creep score in pretty much every lane, every metric possible. And it's just if you just need to, if you need a metric, if you need something to go by, just look at the gold, look at the kills, look at everything.
And the big thing for FNATIC is making sure Lamia gets fed, because they have Nunu, they have Gangplank, Galio. Those are all support champions. Rammus is primarily there to just pick people off and try and get people in position for Lamia to kill him. But it's really all about supporting that Vayne, and they are actually going to come in here and try and steal this red. TCM trying to prepare themselves, but Lamia should be able to pick this up. Is going to grab the red, and that's actually going to be, pretty devastating for TCM for quite some time.
Sleazy was taking the point on that, just absorbing all the damage in the bush, while TCM was trying to get some poke, trying to see what is going on. But, I look at the ward coverage, too. FNATIC, they have the enemy jungle warded, they have the rivers warded, they have all the vision they need in order to just stroll through TCM's jungle if they ever need to, and take anything they want, really.
Yeah, they are playing pretty aggressively right now. That's kind of the mark of a good team, is when you're ahead to, be aggressively counter jungling, know the timers on the buffs. Vaalix going to be chasing down Lamia here, taking a lot of damage, is probably going to be able to get out of there. So Nunu's actually going to slow him and try and get out, but now Maokai's coming up, and he's actually going to flash Twisted Advance onto Lamia. Farfain going to try and take him down with that ultimate, but he's going to flash out of there. Mellisan using his ultimate to slow them down, and xPeke teleporting in, going to get the ultimate on both Vaalix and Yziv. Maokai trying to get out of there, but he's definitely going to go down. So in that whole exchange, just one kill. Going to be trying to chase after Jana here. Not going to be able to pick him up. I'm going to just stop trying to say his name because I have no idea how that's pronounced.
Lamia is doing a fantastic job ducking in and out of the fight when necessary. Ridiculously low on health. We had to use a summoner heal earlier, but wonderful, wonderful job knowing when to engage, when to pull back, and when to re-engage.
And kind of some misplay there by FNATIC. After they were able to pick up the Jana kill, Galio tanking the tower for his team, but no one chasing after him. Lamia not coming in onto that Cog. So Galio goes down to Cog and, kind of mitigates some of their advantage.
Nunu getting caught by Ryze, trying to leave that tri-bush, and the Ignite finishes him off. So Nunu tried to get away, but just ended up taking the wrong path home. But
and in the meantime,
look at
Shushei definitely has an advantage here. He will go invisible, trying to bait out some damage so that Shushei will take some tower damage, but there's the parlay, able to pick up that kill.
He's just going to go ahead, tank those 2 tower hits, and just stroll on out. Now a 6k gold advantage from FNATIC.
And I'm a little bit surprised that Wukong hasn't been back yet, and it's really because he hasn't had a lot of help from his team, so he didn't want to lose his tower, but he really needed to just get out of there, get some items, because he doesn't have enough to sustain against Gangplank, particularly when Gangplank has Ninja Tabby and Wriggle's Lantern. So Gangplank has the item advantage, and Wukong, could have bought some items, but wasn't So they are going to come up and take this blue once again, and denying the blue from Rise will definitely hurt him out. He's probably going to have to go a heavy, mana build, tier into a Catalyst, which is pretty standard for Rise, but not having that mana regen in the early game definitely hurts him a lot.
Yeah. TCM down bot lane trying to get some final, they're finally trying to get some aggression down on bot tower, but Lamia is just she's got too much stuff at this point. She's got her Wriggles, 2 Dorn's Blades. How many? She's up 20 creep kills on Kog'Maw at the moment. And plus you have the Blood Boy, you have the extra movement speed, you have everything that comes along with it. It's just not really much you can do. You can't really push against that without some massive form of assistance, which unfortunately TCM cannot provide right now because they are so far behind.
And the thing to remember is that TCM, they do have pretty good poke, so as the game progresses, their team, will focus more and more on that. Cog, does have the long range, of course, so that'll help them out. But if, FNATIC just kind of keeps up this gold advantage and continues to roll away with it, we actually have xPeke out of position here, and they're going to chase him down, but he's just too tanky now. The ShLaYa is going off from Maokai, and Wukong's in here as well. There's the ultimate from xPeke, trying to pick up this kill on Janitin. Is going to be able to do it. How many kills can he pick up? He's actually going to be able to pick up Maokai as well, and then Wukong is going to go down, able to pick up xPeke, but a 3-for-1 exchange. So yeah, I was about to say, if they get xPeke, enough items where he can just tank the enemy team and be really aggressive with his ults, then, any of this poke won't matter from TCM.
There's 4 AoE ults on FNATIC, and Gangplank can do it wherever he is. Vayne taking a little bit too much damage. But like I said, FNATIC is just so far ahead in the lead right now. It's a 8K gold advantage. Pretty good right now at this point, and we're 17 minutes in. We're not even at the 20-minute mark yet.
Yeah, and they took top tower here. Mid tower is going to go down, but actually below half. Because I guess Vayne and Nunu had been pretty aggressive so far, so that one probably won't last very long. Dragon is up, so they are all going to be grouping around here. And TCM definitely isn't in the position to kind of deny this dragon. Even if they all group up, it's because they're a little bit behind. They need to kind of be slower with their damage, try and poke FNATIC down some. They can't just do a full head-on fight, which is what FNATIC wants. And that's the big thing. When you have a strong AoE team, when you have this strong teamfight team, you can just force objectives, and you're either going to get the objective for free or force the enemy into a fight that is to your benefit.
Mostly they're going to be getting those objectives for free because since TCM is they're so pushed in, they're so far behind, they now don't have the ward coverage that they really should be having. They have really nothing in the river. They have 1 offensive ward in the Tribush top lane and a defensive ward by their Wraiths. That's really all they've got. And while in the meantime, FNATIC has just been warding aggressively all game. Pretty much every buff, any bushes, any entry spots that TCM may come in to try and stop their attempts at stealing their buffs, but as we said before, it's kind of all for naught. FNATIC is forcing the fights. They know they can win.
Yeah, and I'm kind of intrigued by this team comp that they're running. It should be interesting to see how TCM deals with it. But FNATIC's team definitely pretty strong early. Their primary weakness is Galio in lane. But, I don't know, through the mid-game, they definitely have great teamfight advantage. Galio doing fine, and actually Shushei coming up onto Inkki here. And the rest of his team is behind, so is going to be able to pick up the kill. And that's just unfortunate. So, once again, extending the lead. But having all these champions whose primary goal is to win their lane and then buff Vayne in teamfights is, pretty exciting.
That is the second time Inkki has died in that bush, trying to either outmaneuver or recall back to base. So I would highly recommend, and sometimes sometimes you can get away with it if your team is on the aggressive end. If you're being aggressive, sometimes you can recall wherever you like, but if you're playing defensive, if most of your lanes are being pushed, if the other team is extremely aggressive, it's just not going to work, especially if they have a Rammus, which they do, and Rise is trying to defend top tower, but Galio and Gangplank are just too much for him to handle. And right now also in bot lane, Nunu is getting caught out of position, but he will flash away, should be able to get away just fine. And Maokai in the middle of everything. Vayne is just sticking back. getting as much damage as she can on everyone, having to roll away, but Kog'Maw with the aggressive flash, trying to get that one last attack on her, and Maokai will still give chase. Nunu is still alive. Kog'Maw getting caught in the bot bush. Janna has no choice but to ult to try and fend off FNATIC for as long as they can, but it is all for naught. Kog'Maw will go down to that one last blast from xPeke, and Janna will follow soon as Rammus gets the Powerball and the taunt, and there it is, and Janna should go down in just a moment.
Yeah, and pretty good map control once again by FNATIC. TCM, trying to get back in this game, almost picking up the Vayne kill, flashing just as that caustic spittle or whatever was going to hit her.
Yeah.
But I don't know, FNATIC doing a pretty good job. They should probably just alternate between lanes, pushing back and forth. Ryze is up here with Maokai, though, and Ryze is definitely going to deal a lot of damage. Farfain is going to go down, but xPeke is pretty close to following, but actually Ryze is going to run away. He probably could have picked up the Galio kill and then turned onto Rammus, but he didn't have good ward coverage, didn't recognize actually Vayne coming down here, so now no kills, and he's probably pretty close to going down. Actually, Vayne taking a lot of damage from that tower. One more hit would have done it, and now Kog probably won't be able to chase them. Yeah, Galio's just too fast, but Wukong able to take the top tower in the meantime.
Yeah, I mean, Kog'Maw, he does have the huge range projectile, but Vayne, being as she is, she can just easy tumble away from any kind of barrage that Kog'Maw can throw, and that's why she's been able to get away from a lot of these fights. She can tumble away, retreat, and blood boiled, so she has the extra movement speed as well. We saw Maokai try and chase her during that last major fight, just could not catch up, just could not twisted advance her.
And I think the primary concern for TCM coming forward, not only are they really far behind, so FNATIC's going to continue taking these advantages, but TCM kind of had to look forward to their team fight presence. And because Kog was in a difficult lane, he had to go Wriggles and then deciding to go 3 Doran's Blades. So that will give him a decent amount of damage early on. It is a pretty strong build early, but the lack of heavy damage items won't allow him to be as much of a presence in these team fights as you would like.
Yeah. Usually stacking of Doran's Blades on many characters, bot, mid, top, wherever. Usually when you stack 3 of them, it's kind of an indication that the player feels that they're behind in lane. They feel they need that extra health. They feel they just need a little bit of everything. And right now, FNATIC is getting their wards placed ready. They're about ready to attempt Baron. They know if TCM will be approaching. They have fantastic coverage. They have everything they need. They may just go ahead, camp out the bush, force the fight, and if they can force the successful fight at Baron, that should be GG if they can do it. But PK staying behind, because if TCM does come in, the first thing we need to see is a very, very sweet Galio ult to get off that wonderful initiation. We may have it. We just got Kog'Maw on the edge, just on the edge of that ult, but Janna has to go in with the ult. Maokai's a little bit too far ahead. He's getting focused down. Nunu ult going down. Try and get those slows off and everyone, and Ryze try and get away. He's out on the outskirts. Rammus coming in as the Powerball, getting the kill off on Kog'Maw. Ryze has no choice but to run. He may actually fall under his own tower if FNATIC wishes it to be, but it's not even really a necessity. But Rammus is going to go ahead and Powerball, and we're going in for the dive. Comes in with the flash taunt. There he is. Vayne comes in with the ace. Wonderful job by FNATIC.
And they are pinging Baron. They probably don't have enough survivability. xPeke could tank it for them, so there is the potential, but actually, never mind. The enemy team's back too soon. That fight lasted so long, they're already respawning. So they are just going to back. They do want to come back to Baron right away, though, because there is the potential that TCM could try, for the risky counter Baron, just because they need something to get them back into this game. So that could help stall the game some for them.
Yep. Because FNATIC backed, there is a very ridiculously small window for TCM to go ahead and take Baron from under their nose. But remember, everything in that area is warded. If they do go for it, FNATIC will know. And if TCM did have Dragon warded, usually if you have a team that's going for Dragon, that's usually just enough time to grab Baron if you're in position to do so. But TCM is not, so FNATIC will get this free Dragon. TCM is stuck. They're all gathering in mid lane. They may just be able to wander over to Baron and take that as well.
Yeah, it's actually the right play for them to ignore Baron right now and just kind of push. So, they took the Dragon, and then they should just kind of push these lanes. There's no need for them to go to Baron. They can use the Baron to force fights if they like, but really the only potential for TCM to come back into this game is if FNATIC, gets careless with their Baron and, maybe loses a fight to TCM or loses the Baron. I don't think there's that much of a potential for it at this point in the game. But that's really TCM's only potential for coming back. And Galio is going to split push bottom, so they should just kind of stall here. They should actually probably come up and try and steal this blue. They are probably strong enough where they can 4v5, but Galio will have his teleport. So we do have the engage from Inkki coming in onto the team, but SleazyWeazy was fine with tanking that. Maokai Trissy advancing into Lamia, but she's going to be fine as well. And there's the teleport flash ult into the rest of the team, but xPeke is going to have his ult canceled. He's now chasing after the enemy team, and FNATIC Lamia is going to be able to pick up the kill onto Wukong. There's the Janna kill. Shushei still trying to get in on Cog. He will have the movement speed buff from Galio, so they are going to be able to pick that up as well. And now they really could just push down a lane. Actually, none of the lanes are pushed, so they might decide to go for Baron. There is the surrender. So congratulations to FNATIC picking up the win over TCM in game number 1 of this best of 3.
Good stuff. Good stuff from FNATIC. TCM did really have a rough start on that one, but I will give them credit, though. That last fight, Janna saved the ult for the right time, and she was just far away enough from Galio in order for her push to just cancel the ult. That was a good play, but then again, it was just a little bit too little, too late, unfortunately.
Yeah, and they, FNATIC, a little bit surprised by their comp, but definitely, works very well. It's really a Vayne-centric comp, like I said, for team fights. It's it's the super DPS and then the supports. We used to see a lot of that. I guess almost 2 years in a little over a year ago. That was kind of the big play in professional League of Legends. But seeing it come back did work nicely. Gangplank just going to work on Wukong top. Never saw a gank top, which is surprising because Wukong is a very aggressive top lane. You primarily have him in the lane, one for aggression in the team fights, and they did have some potential with Wukong. But really, you have Wukong so that you can just you have the potential to burst down your enemy, your opponent in the lane. And if they could have gotten a Maokai gank onto Gangplank, they would have had the potential there for Wukong to pick up some kills. Instead, Maokai, kind of a couple of misplays, not really ever able to get involved in the game. And because, both teams actually took Clairvoyance, so the Clairvoyance did help them keep control of where the junglers were to prevent some of those aggressive ganks. But really it came down to Rammus versus Maokai in that early game.
Yeah, and Maokai just got shut down so badly. We had the early invade from FNATIC. And Maokai lost blue on a little bit of an aggressive counter jungling play, a little bit careless on that. But I gotta give props to FNATIC. Their team comp was wonderful because if one person on their team gets off their AoE ult, everyone else gets their AoE ult for free pretty much, and that's a dead TCM. So we're gonna get everyone in the lobby for game number 2 coming up shortly. So while we're going to commercial, remember, follow us on Twitter. He's at Baroncast. I'm at HatPerson. If you want to follow anything going on with the IGN Pro League, just at IGN Pro League right there on Twitter. And also remember, we're always looking for replays. We do have our top 5 series. We have our Learn to Play series. So if you have an awesome play you want to send us, IPL4replays@gmail.com. Same address. If you're new to the game, if you're having trouble, send us that replay too. We'll help you out. So while we're waiting for everyone to get into the game, we're just going to go to a quick commercial, so we will be back in a moment. This is IPL4 Qualifiers. This is a round of 16. We'll be back in a minute. Welcome back, everyone. These are IPL4 qualifiers. We've hit the round of 16. I'm HatPerson. With me is the RedBaron. And pretty soon we're going to hit up FNATIC versus TCM game number 2. We're just waiting for everyone to get into the room.
Lamia's MIA. We gotta find him out. But
yeah. But game 1, dude. Game 1 was just absolute domination by FNATIC just from the get-go. From the start, early kill on Janna. She tried to place down a ward, but was just a little bit too slow into draw. Could not get away.
Yeah, and I think the big thing is that TCM needed a little bit better map presence early in the game, but at the same time, I see all of their picks, were pretty strong picks in the lane.
Yeah.
Ryze, definitely a really strong pick. Maokai, one of the things he does is map control. I mean, he's one of the strongest, champions in the game for map control. So I'm not really sure how they'll improve in that area. Not losing the early first blood and then, they're getting 3 kills behind early definitely, hurts. So it's really just safer play. Janna, I guess, get out of base a little bit sooner so she can drop that ward and not get picked off, right away. But I don't know, FNATIC just kind of in control the entire game. It was nice to see that, FNATIC is still this kind of top team that we've come to think of them as. They, were definitely really aggressive as far as team presence, getting all the buff controls, the blue and red as they were spawning. Everything kind of worked out for them. They could have had maybe a little bit more farm in lanes. They were actually a little bit low on farm, but that was primarily because they were kind of roaming as a team and picking up a lot of kills. Vayne probably could have stayed in lane and farmed a little bit, stronger since their whole team was focused around her as the carry, but picked up some kills, worked out for them.
Well, I mean, FNATIC, they're out here proving that they are indeed one of the top teams in the world. I mean, they're second in the EU circuit. They've won IEM. They're one of the top 5 teams in the world right now, and in contention for top 3 in the EU. So they're here. There's a reason they're the 3rd seed right now. So I think M5's also in the brackets. We may be seeing some good stuff from them as well. We also got other huge teams. Curse is still in the bracket, and later on today, Absolute Legends EU versus Mono Esports. But right now, we're gonna hit game number 2. Everyone's here. We're ready to go, and FNATIC starting out the bans just like they did last time. Talon first ban, and why? That is a bit of an odd ban. Do you think it's probably just a think of it as a personal preference?
Honestly, I would probably allow them to just play Talon. I'm assuming that one of the players on TCM is very well known for his Talon. Probably does very well in the solo queue ladder or whatnot. But with the type of team that FNATIC was running, Talon really needs to get some early kills and needs to get a lot of farm in order to be effective. And if FNATIC is still very aggressive in ganking, in moving around as a team to take objectives, Talon could fall behind pretty quickly and then just be completely worthless in team fights. But I think their primary concern was with that someone either plays them, or because they were running such a carry-heavy comp around Lamia, that if they allow TCM to get an assassin that they're comfortable with, they would be able to take out Vayne, and then a lot of their damage is gone. They didn't really have a lot of damage other than Vayne, so that they had Gangplank, but that might have hurt them. So I guess that's the thought. Probably could have left it in, but it worked out for them last game. The rest of the bans, Karthus and SYPHER from TCM, and then Sona from FNATIC. Sona just an all-around strong champion, and Karthus and SYPHER, as they farm, have AoE damage and are a very safe farm and good at stalling the game. SYPHER, very excellent at clearing waves and just stalling out that game until late game.
Yep. Up until the Ryze ban, we were looking at very similar bans to the last game. Karthus, SYPHER, Talon, and Sona were all banned out game 1. Shyvana and Morgana were the other 2 bans game 1, so we'll see if TCM picks one of those. Galio, targeted ban, do not want xPeke playing that again. So Shyvana and Morgana are up for grabs, and we'll see if xPeke grabs either one of those for his team. So I think the Shyvana pick would be fantastic right now. They have the aggressive play style. They were successful in counter jungling even without her. Now they have her. Now it's going to be even a harder time for TCM to try and defend the aggressive counter jungle.
Yeah, and I would pick up Morgana if I was TCM right now, because I really wouldn't want FNATIC to have Morgana. She will be safe in lane. does have the ultimate, of course,
Mhm.
one of the safest champions in the game. But if FNATIC is able to pick up Morgana, she could kind of take the place of Galio. So TCM going to pick that up.
Yes.
I'm not sure what else TCM would pick. They'll probably, actually, Skarner. A little bit surprising. Skarner, he definitely is more aggressive than Maokai. Maokai a little bit stronger in counter jungle, I think. But Skarner is, very fast jungler, very good in counter jungle, and then good at picking people off. So if TCM is looking to get some early kills to try and, snowball themselves, that could definitely work out in their favor. The concern will be whether or not, they can get in on FNATIC, because Skarner, if he's not able to pick up those kills, can kind of fall behind a little bit.
Yep. So Nunu and Gangplank being picked up by FNATIC. I believe they're going to be going for another good AoE comp. So, and they still need to pick their range. They still need to pick their mid. But yeah, if it worked for him first game, Nunu support did so wonderfully with Vayne, and Vayne has not been banned out. So if I were TCM, I'd try and take her. But Misfortune being hovered over. We've been seeing also like a lot of Team Solo Mid has actually been picking up Misfortune quite a bit.
Yeah, and Misfortune, she is kind of, I don't know, a one-man team fight. She can do everything. She's got great AoE. She's got great DPS. She's one of the strongest laners in the game. She's got a short attack range, which is really her only downfall.
Yeah.
But she's got lots of mobility, and we see, TCM definitely has a little bit more of an aggressive team. Bot lane definitely was probably a weakness of theirs last game. So because they already see that FNATIC is going for that same super carry team, they've got the Nunu and they've got the Gangplank to buff up their AD carry, they pick Misfortune to try and counter that out some. And now if they can get another aggressive support bot lane, they could maybe make it difficult for Lamia to farm and set them behind in team fights.
So I'm expecting the Vayne pick. Ooh, can we Orianna?
It'd be interesting to see Orianna. I haven't seen her in a while. I tried playing her after the nerfs, and her range was just a little bit low. They did buff her range some, so she definitely has great AoE. And particularly if they can get people into the middle of these ultimates, it will kind of work like a weaker Galio ultimate, but it is at range, so they do actually have excellent poke, and that's actually kind of where they're going right now. Is I'm actually more and more I'm seeing this is they've got a really excellent team, because Kog'Maw will have the long range. He will be that super carry as the game progresses, and Yorick probably a little bit better of a pick. Will allow them to kite a little bit, but I was going to say, if they try and engage on them, then Orianna can play defensively, throws off the ultimate, Nunu ults on top of that, Kog kind of taking care of business. But the concern right now for FNATIC is going to be Misfortune and Janna bot lane is going to be an extremely aggressive bottom lane. They have a ton of damage output, and Kog is one of the weakest laners in the game. So if they can prevent that farm, that could really hurt them out a lot.
Yep. So these are your bans and picks for game number 2. FNATIC has banned out Talon, Sona, and Ryze, picking up for themselves Shyvana, Nunu, Gangplank, Yorick, and Kog'Maw. TCM, they've banned out Karthus, Sivir, and Galio, and picked up Morgana, Skarner, Riven, Misfortune, and Janna. So, I mean, we saw, FNATIC was definitely going for. They have their Nunu support, they have their Gangplank, they have their two huge AoE ults. It did so much for them game 1. Yorick, I mean, he definitely has the splash damage to definitely do something, and you get that ult off. In Shyvana, I do not expect to see die at all. Like every team fight, I'm pretty Yorick is just going to be ulting Shyvana, keeping her in the middle of the fight, fire all around, dealing damage to everybody. And so I mean, a lot of aggressive counter jungling, I believe, again from FNATIC this game.
Yorick will actually be looking to primarily allow their team to kite. He will have the slow, so they can play defensively and wait until they have an excellent engage on the enemy team, and then the ult on Yorick will work very well with Kog'Maw. Kog is actually one of the strongest champions in the game for Yorick 2 ultimate. Just going to be able to throw off that Gatling gun kind of long range turret. So that that'll definitely help them out a lot, particularly if Kog'Maw can get fed. The one concern for their team right now is that they're very high on magic damage. So Kog will be building physical damage items, and that will help balance them out some with Kog and Gangplank. You know, as opposed to like the kind of the old standard Kog'Maw, you would run Wits End or Madreds or something like that. So we'll probably be seeing like an Infinity Edge. We could see actually Wriggles and the Dorans could help them out, particularly since they're going against such an aggressive lane with Misfortune and Janna. But that's really going to be key. And Riven's also very aggressive top. You know, Yorick does very well against Riven because Yorick tends to win lanes against people who don't have very good sustain, just, with his sustain and spam ability. But Riven will be very safe in that lane. You know, she won't be able to be that aggressive against Yorick because the ghouls will prevent Riven from jumping into him. They'll just stop her, Qs if he just ghouls her. But
actually, not only that, he's also going to be putting a Skarner at a disadvantage too, because if Skarner's slowed, he's going to be at such a huge disadvantage to try and get that ult off on anyone.
Yeah, but that's true. That is going to hurt him a lot because Skarner, you're right. He is all about movement speed initiation, so he generally needs to get an early ShLaYas and whatnot. So that will hurt him in fights, but it will mean that most of the action will be centered around bot lane and mid lane. And, Janitin on Morgana is going to be very safe in that lane, so I'm not really sure whether or not he'll be able to get in on Gangplank, but Gangplank should be able to just farm there. And actually, Gangplank's Parlay is a physical damage ability. So Morgana, she will be vulnerable to that harass. She does have her spell vamp from her passive, but her shield will not block the Parlays. And, that slow and that harass damage, could help Gangplank control that lane. Yep.
Morgana's shield, it does prevent magic damage. It does prevent the status effects, magic things like that, but does not prevent against a gun, unfortunately. So these are your teams. Game 2, FNATIC versus TCM. This is the round of 16. The winner of this game will go on to play the winner of Reflex versus Curse. We will be going into this just shortly. I am HatPerson. With me is the RedBaron. As always, hit us up on Twitter at IGN Pro League, Facebook.com/IGN Pro League, and go there, win yourself $25 worth of RP.
Yeah, that's right. IGN Pro League on Facebook. You sign up, you get there's a raffle. There's 5 $25 RP cards given away.
So, and while this game is loading up, we're going to go to commercial real quick. So we will see you in a moment. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the IPL4 qualifiers. This is the round of 16, FNATIC versus TCM. We're going to game number 2. I'm HatPerson. With me is the RedBaron. FNATIC, TCM, both getting into position. I believe we're going to see some more aggressive play from FNATIC. And I got to say, I'm ridiculously worried for Skarner. He was picked second by TCM. In FNATIC, he got Nunu, Yorick, Kog'Maw, all with that ability to slow him down. So I'm worried. I'm worried about his effectiveness later on.
Yeah, and actually, my biggest concern is probably Riven. Skarner, he always has that kind of pick-off ability. Riven is a very strong laner. We actually have xPeke kind of wandering up here, is going to be able to block that snare. Oh, actually, there it goes. The snare on the Lamia, so Lamia is taking a lot of damage here. Inkki's going to have to back out. Skarner in the middle of their team, but he's actually very close to going down, flashes away, and now xPeke, you know, with FNATIC, it is a complete rout. They are going to be able to pick up the kill into Farfain. There's the shield from Janna, is going to be able to prevent that damage. In the meantime, Vaalix flashing over the wall, SleazyWeazy chasing after him, going to try and pick up a kill, so not able to get any of these kills. That's very fortunate for TCM because FNATIC just completely dominated that fight.
I thought Skarner was going to go down for sure. That parlay. And Janna was late on to draw for that shield, too. I'm sure that was under 20 health.
Yeah, it was pretty low. I was about to say, though, my primary concern for their team is they picked Riven, who's a very aggressive, you know, top lane, but to go against them, instead of, you know, Gangplank, who Riven would have done pretty well against, they've got Yorick, and Yorick, you know, definitely has a slight advantage over Riven in game. Like, he won't prevent Riven from farming. She'll do very well there, but primarily their focus is going to be bot lane. And actually, we have the snare going off on xPeke, and now here's the first blood. xPeke is going down, and that's just unfortunate. I was about to say that xPeke will be very safe in this top lane, and his teleport will allow them great control over this dragon and, you know, bot lane, but you know, maybe if Riven can get an early advantage like that first blood, that assist there, you know, that could definitely help them out in lane.
But xPeke just decides to burn the teleport early. He did buy a ward for himself, so that will give him a little bit extra coverage up there on top lane. And Skarner going ahead and starting off with blue buff. And the wraiths that FNATIC, the wraiths that xPeke died for, are actually going to be back up by the time Farfain gets to them. So it was kind of a bit of a wash, but right now Shyvana coming around behind Riven. Sleazy's got the blue buff. We'll see what we can do with it. Riven's a little bit too far ahead, slowed down by xPeke, stuck in the bush. A little bit of damage, but she will be able to Q away.
But even so, that's kind of the start of the damage. She's already low. She's burned 2 of her health pots already, and xPeke is just going to be able to spam. And because Riven doesn't have any regen, you know, it's definitely going to be in a disadvantage in that lane.
And she does, Inkki does have the shield, but, you know, along with the dash, but it's only going to do so much because usually as a Riven, you want to max out your stun first. You don't want to be maxing out your shield. You're not Udyr here.
Yeah, and they did, you know, nerf Riven's regen. So if you're not, she is actually out of all of her health potions right now. So if you're, her health regen is actually very low for the base stat, because the whole point of Riven is that you're supposed to be, you know, mitigating damage with that shield.
So Shyvana going down, picking up the red. Bot lane, Kog'Maw being blood boiled by Nunu, getting off that extra attack speed and movement. And right now, xPeke getting a little bit too aggressive in top still, but Inkki taking quite a bit of damage from the minions actually during the exchange. Minions still focusing her. Oh, geez.
xPeke's got to get out of there, though, because he's very low, and Skarner is coming up right behind him with this double buff. Gonna try and get out. He will have the slow to prevent Skarner from getting in. He should be okay now.
Yeah, Inkki's just almost died to minions trying to fend off xPeke.
Actually, if Skarner had timed that better and waited for the creep wave to pass, he would have been able to close the gap a little bit faster, potentially get in on him.
Inkki, you do not want to be recalling right there. xPeke is going to try, gets exhausted. So, but you know what? That's a mutual back. They're both going to have to, but Skarner's still close by. He may be able to still get this kill if xPeke just decides to remain aggressive and stay in lane. They're setting up in that top lane bush, but xPeke will decide to back. Inkki's going to try and be the bait. Can she be a good enough bait? But xPeke is trying to get aggressive. Inkki's just on the end of that fishing line, just, you know, recalling in the middle of the lane, just trying to bait him out to come. And it's like, oh, you know, you want this delicious kill, come get it, but not falling for it.
Yeah, and Shushei, actually, I'm a little bit surprised to see him behind against Morgana. You know, he will need to come in against that Morgana pool, which does hurt him as he's trying to last hit. SleazyWeazy coming out into this lane now, and she's got that red buff. So, but Shushei will have to watch out because he is pretty low. Janitin doesn't have a lot of mana, though, so they're able to force Morgana out of the lane, so now Shushei can back and not be concerned about falling behind in this lane.
You know, once again, you know, that shield not really proving to be doing all too much against those ganks. I mean, it only shields magic damage. And Shyvana just got in, just started walking up, just started punching her. It's not going to do anything. Not going to do anything to help you, Morgana. But right now, Inkki trying to get aggressive on xPeke. pushing up the lane as much as she can, but xPeke still does have the level advantage. It's up by 1.
And we will notice a lot of these lanes are kind of sticking around at low HP and mana. Oh, wow, Janitin almost picking off Shushei there with the snare. That probably would have been a kill. Because they know these junglers aren't very aggressive early on. You know, they don't really have that great kill potential. Skyyart needs to hit level 6. ShyVana, she's, you know, really fast in the counter jungle, but doesn't have the best ganking presence.
Right.
She's primarily just there to, you know, throw off a little bit of damage to kind of try and win you the lane. But we are seeing Vix and Yziv here are winning bot lane, you know, with that really strong combo. Kog returning some of the damage, but, you know, for the most part, they should be at an advantage in this lane if they can press that advantage and prevent Lamia from farming.
Well, even then, the creep kills are actually still even down bot lane. So it's just Nunu is just sticking out a little bit too much, taking a few pot shots, trying to remain present in the lane.
Yeah, Lamia has done a good job so far, but I think this is about the time when Misfortune should pick up. Actually, a nice crit from Lamia there. I guess we'll have to see how that lane kind of goes.
I liked what Lamia did there. You know, got the slow off on Misfortune, baited out the shield from Janna, and just backs off because you know those shields are not cheap. Trying to get just try and get Janna to waste mana at every opportunity possible.
It should be interesting to see. We'll probably have a late dragon in this game, just because, you know, xPeke, he will have the teleport advantage, so he will want to get down. But Morgana, Misfortune, and Janna are, you know, those are some very strong champions. It'll be very difficult for them to take dragon against them. Inkki actually coming in, and we have Skyyart following up, so he's actually going to tank the tower here. And then the flash from Inkki chasing after him. Nice. They are going to be able to pick up the kill onto Yorick. Now ShyVana's in here, going to try and do some damage to Skyyart, but not really going to be able to do a lot. Actually taking him down quite low, but is going to have to back off.
Skyyart used the flash to go in and get that kill. Just turn 6, so he does have the ult. And Nunu accidentally ice blasting a minion there. Unfortunately, wanted to try, was aiming for Misfortune, but just could not get that click off. And Skyyart going to go ahead and take FNATIC's blue. Good on him. You're already there, you might as well.
When the thing is, he sees ShyVana, SleazyWeazy up here at, you know, that top lane. She has to hold the lane, so, you know, as a result, he's able to kind of get that free blue. That will help him out some to be able to have the blue buff and then pass one over to Morgana, since usually, you know, he would be kind of running manaless right now. Yep.
So now we're seeing TCM on the aggressive. Nice little change up from since game 1. So TCM up now. 2 kills, about 1K in gold.
Provides me a good opportunity to fix the video again real quick.
So, and I believe, and since the Skyyart already has the enemy blue, you can go ahead and I believe we're just going to pass that along. I believe if Morgana wants to come by and get it. Just waiting for this. I was like, Morgana, come over here. Come get this thing. I've got this for you, babe. Look at all this work I've done. Aren't you proud of me? But right now, Yorick and Riven still duking it out top lane. Morgana does get past the blue after a short delay. And and the CV is actually going off perfectly timed just to grab Skyyart.
And the thing is, the defensive play right now, it's kind of to both teams' advantages, but I would say more so FNATIC because Lamia, you know, is doing a very excellent job of farming bottom. You know, so if he can get to that kind of mid-game where has some of those damage items, then that will help him out a lot. Yep. Inkki actually chasing after xPeke, throws off the ultimate, just a little bit more damage would have taken him down.
Ult just was not able to finish it off. And right now, so pings did go down from TCM around Dragon, but I believe they're just going to go ahead and just delay it just a little while longer. This will be a late Dragon game. Just right now, like there's no real advantage in either team. It's only a 1K goal difference. It's not too much, and also there's not a whole lot of ward coverage going down in front of Dragon either.
I'm a little bit surprised that we haven't seen Skyyart bottom yet because, you know, I understand Lamia, FNATIC, they are going to be kind of defensive in this lane, so it will make it a little bit more difficult for Skyyart to get in. But if Skyyart could get in with a flash ult, Janna, it would probably be prudent for her to pick up a pink. You know, so she could pink with these brush wherever they have this I think she probably knows the timer on this ward. We don't, but if they could pink the brush so that Skarner could get into the brush, then he could flash ult onto Cog, and they could definitely pick up a kill there.
Yep. And it's also really tough for Skarner to approach that lane, because as soon as you see him, Nunu's just going to go ahead and Ice Blast him. He's slowed, and immediately he's already behind. He needs to flash ult in order to really do much of a gank on this, but here he is. But that top bush is still ward, so he's not going to be doing a whole lot. And right now in mid, Shyvana is
staying away from that because he does see that there's, or know that there's the ward there.
Yep. So Shyvana did pop in on mid, given a little scared of Morgana. She did have to retreat away into the river bush, but they know she's around. They know Shyvana's around in their jungle, and Skarner's going to go ahead, try check it out, try and get the try and go around, see what happened at Wraiths. And top lane Yorick is still pushing in.
I'm kind of curious how these team fights are going to go. We do have a slight advantage for TCM this game, which is a complete reversal of last game.
Yep.
But they do have a very strong team fight team. My only concern is how Riven's going to be involved, because Yorick and Nunu, their slows should be able to stop Riven from engaging onto Cog. Riven's primarily going to want to be an anti-carry there because they are so Cog-centric. But I feel like it's going to be difficult for him to get involved. But at the same time, Morgana and Misfortune and Skarner, all will be very aggressive and have excellent damage output in CC. So they should, do pretty well working from the outside in.
Yep. I mean, by this time last game, FNATIC was already, out and about, traveling as a team, getting off those team fights. But now we're all playing a little bit more passive. We're just being, there's no real advantage. So FNATIC is just, both teams are just still content to stay in lanes, farm up, get ready for a late game. So we are about 13 minutes and still only a 1k gold difference. No dragons yet. We have some wards down there from FNATIC, but none from TSM. And in terms of creep score, bot lane pretty even, mid lane pretty even, top lane a little bit still even. Riven has a slight advantage top lane, but that's about it. Other than that, everyone's been farming it pretty well. It's just TCM only has the only 2 kills of the game right now, but it looks like TCM is going to go ahead, make a move down to Dragon finally. Does someone have a pink ward? Janna does, so they're going to know, they're going to see that one ward, they're going to take it out. But there is one ward still, the one ward was in that bush up there, so FNATIC does know. Get a Gangplank ult going down. This
is kind of what I wanted to see from TCM, because they definitely have a more aggressive team early in this game.
Yep.
FNATIC is actually extremely weak in this early portion of the game. They don't have any good disables. Morgana can just completely control fight. Misfortune can as well. So it is nice to see them start to take that gold advantage. It'll be interesting to see whether or not FNATIC can kind of slow that down. TCM right now should start to be going after these buffs. But let's see, Skarner here, he does have his ShLaYas already, so a really early ShLaYas will allow him to be more aggressive. Let's see if he can use it. Oh wow,
and Inkki
turned away.
Inkki getting the kill off on Yorick. Yorick did have a few tower hits on him, so that allowed for a pretty easy kill up on top. And right now, Gangplank getting some more wards down the river, just being a little cautious on mid. He does have blue buff, does not want to give it up. And Morgana just barely missing the binding.
I'm still surprised that Yorick went down to Riven there. I just didn't think that Riven would have the chasing power for Yorick, with his slow and his movement speed. But Sleazy going to come up there and take a little bit of the farm there. But I don't know. We'll probably see defensive play until these buffs are up. I think this blue buff should be up in about 30 seconds. So I would expect to see Skarner kind of make his way over there. He's right now going after his own. But hopefully he goes over there and they try and control those buffs right now.
So Riven being pinged out top lane. Shyvana is getting into position to see if we can't make something happen here, but she is wise to it. She was spotted earlier in the river, and she'll just go ahead and dash away.
And Riven's a pretty difficult lane to gank. I mean,
yeah.
Shyvana already not a very strong ganker, but Riven, Morgana are very safe, same with Janna, so not a lot of potential there for the junglers to get involved.
Yeah, Riven, she has the stun, and both her Q and her dash, they both just create such a wide distance away from anyone if need be. And right now, Skarner is in that bot bush, waiting for something to happen. But FNATIC did have the top bush in bot warded, so they knew he was there. Not really, you know, not really much of a surprise coming from TCM, but the pressure doing quite a bit of damage on the bot tower. And top lane, you know, one more kill from Riven onto Yorick, but Yorick did decide to ult himself, but a little bit too slow, cannot catch up in mid lane. Gangplank just getting a few more shots off on Morgana. Skyyart now making his way towards mid, but once again, ward coverage just spotted him out.
And I'm kind of surprised that Riven pick is working out for them so well. xPeke going down twice in a row now, 1v1. We do have Mellisan throwing off his ultimate.
Oof,
Janna is going to
nice.
be able to pop hers. Vaalix is going to be able to get away, but Lamia chasing down. There's the Gangplank ult, actually, so this might make it difficult for them. And then the flash and snowball from Nunu. There's the ult from ShyVana, and Vaalix is going to go down. Now SleazyWeazy is chasing after Janna here. Going to try and pick up the kill. I don't think he's going to be able to do it. He did have the red buff, but he will try and get out now against Morgana, but they are pushed up to the tower, so he's going to be fine.
That was a wonderfully timed tornado from Janna, just to fend off ShyVana just for a little bit while longer. And while they're making the push down bot, Riven did take the top lane tower, but here's Skyyart, gets the ult in off on Nunu. He will blood boil himself to try and get away, but it may not be enough. Nope, Morgana comes in, grabs the kill.
Yeah, and that ShLaYa on Skyyart is, you know, really key. I'm a little bit surprised Morgana waited so long to throw off her bind, because she could have just thrown it while he was ulted, but able to pick up the kill regardless. So 3k gold advantage along with 2 towers. FNATIC really needs to, I don't know, maybe, I'm trying to figure out what they need to do, I guess, but they probably need an Oracle's out. Try and take back some map control. They do have pretty good ward coverage. They really need a ward in this river
and
here.
top lane, Riven and Yorick still duking it out. Like, and just Yorick cannot just get away. He just cannot get away. Too much damage coming in from Riven.
Again, I'm just like completely shocked that xPeke is allowing himself to, you know, get out of position against Riven. Riven is, you know, very aggressive in lane, does have great mobility, but I would think that xPeke, you know, would kind of recognize his disadvantage and just kind of back off and be a little bit more defensive. He went up all the way to the tower, gave Riven the whole lane to chase him down, and now TCM is going to be able to pick up their 3rd tower. If not this wave, then this next one. There she goes, picking up the tower, and this is astounding to me. I don't know anything about TCM, but from the play we saw game 1 with FNATIC, I didn't really see this kind of a comeback. So
yeah, well, you know, see, that's the advantage of being, you know, one of the up and comers. Like TCM in name has been a team for about a week, so there's not too much to be had from these guys. And you know what, this is a fantastic showing here for the IPL4 qualifiers.
And FNATIC, I mean, I feel like they have the team that they want, but it is, you know, kind of weak early game. I mean, it is a very weak early game, so, you know, they will try and come out in these fights later. That Galio and who was their jungler game 1?
Jungler game 1 was Rammus.
The lack of the aggression from Galio and Rammus in that early game is really, you know, paying its toll onto FNATIC right now. And now the TCM is going to have another free dragon, and FNATIC, there's no way that they're going to be able to defend this. So
yeah. So, I mean, I'm surprised that xPeke is not left top and joined the rest of his team earlier. Like, even then, he's still, you know, off on his own in the jungle trying to farm up, and Riven has 3 levels up on him. But right now, TCM does get the ult in off on ShyVana. She gets dragged away, but she is in dragon form. Riven has joined the rest of TCM. She's with them in mid. Nunu trying to get the slow. They're aiming towards Riven. She is slow, but she does pop the ult, flashes in for the stun off on ShyVana. Bullet time going down. ShyVana cannot get away, but she was ulted by Yorick, so she will be coming right back in. Riven trying to get a few hits in off on Gangplank, and ShyVana, her whole objective now is to try and get as much damage as she can before she goes down. There she is. Skyyart trying to get away, but xPeke caught alone in the bush in a 4v1, but Skyyart does fall down. But now we will have a re-engage here right in front of Dragon. Gangplank trying to get away.
They're gonna pick someone else off.
Inkki will try to pick off Gangplank. He does have to force the flash. Waiting for those oranges.
Misfortune's just going to chase him down, though.
Yep.
I mean, she's got too great of a movement speed. It's going to be really tough for him to get away. There she is going to be able to pick up the kill.
See, Gangplank, what he needs... One orange is not going to do it. And the binding, perfect. Yes.
I'm actually really surprised by that engage by FNATIC. That was honestly kind of a lazy engage. I don't know what they were thinking. They were kind of already a little bit behind. Skarner's ult was down, but ShyVana was already at half. Cog wasn't even with their team. It was a 4v5 right here, and Cog was well away from their team. FNATIC actually going to be able to zone them off, maybe get this dragon. That would help them out. But the last fight, they engaged with Gangplank's ult. xPeke in the middle of the team, and now we have the turn from TCM. This is huge for TCM. They're going to be able to chase these people down. Lamia going to flash over the wall, so he's not going to go down. But there's SleazyWeazy picking up the kill very quickly. And SleazyWeazy's going to come back as a ghoul, but probably not going to be able to pick up any kills. But 2 bad fights in a row for FNATIC. And the last one, they didn't even have their DPS with them. They didn't even have their DPS with them, and they went after them anyway, 4v5. And then, I don't know, it was just xPeke, the rest of their team went after Skarner, I believe, to pick up that kill, and then xPeke turned into the rest of them instead of sticking with his team. So that was another free kill for them. So now we have a 5k gold advantage for TCM. It's going to be pretty tough. I mean, you know, Cog is starting to get some items, but once again, just like last game, that early, you know, defensive items, the Wriggles and the Dorans, don't really provide the best fight control. They don't, you know, give you that oomph that an Infinity Edge would, and, you know, just be able to tear through people. So it'll be difficult. They really need to stall out the game, you know, even longer. But if TCM can press their advantage, it'll be, you know, very difficult for FNATIC to do.
And TCM had the best game plan too when ShyVana was ulted from York. It's like, you know what, just spread out a little bit and just ignore her. We have better targets to focus. She's just going to be running around trying to AoE us. Just focus towards everyone else. The ghoul's going to be gone in a few seconds anyway. There are better targets good on them. And even then, you know, the ghoul for the second time on ShyVana almost got Janna. Almost got Janna as she was walking away. They almost managed to kill her and get rid of that Oracles, but just the ghoul time just ran out. So TCM now in a very commanding lead. 23 minutes into the game, they're 8 kills up, 2 towers up, 6k in gold up. With after taking those two team fights by storm, we're actually seeing a really good showing from these guys, and definitely, you know, showing FNATIC that, you know, granted FNATIC, you may be the higher seed, but we're not going to make your trip to the top any easier. And we may see a game 3 out of this.
Yeah, I mean, right now FNATIC just kind of needs to stall, but the concern is Yorick is very actually weak in team fights late game. He's really just there for his ultimate. Nunu, you know, also kind of weak. Both Yorick and Nunu are really support champions, and so they will make Cog very strong in these late fights, but regardless, you know, they are kind of a little bit weaker. So it's really Cog, ShyVana, and Gangplank versus the rest of their team. And right now, TCM just has such a great advantage. They are going to come down and take this tower, and if they just continue pushing down towers, then, you know, they should be able to extend this lead.
Yep. And even then, like game one in FNATIC, you know, in the event they were to lose Vayne, they still had, you know, their synergy with their AoE ults. FNATIC, I mean, they still have some synergy with their ultimates, but it's not to the same degree of what they had game 1. Right? They have, you know, there's nothing really, no hard CC. I mean, you have slows, but that's about it.
Yeah, I think when they missed out on the AoE, oh my goodness, we actually have Ribbon picking up the kill on Shushei top. So once they missed out on the AoE potential, I mean, Morgana kind of shuts down a lot of what they're trying to do with AoE. They probably need to go with a more standard support than Nunu.
Yeah.
You know, he will make Cog very strong, but they did have a weak bottom lane. Fortunately, Cog was able to get a lot of farm against Misfortune, which is a little bit surprising that Misfortune didn't take more of an advantage there. But, you know, Nunu's definitely kind of a weakness right now because they don't have anyone to hold them steady for them.
Yeah. And since, you know, for supports other than Nunu, Sono was banned out, so I thought, you know, maybe a Taric could have done a little better possibly, you know, get the extra armor in that bot lane and the stun. But right now, Skarner flashing in. He wants to, oh, this is going to be the engage. FNATIC, this may be their last stand. Morgana in the middle of everyone, pops off the Zonias, and Shyvana now getting exhausted under her own tower. Skyyart just almost just would not die there for a minute, but the Inkki is now getting in with the stuns and the Qs, all the damage you need to fend off FNATIC so they can go ahead and take this inhibitor. But TCM, they are incredibly low at the moment. You could get caught up by xPeke.
Yeah, TCM able to pick up some kills. They are pinging Baron. They don't have the potential right now. They have plenty of damage if they can get in, but that's not going to be the case. Actually, Inkki going to be chasing after xPeke, and they're going to be able to pick up this kill, I would think. But Gangplank actually coming in, chasing them down, and now Janna's at the threat of going down, and that Morgana shield does not block the slow from Gangplank if he gets one more parlay. We actually have the parlay from xPeke. They're chasing after Janna here with the rest of the team in tow. This is actually a really excellent opportunity for them to just turn and do Baron right now, which is kind of a misstep by TCM. They didn't recall as soon as they needed to, and we actually do have FNATIC going in for the Baron, which could be the huge turnaround that they needed.
FNATIC, they are 10k down in gold, but by taking this Baron, that means TCM can't have it. They can just go ahead and take this Baron, turtle in for a while, and they may actually be able to turn it around with the buff. But while they're doing that, they were CV'd. They do know, TCM does know that they've taken it. Then the MF and Skyyart did a little bit of pushing mid, but they need to get out of there quick.
And that Baron is just absolutely huge. It works very well with their team. They needed more damage. Now they have it. They can at the very least stall the game for a while, even though they're down 8k gold. But that's, I don't know, we'll see whether or not that misplay by TCM kind of throws the game there. I mean, they basically had the game all wrapped up. They were about to take the inhibitor. They just won a huge fight. They, could have just come back and done more of the same, most likely. And now FNATIC is coming down for this dragon, and Riven is top. And, Riven doesn't have a lot of mobility. So the one benefit here, though, is if Riven can come down and try and pressure this inhibitor, if the rest of TCM tries and stalls a little bit, then that could work out for them. But they're actually just going to back, allow FNATIC to recall. Skyyart actually coming down here. If he turns into this river, he is... No,
come on, PK! Gets
almost
out.
Turning into it, so xPeke is going to get out. And
a little bit lucky there. So Inkki now just getting the idea that maybe he should just go ahead and just walk right up to that open inhibitor. That is why xPeke backed, wanted to make sure to fend off Inkki just for a little while longer. But Inkki is actually ridiculously fed now at this point. She just hit 18, 6-0 and 7, 214 creep kills. That is massive. That's absolutely massive.
Yeah, she's definitely strong enough, and I think her team is still strong enough that the rest of TCM should just push down this bot lane while Inkki split pushes top. The only concern is that Yorick would come into this top lane to defend and then have his teleport to be involved in the fight. So, that is a big concern. Riven has been a lot of their damage in these fights, so they'll actually probably just have to wait out this Baron buff and, hopefully have another good engage. But FNATIC... is going to try and continue to farm. Probably won't be too aggressive with this Baron. They'll just allow it to give them back some of that gold advantage that they had lost earlier in this game.
And the Baron buff is a little bit more than halfway done. And really, the advantage of them having the Baron buff at this point in the game is that TCM doesn't have it. That's really the important part here. And, because if TCM managed to get in on that Baron, if they had the buff, they'd just be able to go ahead and push for the win. So now they have the buff. FNATIC can stall. They can get up a little bit of their farm. Especially like Yorick desperately needs the farm. Kog'Maw desperately needs the farm. They're behind in levels by quite a fair margin. They're behind in gold by a massive margin. So they have about maybe a minute or two left to try and get as much gold and farm as they can before the buff runs out and TCM will start pushing again. They already will.
FNATIC needs to get back quickly, though.
They got to get back here. TCM's about to push in this inhibitor real quick. And two people, there's not going to be enough to hold this. And that will go down relatively quick. And TCM's is going to go ahead and play it safe, back out. But in the meantime, xPeke takes down the tier 1 turret down in bot. But trading an inhibitor for a tier 1 tower, that's a pretty bad trade.
Yeah, and I think the big thing is, even though FNATIC has this Baron, TCM they still have a lot of fight control, and FNATIC doesn't have a way of engaging on these team fights. FNATIC needed to be ahead so that they could, pressure objectives like Dragon, like Baron, in order to take, force team fights, because they don't have a good initiation method.
Yeah.
So TCM could probably just alternate back and forth between this mid and bot tower, even down the Baron buff, and just keep on pushing, and just draw FNATIC out until they potentially have an engage with ShLaYa's flash from Skarner. And I don't know, that FNATIC would be able to defend against that well, because they don't have a means of forcing a fight.
I mean, FNATIC did have a small advantage when the Dragon was up, because Riven wasn't around. So really, all FNATIC can do is wait for a time when Riven is just either in a separate lane or back at base or doing whatever to try and get an engage off. But even then, you still have Morgana ult, you still have Skarner ult. It's going to be really tough.
Cog is 800 away from Infinity Edge, though, and that's really when this game's going to get interesting. She already has the Phantom Dancer, so if Lamia can pick up that Infinity Edge, then that will give them a huge advantage in this. And then how far away is Gangplank off of that? Gangplank is 600 away from his Atmas, so if he could tank some, then that would definitely help them out a lot too. But we already see that Misfortune already has her Infinity Edge. Morgana has the Rabadons and the Zonias, so she'll be able to just be really aggressive and ult in the middle of the team and then throw off the Zonias. So it's still going to be a very long uphill battle for FNATIC if they're going to try and get back into this game.
Yep. TCM can get any engage that they want. They have 2 ShLaYas, one from Skarner, one from Janna. So if they catch one person out, like if xPeke just decides to stick around a little bit longer than he wants to, they can just go ahead and grab him. Janna accidentally taking a few shots from that tower, but TCM will just go ahead. The Baron buff is gone on FNATIC, so just going to go ahead and keep on pushing.
Yeah, and if TCM, they can just alternate between lanes right now. They'll push down these towers pretty aggressively, but FNATIC doesn't really have a way, like I said earlier, of initiating. So we do have the Gangplank ult, so it will give them a little bit of slow. TCM probably could have backed off a little bit sooner. There's the ShLaYa's. Skarner actually getting very close to getting picked off. He will flash away, and FNATIC actually has TCM routed right here. Morgana throws off the ultimate, but now SleazyWeazy is going to be picked off by Skarner, and Shushei is chasing them down. Cog trying to do some damage, but Riven's going to be able to take down Cog. Ooh, there goes Cog. Now with the York ult, though, he will try and do some damage, so they're going to take down that ghoul once again, and TCM is going to win this game. That's got to be the GG. They have the fight 4 for nothing exchange. So here goes the tower, and they'll be able to take the inhibitor and then the Nexus.
Yeah, I was the Nunu ult was just so far off from the rest of the team, and Inkki just kind of like walked into it just as it was finishing. It was like, I feel bad here, have a little bit of damage. But yeah, this tower will go down, followed by the Nexus, provided no one dies while tanking it. And then we should be going on to game number 3, people. This is huge. This is huge. We may have a potential huge upset here in the round of 16.
Yeah, I'm actually blown away by the play of TCM there. And I think the big thing, FNATIC actually getting a little bit careless. I think they kind of misjudged their opponent.
Yeah.
The game 1 was just so easy for them. They were kind of like, yeah, hey, let's run more of the same, run a similar comp. Unfortunately, they had a very weak early team, and they had a team that they didn't really have a super comeback potential. They just needed to be ahead the whole game. They had Shyvana for the counter jungling to try and be ahead, but they didn't really have anything spectacular as far as team fights that they could force any sort of advantage. So yeah. TCM just constantly pressuring FNATIC the entire game, taking their buffs, taking all the dragons. We had 3 towers down in the first 12 minutes, I think. So TCM, excellent job coming back game number 2, changing up their strategy a little bit. We'll see how FNATIC deals, but I would definitely expect to see a little bit more aggressive play early from FNATIC. Some more aggressive comps instead of like York and Nunu. We'll probably see like an Alistar trying to pick up the Janna. They could have picked up the Janna, but picking the Nunu early actually allowed TCM to kind of counter-pick that bot lane, which definitely hurt FNATIC a lot.
Yeah. So, I mean, we're heading into game 3. FNATIC, this is their opportunity to try and possibly, go with a different comp, try and switch it up, try and surprise TCM with something they may not be expecting. But in the meantime, while we're waiting for the game, as always, you can always hit us up on Twitter I'm at HatPerson. He's at Baroncast. You can always check up with everything we're doing here at the IPL at IGN Pro League on Twitter. Hit us up on Facebook, facebook.com/IGN Pro League. You can go ahead and win yourself $25 worth of RP. And, yeah, as always, too, send us your replays. IPLLOLreplays@gmail.com. So while we are getting the game ready, I think we're going to possibly take a small commercial break waiting for everyone to get in here. And we will be back in a moment. Game 3. Potential huge upset, people. Stay tuned. Welcome back, everyone. IPL4 qualifiers. We're at the round of 16. We're going to be going into Game 3 of FNATIC versus TCM in just a moment. I'm HatPerson. With me is the RedBaron. And we have a tournament update for you guys, too. So if you don't want to be spoiled, just go ahead and mute us for a minute. So also in the round of 16, we had SYPHER versus V8.
Yeah, and V8 was actually able to pick up the win 2-0.
2-0.
Pretty quickly, actually. So excellent job by them. We had seen SYPHER the other day. We watched SYPHER versus V-Horse, and they were just absolutely dominant against V-Horse. Or Dark Horse.
Dark Horse.
They had a very aggressive early game team, lots of counter jungling. They were actually running that ShyVana kind of tanky comp along with the Sivir.
Yeah.
So the tanks with the AoE damage from Sivir. But V8, a big American team that they've kind of been moving in and out of that kind of top tier of competitive play. So we'll see whether or not this can be kind of their breakout. I was talking with Muffin Cutie. He is from Vegas. And for those of you who don't know, IPL4, it is actually going to be in Vegas. We haven't announced the actual venue yet, but will be announced this week. But, so it'll be interesting to see whether or not, it'd be funny as like the hometown favorite. But,
but yeah, dude, SYPHER was the 5th seed in our tournament. V8 was the 12th seed. And for V8 to win 2-0 outright is a huge, huge, huge upset.
Yeah.
So
They definitely have a really strong team, though, and have proved it for a while. They've beaten top teams like, CLG and TSM. I think they did pretty well in IEM New York.
Yep. And then also, Viet was also at IPL3 as well. So there's nothing to shake a stick at, man. These guys.
Yeah,
I'm
Muppet
excited.
Cutie was telling me, don't say my personal stuff on stream. People are going to bomb my house. So
don't worry, dude. We'll get your address. We'll send it out to everybody. We'll tweet it out. It'll be cool. We'll have a party.
Yeah.
But for now, we got FNATIC TCM Game 3. We have another potential upset here. This could be huge. This could be absolutely huge. And right now, TCM has first ban, first pick. Karthus going out first.
Yeah, it's we'll probably see standard bans as before. I don't think Morgana will be banned, though. TCM, let me see. TCM will have first pick, so FNATIC might ban Morgana to not allow them to have it because it is a very safe lane. I guess it'll have to kind of depend. It'll probably be like their last ban to kind of see how the bans are going. We do have Galio banned right away, who was just absolutely dominant in game number 1. So FNATIC actually might choose to ban out Morgana. And also, there's the Riven in that top lane. I was kind of surprised by how effective Riven was against Yorick, but went like 3-0 against Yorick in lane against xPeke.
Yep.
So
by the end of the game, at a 4-level advantage, it was huge. But I'm expecting a Riven ban from FNATIC. Because they've Sona has usually been their go-to ban outside of Talon, so we may see that here in a second. Rise being banned out, so Sona is open.
Well, they're actually going to pick up the Morgana that was really strong that last game. Did provide them great fight control. I mean, Morgana can just control any fight, and now Sona, that works out perfectly for FNATIC because definitely a much more aggressive laner than Nuno. Sona's practically the strongest laner in the game in this patch still, as far as supports are concerned, unless you're going for like a double bruiser comp or something like that.
Yep, so
but that harass will definitely help them out bot lane.
Yep, we are on a Sejuani patch, so Sona nerfs have not gone through yet. So that will be a very, very tough bot lane, and then
Sona
Shyvana.
and Shyvana. So
that's rough.
They've got to be pretty happy with their comp right now. TCM probably going to be going with more of the same. They do have Morgana picking up Skarner here, it seems. So that could potentially work out for them. My only concern, though, is FNATIC. If they amp up this early game aggression, Sona will give them great team fight control. If TCM has a heavy melee comp or has a heavy engaged comp, then Sona will have that great ult in order to just control those fights. So lots of AoE damage from FNATIC so far, and if TCM doesn't get those early kills like they did last game, then maybe FNATIC comes into these mid-game fights a little bit more prepared.
So Corki being picked up over by TCM, we could definitely use some more of that burst down bot lane, get some big missiles going on. Skarner will also get picked. So I'm wondering if FNATIC is going to go ahead and grab a Gangplank again to try and do something, one less Skarner ult target.
Yeah, I definitely think Gangplank was one of the strengths of their team, game 1 and 2. So they could stick with that and still have a pretty aggressive team, and then they can actually save. They've got the last pick, so they can save their last pick for the counter pick. And right now, I would probably pick out my DPS. Might be expecting a Vayne. They could go with who did they have last time again? Graves. Actually, Graves is a very strong pick.
Yeah.
I was going to say Corki was a good pick for TCM because against Sona is very aggressive. Corki is one of the strongest early game DPS in the game. Does have great nukes early, but Graves with the passive will be very safe there, and actually a Kennen pick by FNATIC. So will give them a huge team fight advantage. They will have lots of AoE, some good disables for those team fight control, and then saving their top lane actually for last pick, which is a little bit surprising to me. I thought they could have picked the Gangplank, but are actually going to hold on to it because I guess Riven does do very well against Gangplank, and that would be the concern.
Yeah, and TCM, I think we're going to take the Gangplank out from under the feet of FNATIC. And here's the thing, FNATIC still, I'm not sure if they're going to be running Shyvana jungle or top. So it gives them that sort of flexibility to change up depending on TCM's last two picks.
I would kind of prefer to see ShyVana top. I don't know whether or not xPeke likes playing her that way. We have seen a number of ShyVanas top, like you were saying. And yeah, it will be a very strong lane. ShyVana will do very well against Gangplank. He just doesn't have enough early harass if ShyVana, goes with Cloth and the health pots. But then that would allow them to pick a more aggressive jungler as their last pick, and that was one of their weaknesses. They had, pretty good counter jungling capabilities, but they didn't have good ganking strength, and because they fell behind early, ShyVana really wasn't able to accomplish a whole lot in that game because, she couldn't gank lanes and she couldn't be that aggressive with counter jungling because they were behind.
Yeah. FNATIC, I feel, right now, just with their first 4 picks, like their only huge, real engagement opportunity is a Sona ult. So whoever is the last pick on FNATIC, we need something good for initiation. Like, granted, Kennen ult is good for initiation, but by flashing in, by getting in the thick of everyone, putting himself at risk. So we need, I think, something a little bit more safe on the defensive end for FNATIC for their last pick.
Yeah, I would probably like to see a Lee Sin actually right now. Cassiopeia actually, so they could run Kennen top and then Cassiopeia mid, and that would definitely be a very strong team for them. So they could actually exchange the aggressive jungler for having more aggressive lanes, which I am definitely a big fan of. Cassiopeia, one of the strongest champions in the game. We haven't seen her these first 2 games, which is actually, now that I look back, a little bit surprising.
Yeah, it is a little strange. Because we had the Galio mid, we've had a Gangplank mid, kind of crazy.
And Cassiopeia, does very well in all facets of the game. She will do well against Morgana. Morgana's a very defensive lane, so Cassiopeia should be fine with just farming up in that lane. But Cassiopeia actually does beat Morgana in that lane. She can get off some nice harass with her range Qs, and then she provides them with great objective control, which is what we saw out of FNATIC of Game 1. They will, Kennen and Cassiopeia coming in with ShyVana to steal those blue buffs of TCM, that's going to be pretty difficult for them to respond to. That'll be a really strong play. And then we do have, Cassiopeia's control over Dragon. She can clear Dragon faster than almost anyone in the game. I'm not sure which one we're doing. Let me see if I have any of these guys on.
But Cassiopeia and ShyVana together, that's a pretty huge combo, especially for something like taking down Dragon relatively quickly.
Oh, okay, we are moving into here.
So yeah, I think FNATIC is definitely in a position for just good Dragon control.
Yeah, and they do have a stronger bot lane as well. Right now, they should have the advantage in every single lane of this game. And Soraka and Corki will be fine bot. They will farm very well bottom. They shouldn't have that much difficulty holding their lane. However, it's a pretty defensive lane. And so Graves and Sona with that very offensive lane, if they can push them up to the tower, go after the Dragon, and then what is Soraka going to do in a team fight around Dragon? She's going to walk up and be like, okay, I healed someone, now let me back off a second here. So not really the best Dragon control, which could be huge. I think FNATIC should be able to pick up all of the early Dragons in this game and use those early Dragons for the advantage into mid game.
Yeah, I think also TCM and Soraka, fantastic pick. They needed the silence already as is. Shut down Sona, prevent her from ulting.
Yeah.
Shut down Kennen, prevent him from ulting. But now they also have Cassiopeia to deal with. And all of a sudden, when you have 1 silence and 3 fantastic targets to silence, you're going to be missing out on shutting down 2 characters. So it's going to be I think it's going to be a little bit rough for TCM to really do any hard initiation on FNATIC.
And I probably would have picked Janna over Soraka. Soraka is definitely a very strong champion. Does help them not lose that very aggressive lane. Unfortunately, the first 2 picks for TCM were kind of very aggressive picks, looking to pick people off. We did see them, looking to be very aggressive in team fights last game. Well, FNATIC should hands down win all of these early team fights. So it's really going to come down to map control and whether or not Skarner and Morgana can be effective. But if FNATIC can first force the early fights, then the Soraka pick, it's going to be difficult for them to win these fights. Cassiopeia, Sona, ShyVana, Kennen, that's huge AoE damage, huge team fight potential, along with the AoE damage of Graves. And, Morgana's going to run into him, going to get bursted down. Skarner, he's going to run in, try and pull someone, he's going to get bursted down. It's going to be difficult for them. So what their TCM is going to be trying to do is Let the laning phase last as long as possible and try and be very aggressive early, see if they can pick people off. But the concern there is Skarner isn't very effective as a ganker until level 6. So we'll see if they can pick people off early, then they definitely have a huge potential. But if FNATIC can force those early fights, then FNATIC could potentially run away with this.
Yep. I think I would have preferred an Alistar instead of a Soraka for TCM. If anything, just for Kennen. Because, Kennen pops the ult, Alistar can just headbutt him away. And even then, you get that extra aggression bot lane if you manage to catch anyone out of position. Alistar comes in, flash pulverize, and Corki is pretty bursty. You can kill someone just with that combo.
Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely true. And, it does combo well with Skarner, having a very aggressive bot lane with an aggressive, kind of ganking jungler, like you said.
Yep.
But I feel like I'm looking at these team comps, and FNATIC is just like, hey, gloves are off.
Yep.
We get it. You handled us last game, and TCM definitely played a really impressive match and was able to take control early and just completely dominate FNATIC in game number 2.
Yep. And
it looks to me like FNATIC's like, okay, we see your 4 aces. We're gonna raise you a royal flush here. So,
so this is it. Game number 3, FNATIC versus TCM. Winner moves on to round of 8 in the IPL4 qualifiers. We're going to commercial. We'll see you guys in a minute. We are back. These are the IPL4 qualifiers. This is round of 16, FNATIC versus TCM. We are going the distance. This is game number 3. It is 1-1. Whoever wins this will move on to the round of 8 and face the winner of Reflex versus Curse. But for now, this is it. This is crunch time. FNATIC, the gloves are off. TCM looking to prove themselves. This is crazy. We have FNATIC, a 3rd seed, versus TCM, our 14th seed. Both EU teams, both fantastic players. This is going to be a good one. Yeah, we did just mention earlier that TCM is actually, they were Enemy Rampage, an EU team, and they are pretty new, but they were just picked up by TCM Gaming. And we actually have, oh my gosh, FNATIC, Lamia getting picked off. Ooh, this is like game 1, but just the complete opposite.
And that's exactly what, that's what anyone wants to happen at the beginning of the game. I'm like, that's exactly what TCM wants. If they can get an early advantage, then that could potentially pull them into this game.
Yep. Wow.
And just walking out into the shadows, that's hard.
That's rough. That is really rough. But, so TCM, they've got their early advantage. That's all they need. They got their 400 gold. And now they can just do whatever they want.
Minions have
who ended up getting that kill? That was Morgana.
That was Morgana.
Oh man, she can just she probably just sell one of those health potions. Just start out with a Dorn's ring if she really wants to.
Yeah, and I was actually about to say they're fortunate that it wasn't Corki that was able to pick up that kill because Graves going with the Doran's Blade early. They know they have a very strong lane. He will have the heals from Sona to back him up. But the downside to the Dorans is that you don't have a lot of regen. So, he would be at a slight disadvantage if Corki was able to recall, pick up a Doran's and a Boots. And Corki probably could have just dominated Graves in this lane if that were the case. But fortunately, it is not. So it should be interesting to see. All 3 of these lanes are pretty aggressive. So, you know, there's probably going to be a lot of early action.
Dude, both teams are hungry. They want to keep on going on in these brackets. This is a single elimination bracket these people are fighting in. If you lose one, you are out. Neither one of these teams wants to go home. Both of these teams, they want to keep on going on through that bracket because remember, top four in this bracket moves on to IPL4 no matter what. It's just, you know, after that it's a matter of seeding. So whoever wins this, you just need to win one more and you are in. So right now everyone's just showing off their muster.
Yeah, and it's actually interesting to me, even with the first blood advantage, you know, Morgana hasn't gotten her items yet, but Cassiopeia being very aggressive early on, zoning Morgana to a small extent, you know, with her poison there, and Gangplank actually doing pretty well top against Kennen, even though Kennen is one of the stronger laners in the game. Gangplank just getting off those free parlays.
And right now, bottom lane, so this is our first Sona. She was banned in every match so far, but now finally get to see her coming out, and this is pre-nerf Sona. We are on Sejuani patch, so she does have all that extra damage available to her, and right now TCM getting a little aggressive, trying to push those lanes out, waiting for Skarner to finish up his business in the jungle. So top
Wow,
lane.
Gangplank just, I'm surprised how much harass Shushei is taking here. You know, has excellent range, a little bit of a range advantage over Gangplank, you know, with both the auto attack and then also with the shurikens, but...
And fantastic ward coverage. Fantastic ward coverage from Inkki, you know, getting the ward right into Tribush. Has gotten wise to how Sleazy is approaching lanes, preempted that, and backed off accordingly. Wonderful, wonderful ward placement. See, that's the thing, too. Like, if you manage to figure out the enemy jungler, if you manage to understand how they approach, where they come from, just fantastic ward placement can just shut them down completely. Yep. Especially, you know, Shyvana. Shyvana really needs to get a jump on someone because she has no CC. She has nothing on her. It's pure damage.
Yeah, but the disables that they have in both top and mid should allow her to potentially get in, which is why Gangplank, you know, was kind of smart in picking up the early ward for his lane.
But
Corki just doing an excellent job in this bottom lane. Does have a 1-level advantage because of the assist, and then able to pick up those mini golems down in blue. I'm a little bit surprised how much damage that Lamia is taking here, but it's really comes down to the Dorans versus the boots and health pots, and Corki does have the regen advantage both with Soraka and then also with those health pots.
Sleazy needs to be focusing on ganking bot. Top is going to be rough because Gangplank's got oranges. Mid's going to be rough because Morgana's got the shield. Bot would be the best option, and all the lanes are just backing off accordingly. So I'm really hoping Sleazy's going to be paying more attention bot, because right now TCM is just pushing like something I should not be saying on air.
I would probably expect, though, that Sleazy is probably not going to focus that much on ganking, but actually Vaalix doing a lot of damage to Lamia. Lamia just walking up into that damage.
Heal.
I'm a little bit surprised. There's the heal, so able to back out of there. But I was going to say, they don't, you know, it is going to be difficult for them to kind of pick people off generally, like you said. And even Corki and Soraka is, you know, pretty safe lanes. So they'll probably just want to farm and be very safe, not allow, you know, either team to get any kills until we see, you know, those early dragon fights or maybe early, you know, fights over buffs. And actually, Skarner coming in here is going to be able to get in Shushei, but Shushei will have his lightning surge, so he should be able to get out of there okay.
And coming in, Skarner comes in. He is not 6, does not have the ult. If he did, that could have been a completely different story. But Shyvana now, the bush has been rewarded. They know Sleazy's nearby, and Sleazy's now just has really no choice but to just go back and killing the jungle creeps.
And I did check earlier, this is AP Kennen, so
Okay.
no surprises there. Kennen actually scaring Gangplank a little bit. He thought that there might be an engage, even though Kennen hadn't hit 6, but there's always the potential that you have a fast level up. So he threw off the ultimate kind of defensively there, will allow him to get out of lane.
Yeah, it was a good call. It was a good call. Better, you know, better safe than sorry, always. You know, I mean, TCM has already gotten the lead. They had the first blood. They're up 1K. They don't want to be giving anything up at this point right now. They want to be as safe as they can and not give up anything for free.
Well, and Corki already doing well bot lane has 3 Dorans, so That is going to scale very well with his Gatling. Let me see, how is he leveling? He's level 1, so generally speaking, you'll level your Phosphorus Bomb first, gives you a nice little nuke.
FNATIC getting a little bit aggressive. xPeke is poking in. They CV blue earlier. Morgana gets the binding off, just trying to fend off FNATIC from stealing their blue. Skarner does get it. He is not 6 yet. He doesn't have his pull. He doesn't have his leash, but and Morgana has the flash in, gets the ult in on Cassiopeia. All the meanwhile, Kennen comes in with the flash and the ult. Not doing a whole lot with it. Morgana misses the binding, and Gangplank is now in chase of Kennen and Shyvana. One more parlay could have done it, but Gun takes a little bit while to reload.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I feel like FNATIC forced that a little bit too much. They wanted to be really aggressive with the counter jungling, but they were at a disadvantage there, so that almost turned really bad for them. At the same time, Kennen, came in. One thing we've seen from FNATIC a lot of times is that they were able to stall out enemy returns, and we saw it with the Baron last game. When they were able to take it, they were just able to stall out.
Kennen top lane has not backed. You're still ridiculously low on health. Staying in lane for any much longer than this, even going back to lane in a state such as that, is really risky. So
she does have her Hex Tech though, so
yeah,
she should be pretty good in sustain there. Gangplank, if he gets this Wriggles, it will be difficult for Kennen to out damage the Wriggles, of course.
Yeah.
But they probably are going to be looking to be more aggressive at buffs and Dragon, like we said. So weren't able to work it out there, but we'll probably see them moving around as a team a lot more from now on.
So I think we're going to get right now. FNATIC is pinging on their blue. I believe they're just going to go ahead and give it to Cassiopeia. Next opportunity, and I think we may have a switch. We may have Kennen going mid.
And they are coming down for this Dragon. That's one of the things that they are excellent at. Kennen did come mid, so they will have the team fight advantage. And then Cassiopeia, she has the blue buff, so she'll be able to take down that Dragon very quickly. They should be pretty confident here because they do have an advantage. It's a 5v3, and they should be able to take Dragon fairly easily.
Yeah, Morgana just happened to be back at shop when FNATIC went in for this Dragon. But I think Farfain is trying to get in. He does not have Smite up. He can't steal it. Just trying to impose his will and kill some time, waiting for Morgana to come in. And here she is. And we got the pull going off on Sona. She's going to be dead real quick. The binding perfect. And Cassiopeia ult getting 3 members of TCM, but it's only delaying the inevitable. Kind of comes in with the ult. He gets into the dash, but Morgana gets the ult off. Kennen goes down to the Morgana ult, and now Shyvana is bound. One more shot from Corki would take her down, and Cassiopeia is in chase right now for Soraka. Soraka may be able to get away. Missile from Corki, finishing the job.
I can't believe what I'm seeing.
Wow.
There, because TCM is now up 5-0.
They're getting the Dragon.
FNATIC just lost a 5v4 at Dragon, and they have far and away the superior teamfight team. But the issue was Graves and Sona were kind of cut off down here, couldn't get back to him, and Sona, just too hesitant to flash, allowed herself to get picked off, really needed to just flash over this wall or just walk around. Take your time to walk the long way around. And so FNATIC, they had a 5v3 at Dragon, but they kind of took too long with it. They were a little bit too hesitant, and the result was that TCM was able to come back and win a huge fight. We saw FNATIC, when they finally did try and engage, it was kind of haphazard, and then Morgana's ultimate just completely shut down what FNATIC was trying to do. So a 5k gold advantage already in this game for TCM.
FNATIC's main initiation tool is the Sona ult. And you know what? You can't use it if you're dead. And Cassiopeia had to use her ult defensively to try and, rally the rest of FNATIC, come in and finish the job, but everyone's just too spread apart, and right now Gangplank is still imposing his will on Kennen top lane. Such aggressive play coming out from TCM. I love it. I love it.
Yeah, and because Inkki here had been doing so well early in the game, and then Kennen had to go bottom for that Dragon, he's got a 2-level advantage. So he's going to be winning that lane. I mean, everything is just working out for TCM right now, and we kind of said that, if they were able to get some early, fights in, that it would definitely help them out because they definitely have a really aggressive team. But FNATIC, I feel like, should have the advantage in this game right now, and TCM just, proving me wrong.
if TCM continues to just pick out Sona and Cassiopeia, taking out the main methods of initiation for FNATIC, TCM can absolutely take this. They have a fantastic lead already, 12 minutes in. They're up 5 kills. They're up 5K. It's as long as they don't have any major screw-ups, someone getting caught out of position or missing a major objective like the next dragon, TCM should be able to ride this for a while. And just right now, I also want to thank all 10,000 of you watching at home. Thank you for tuning in today. These are our IPL4 qualifiers, round of 16, FNATIC versus TCM. This is game 3. Winner here moves on to round of 8. And later on today, we have Absolute Legends and Mono Esports. So do please tune in later today for that.
I still can't believe. I mean, game 1, we saw FNATIC absolutely dominate TCM. I mean, they had an 8K gold advantage at like 15 minutes into the game, and they were just pushing, taking all the dragons, taking all the buffs. Game number 2, you know, FNATIC kind of stayed with more of the same. TCM had a more aggressive team early on and was able to take that game pretty handily. And now game number 3, you know, FNATIC coming out with a very strong comp. TCM, you know, still a strong comp as well, but TCM really just going to work here. We see Corki, you know, 30K gold ahead of Graves in this bot lane to go along with the kills that they're picking up as a team, to go along with the dragon. So
amazing, amazing, amazing play from TCM right now. They're just now imposing their will, making FNATIC do what they want them to do.
And there's the issue with, you know, the Soraka combo, Corki combo in this bottom lane. Graves and Sona should have had a harass advantage early on, I feel. It is a pretty even lane. It wasn't a significant advantage, but Corki able to get that early assist and doing very well. But once Corki gets the advantage over Graves, just the sustain that Soraka gives him, just able to spam out all of his nukes, is a very effective combo. All that, you know, the mana regen and everything. So it is difficult for Graves and Sona to get back in once they've kind of fallen behind in that lane, and that's what we're seeing now from all 3 lanes of FNATIC. You know, Shushei still was kind of up on Morgana mid. That is actually a pretty even lane, but Morgana 3-0 and 2 right now, so it's going to be hard for FNATIC to recruit. They still have a really strong team fight team through this mid game, so if they can, you know, hold off and try and catch back up, one good fight could bring them even. And you know, we'll have to, I guess, watch for that.
FNATIC, if they get off just a very convincing ace, would be nice. But right now, Cassiopeia running the wrong way. xPeke, you are running the wrong way. You should have gone. Oh, and she's going to get cornered right there in the river. Unfortunate.
Yeah, and it's poor ward control from FNATIC. We saw all 3 games. They haven't really been, you know, spending a lot on wards. It was working out okay for them earlier when they were being aggressive, but she didn't realize that Gangplank was coming down. So Skarner, her safest route to escape from Skarner.
Sona's low.
Oh, Graves is going to go down.
Sona recalled, and Graves will just get dove on at his own tower. He pops off his heal preemptively, knowing it's coming, and the Skarner pull is just enough damage to do it. And right now, Shyvana is trying to tack on as much damage as she can, but Summoner Heal going off on Corki will keep them all topped off, and they will take this bottom tower.
Yeah, and that's, you know, extending the advantage, which is what TCM wants to do. And some teams, they kind of allow the game to go on too long. It's really indicative of a strong team that you know, really aggressively push and whatnot. So we'll see. They'll probably, you know, this next dragon should be coming up shortly, probably in the next minute.
Shyvana,
so we'll probably see them, you know, working their way towards there.
Shyvana and Sona going down, getting their wards down, but they do not realize that their own blue is pink warded. So TCM does have a pretty good inkling on where FNATIC is right now. And you know, I still think Graves using that summoner heal during that last fight was a bit of a waste. It was a 3v1. He was not living from that. He could have saved that. He could have held on to it.
One thing that will definitely help out FNATIC, though, is Kennen is working towards that Zhonya's, and if Kennen can get that Zhonya's, it will kind of counter out Morgana to a degree, and they will have excellent fight control. The big thing for FNATIC is to try and keep the fight in front of them. So they're actually going for this dragon. They will kill it very quickly. It's whether or not TCM can get in, and FNATIC definitely kind of out of position here. They are able to get the dragon, so if they can get out of here, they'll be okay. Shyvana jumping in. Now Kennen coming in, SleazyWeazy, and Morgana, actually, we have Skarner picking off Mellisan there. He's going to go down. Morgana going to be able to pick off Lamia, and this is a huge fight for TCM. They lost the dragon, but then completely routing FNATIC here. We have Shushei flashing away, but Corki is going to be able to chase him down with that red buff, and now Cassiopeia is trapped. There's no tower to protect him. They are going to be able to get that, and that's going to be a 5-for-0 exchange for TCM. If they can finally chase him down, they should be able to. There's the snare.
Binding. Ace.
Wow.
TCM dominant. Absolutely dominant here in Game 3. Wow.
And we saw FNATIC, because they can kill dragons so quickly, trying to really aggressively take that dragon, but completely firing against them. Does Skarner have ShLaYa? Skarner, the early ShLaYas, once again allowed his team to engage.
Yep.
And, FNATIC just caught out of position, goes down, and this is TCM's game to lose. It's going to be almost impossible for FNATIC to come back right now, bar a serious mistake from TCM.
That was a fantastic ShLaYa's pop and initiation from Skarner. The only like real issue apart from that was that Skarner popping the ult on Sona actually dragged her out of Morgana's ultimate. So there was a little bit wasted time, doing the rest of the damage that they needed to kill her off, but still fantastic fantastic work from TCM.
And it's wild to me. Like, we come into this game and it's like, yeah, TCM was picked up by TC Gaming, TCM Gaming, so they're probably a pretty solid team. We had all the teams in our qualifiers, had some kind of repertoire to them. They had some, excellent tournament experience, whether it's Go for LOL or whatnot. So we knew that they were probably a solid team, but to see them coming out and just dominating FNATIC in this manner is just absolutely surprising to me. And Kennen getting picked off by Morgana over here. I'm a little bit surprised how that happened, because Kennen's generally one of the safest champs in the game with that lightning rush.
Yep. Once again, TCM in our brackets were seeded 14th, and FNATIC seeded 3rd. They're actually one of the top 5 teams in the world. Fantastic work from TCM. Wonderful to see the new blood in competitive LoL. You got to be feeling good right now. They have to be. That's the thing, though. Like, they're on tilt. Like, they're so excited right now. They're up 13-0. There's not a whole lot they can do to try to really screw this up. If they get aced twice, FNATIC can come back into this. But that, it's the possibility of that happening, slim to none. But it's still going to be a slow crawl for TCM to go in and get in those inhibitors. So right now they're going to be looking towards getting Baron. Once they have that buff, they can just go ahead and push as far as they need to try and end this. So I mean, they're winning by a huge margin, but we still have a while until the end of this game.
And the big thing for FNATIC is to try and keep them in front of them. And they haven't had, a single good fight yet. And actually, Shushei getting picked off. He throws off the lightning rush, but Morgana's coming in here. And FNATIC doing pretty well, but Shushei is going to go down. We do have the Zhonyas from Janitin, but he's going to go down. And then Skarner pulling out SleazyWeazy. So that's another kill for TCM, but TCM's got it back now. Skarner could probably pick up Mellisan, but he's not going to be able to. Cassiopeia going down to Corki here. One more attack, and Corki has that red buff. So another heal from Soraka will allow him to turn, and Graves is going to go down. So it looked like FNATIC might have had that fight for a second. Yeah. But once again, another one-team fight for TCM.
FNATIC had no choice but to engage on that. And there's the surrender from FNATIC.
Amazing.
TCM moving on to round of 8 and a massive upset.
I'm so blown away right now.
Wow. That is huge. We've had 2 major upsets in round of 16 already. TCM beats out 3rd seed FNATIC. V8 has beat out 5th seed SYPHER. And what is going on in this world?
That's really
what's going on.
The big thing of this tournament is that we had 32 teams that I felt like all of the teams were capable of taking down top teams. And we have everyone in this tournament. We have Moscow 5. We have, Curse, one of the top teams in North America right now. The top 4 from IPL4, they already got free invites. But, we have all of the all of the EU giants. And here we have FNATIC dropping to TCM. The winner of this is actually, they're going to be playing an awesome match too, because they're going up against the winner of Curse versus Reflex. So Curse versus Reflex, those are 2 top American teams.
Yeah.
And TCM, wielding their might to a degree there, should be a pretty exciting matchup.
And and I saw a lot of people looking at these brackets earlier on, expecting nothing but Euro teams to emerge, and we see again, we saw V8 taking down Syph. Wow, this is crazy. Round of 8, and for everyone watching at home, so we are finishing up round of 16 this weekend. Round of 8, and I believe also round of 4. I think we're taking care of next weekend. So we shall.
Yeah, it's round of 8, round of 4, going through the finals will be next weekend.
Yep.
So next weekend, the Saturday matchup, the round of 8 is for who goes to IPL4.
Yep.
That is the deciding factor. And then the number 1 team for this qualifier actually will have a fully comped trip to Las Vegas. So they have
pretty
that
good.
to look forward to. But we will have pretty shortly. I think it's scheduled for noon. We'll see whether we can get that up a little bit sooner.
Yep.
We might take a break until then. But we will have Absolute Legends versus, is it Mono Esports? Yes.
Mono Esports. So again, we got a nice EU versus NA for you guys today. So what we're gonna do? Well, first off, between games again. Also, thank you all, 10,000 of you watching at home. Thank you all. Please, 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 please catch us on Twitter. I'm at HatPerson. He's at BaronCast. Follow everything going on with the IPL at IGN Pro League. YouTube.com/IPLLOL. Fantastic videos. All of our all of our killing sprees.
Yep.
All of our interviews. We got Chester interviews. We got Dan Din interviews up on there. If you want to win some RP, Facebook.com/IGN Pro League. Got a contest up on there. And as always, send us your replays. Top 5 if you had good play. If you're a brand new player, need some help, want to be on Learn to Play, IPLLOLreplays@gmail.com. So we're going to go on ad break, maybe a little bit of an extended ad break. We're going to see if we can't get Absolute Legends and Mono Esports to play right away. We're going to go take care of that right now. You go get a snack. You go to the bathroom. You get your friends and just start getting excited for all of this. Get the word out, everyone. People, please. These are the IPL4 qualifiers, round of 16. I'm HatPerson. He's the RedBaron. We're going to be on a little bit of an extended break, but when we come back, Absolute Legends versus Mono Esports. Everyone, stay tuned. Hey Summoners, we are back. IPL4 round of 16 qualifiers. I thought we were going to have a little bit more of a bigger break than that, but you know what? Absolute Legends and Mono Esports are actually filing in right now. This is going to be huge. We've had 2 huge upsets today. I want to see a third because even Mono came up through these brackets. Their first win was an upset versus Millennium.
Yeah.
2-0.
And Absolute Legends is kind of new, but they definitely. I think they had won this most recent Go for LOL in the EU side, so they're definitely pretty strong. Mono, I think, have they won any Go for LOLs? I think at the very least they've done well in them.
They've won.
The big thing that I remember is, I recognize a couple of these players. I played a game with Nintendude once where he was jungling Yi, and he had 200 CS in about 20 minutes as a jungle.
Wow.
Which is just absolutely astounding. But even so, both teams are up-and-comers trying to, kind of make a name for themselves. Absolute Legends doing, the website, doing some pretty aggressive stuff to try and, boost the EU scene, do those kind of esports stuff. So should be a pretty exciting match. I'm still blown away that FNATIC, their team, they had a team fight team, and they lost the team fights so badly.
Oh, man. But you know what? It's a rough bracket. This is absolutely a rough bracket. This is a single elim bracket. But things like that happen, and you know what? Good on TCM, man. Glad to see, like I said before, glad to see the new blood coming up. So Absolute Legends versus Mono. The winner of this will go on to the round of 8 and play the winner of Western Wolves versus Moscow 5.
I'm actually going to pull up this bracket for you guys real quick so we can take a look. Seen some of the teams. We have Moscow 5 versus Western Wolves. Western Wolves was the team that won the Go for LOL, isn't it? But Moscow 5 had the dominant performance at IEM Kiev.
Yep.
Have kind of wielded their might so far. V8 did win that game. We have SK Gaming versus Team Easy, which is a North American team. It's actually owned by MobiFire.com, so they're pretty strong. I know a couple of the players on there. TCM just beating FNATIC. That was astounding. So they'll be playing the winner of Curse versus Reflex, who are definitely 2 top kind of NA teams.
Yep.
And then Goose was actually just picked up by MTW, my MTW, as their North American team. And Goose has been around for a while, but they've really shown their versatility with just really aggressive comps that take advantage of, different strategies that other people wouldn't normally employ.
Yep.
They're going against All Authority, which is, again, a top EU team, and then CLG EU versus EXGBT. So lots of fun matches.
We should have an update later on GBT versus CLG. And then I still remember because we were walking into the office today because I think Goose actually played their match at like midnight last night. It was just like, I want to know who wins.
For 3D Max Goose?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They played at midnight last night.
Oh, that's right. They were going to play today. Oh, yeah, we do have Goose's tomorrow, actually.
Yes.
So we will have Goose versus Against All Authority tomorrow, and then also, I guess, a couple of these other games tomorrow.
Yep. So pretty much, if you hop onto the brackets later on today, if you don't see the results by tonight, they're going to be played tomorrow. So we're just waiting for our last member of Mono to get into the game, and then we'll be ready to go. Once again, thank you all to everyone out there watching. These are the IPL4 online qualifiers. This is round of 16. Absolute Legends versus Mono Esports. We're waiting for everyone to get into so we can start game 1. Everyone who proceeds to the round of 4 here will be qualifying for IPL4 in Vegas. So we will announce the venue dates all very soon. So do please stay tuned for that.
Man, I feel so lucky that we have so many amazing matchups coming up soon. We had Reflex in Curse. We already had seen them in our Killing Spree series, and it was a 2-1. Reflex dominated one of the games, and then Curse coming back and taking the other 2 pretty handily. Just doing an excellent job there. So. That's going to be an exciting matchup. These are all, we're starting to get into the NAEU, so it should be exciting. But right now, it's looking like we, we'll probably look at like 2 EU teams. We'll see how many, get in and versus how many NA.
Yep. So I mean, like I said before, a lot of people are seeing these brackets, like thinking like the only NA team that might get out is Curse, maybe. But you know what? There's absolutely the potential to to be
V8
more
and
than that.
Goose.
V8 still in it. Goose is in it.
And then Mono Esports here, they're
Mono.
they've also got potential in their bracket. Though I feel like it will be a pretty uphill battle for them to take down both
Yeah.
Absolute Legends and then the winner of Moscow 5 and Western Wolves.
That's gonna be rough. That's gonna be rough. But there is the possibility. We could have 4 EU. We can have 4 NA teams. It's up in the air, and like we've seen just earlier today, just now, the upsets are absolutely possible. So we're just once more waiting for the last member of Mono to get into the game. So I remember we were watching up the team rosters, and I've heard a lot about Nintendude, but I don't quite know that much about him.
I mean, he's just been around for a while. He was kind of doing some like joke teams. There was team what is it? No Girls Allowed. I think Dan Din might have been on that team for a little bit. It was Dan Din and Nintendude, and a couple of really top guys, and so that was always fun. He's just kind of been around for a while. Hasn't really fallen in line with a good team that he likes. Pixel 3 is actually a support player, I believe, who is like a high elo support that has kind of been hopping around a couple of teams.
Yeah. So so right now we're still holding on just for a minute, but both of these teams have actually placed pretty decent in the Gulf Rolls also.
Yeah.
So we will see how they perform now, and I think once we get all of this ready, I think we might just go ahead and take a small commercial break while we're waiting for everyone to get in. So we will be back in just a moment. Absolute Legends versus Mono Esports, round of 16 qualifiers for IPL4. Game 1 will be happening shortly, so do please stay tuned. Hey everyone, all you summoners, welcome back. IPL4 qualifiers. We're at the round of 16. Still waiting a little bit on Mono to get into game, but other than that, we do have a little bit of news for you guys. So, and as always, I'm HatPerson. He's the RedBaron. If you want, you can go ahead and check us out on Twitter. I'm at HatPerson. He's at BaronCast. And just a small update for you guys. So if you tune in tomorrow, top of the morning, 9 a.m. Pacific, we are starting off strong with Moscow 5 versus Western Wolves.
Yeah, and that's I believe it's 6 p.m. Central European time. So I think that's correct. I think 9 Pacific turns into 6 p.m. Central European. So you can check that out.
Yep.
And then we will have. Do you know what the 12 o'clock game is? I think it's.
I'm not sure. I don't know offhand, but I do know we're closing out the day tomorrow with Curse versus Reflex. So that's going to be huge. But actually, tomorrow afternoon.
Tomorrow, I guess at 12 is AAA versus Goose. So that'll be exciting. And then Reflex versus Curse after that. So
that'd be good.
3 awesome matches in a row.
Yeah.
Someone was just actually telling us about Absolute Legends, since we haven't heard a lot about them, and how they actually did take some go for lulls recently. Supposedly, they beat Moscow 5 and made the jungler rage quit at about 17 minutes in. So that's always the potential when you're down, but
it makes someone rage quit.
Funny.
That's pretty good.
So we do have everyone in the game now.
Gets in, yes, perfect. So we shall. We have everyone here now finally, and we shall be getting underway just momentarily. So Mono is the lower seed, so they will have options. So they've decided to take first pick. So we shall get this going underway very soon. So I haven't really heard too much about Mono other than their upset and their go for lulls.
Yeah, I mean, like we said, they've done a couple of go for lulls. They are pretty new, but they do have a lot of top solo queue kind of players. So I definitely think they have the potential. Absolute Legends should have a huge advantage here, and because they are the more experienced team, it should be interesting to see how Mono deals with that. And what kind of team comps they might run. We're talking with Dan at the Killing Spree on Thursday. He was saying how a lot of newer teams you'll tend to run like AOE comps and pick-off comps, because it does allow you to get an early advantage. It does make it very easy for team fights, because you don't have to be as careful with warding. You don't have to be as careful with map control. All you need to do is win the team fights, and you win the game. And a lot of teams will go for kind of non-standard comps, kind of aggressive early comps to try and catch people off guard. So we'll see whether or not that's the case.
Yep, and I think we have to go ahead and recreate. We have to recreate this in tournament draft mode, I believe. So we did not. Yeah, this is blind. We ended up going in blind pick here.
No, this is tournament draft.
No. There's no bans. There's no bans. This is blind.
Oh,
pick.
you're right. It is blind pick.
We have to remake this. Wait. Oh, wait. Are we showing up in blind pick? I think we are. That's odd. Huh. That is odd.
I'll just add someone in. But while we're waiting, we would like to remind everyone to check us out at youtube.com/IPLLOL. We will have lots of cool League of Legends stuff for you there. We also, hopefully they exit this in a second. But we, oh, here we go, AL.
There we go. Yeah. This is strange. Anyway, either way.
We also have our Twitter at IGN Pro League. And yeah, definitely check us out. On Thursdays, we do Killing Spree.
Yep, so we will start back up again. Yeah, no, that is weird. We were on tournament draft, but it was showing us up as blind pick. No, we were on tournament draft. Odd. Huh. Yeah. So.
But that's fine.
No, yeah, it was on tournament draft, and that was our issue for some reason. It ended up as a blind pick on our end for some reason. So
we'll get back to that shortly. But for those of you who haven't yet, go onto Facebook and like IGN Pro League. We are giving away 5 $25 RP cards. So that's definitely something to look forward to. If you're a StarCraft fan, there's also some StarCraft 2 stickers. I think they're actually collectible stickers, like team stickers. So that's fun. But yeah, definitely check us out. We will be streaming, like we said, this next Sunday. Oh, that's right. I got to refresh.
I don't know if they exited the game yet.
I think we're good.
Okay, I guess that's it.
There we go, tournament draft. I think we should be fine here. Hopefully we'll not bug out and show us doing a blind pick again. Wasn't tournament draft, so we should get this going underway very soon. So I have to redo the first few bands.
But for those of you who missed out, this is on the tournament realm, so we are playing on the previous patch. So no Shen, Sona is still one of the strongest champions. No changes to Soraka. Nautilus isn't coming in here, but we'll see. So pretty standard tournament play stuff. Kind of curious what kind of comps we'll see these people run. We will probably see a ShyVana ban because I don't know, everyone's just kind of plays her all the time. She's just very strong. I mean, she's really strong counter jungling. She's got great AoE damage. So not a whole lot to say there, but
yep.
We'll just have to see how the bans go and kind of try and figure out what kind of teams they're looking to run.
Yep. So for anyone just joining us, we are in tournament realm. We are on Sejuani patch. So like we've mentioned before, so we are missing Ziggs, we are missing Nautilus. We're missing a few things, but we should be going underway very soon. Like I said, I just hope we don't get bugged out again here. But so I'm also not too familiar with with what the Absolute Legends they're big champs, like they're big comps.
I have no idea. I couldn't help you there.
Yeah. We're about to find out.
This is nice because it helps introduce us to some of the EU teams. We'll have to watch some more of those, the Go for Lols. We'll see. I think probably a lot of these teams, I guess a couple of them are playing in our qualifier tomorrow. So
yep.
Kind of stealing them from the Go for Lol. But in the meantime, we do have ShyVana and Irelia as the first two bans. Definitely, really strong overall champions. Irelia does pretty well against most lanes, and once she gets farmed, she can, kind of take over fights. And then Ryze and Gangplank, again, some pretty strong champions, but what we're seeing now is they're starting to take out a lot more of these tanky kind of DPS champions, these bruisers.
Yep.
So we might see, a more aggressive comp, some, double AP or, I don't know, more aggressive pick-off kind of champions.
Yep. So Mono seems to be, really focusing the hot champions. ShyVana, very popular for the counter jungling. Ryze, solid. Sona. So this is Sona pre-nerfs. Absolute Legends, both of their bans really they're really centered around the top lane. And SYPHER is actually also a really, really good ban to keep her out of bot lane. So Mono does have the first pick. We'll see how they go. But yeah, Aurelia. I've seen a lot of Aurelia play. But Cassiopeia, first pick from Mono.
Cassiopeia, one of the strongest champions in the game right now, generally speaking, has a lot of versatility, provides a lot to the team. Really, just good at all phases of the game. So it's hard to counter out a pick like Cassiopeia. There are some champions that can do very well against her, and when you do have a team fight centric team, you can run champions like LeBlanc to kind of run around, try and pick up kills, and force the enemy team on the defensive rather than the offensive, which was what Cassiopeia would like.
Mm-hmm.
But generally a pretty safe pick, not that easy to counter.
Yep. So we did have just at the end of our last game, we had Cassiopeia versus Morgana mid. So I'm expecting Absolute Legends to do something, to possibly take out Morgana as well, because she has not been banned. So Soraka and Rammus being hovered over. Rammus, still really solid right now too.
Yeah, and that is one of Cassiopeia's weaknesses, is that she doesn't have a lot of mobility. She's very strong in lane and generally pretty safe, but if Rammus can get in there quickly, can hold her steady so that the whoever Absolute Legends picks as their mid lane could potentially pick up some kills, and that'll definitely help them out. And then Soraka, just really a safe lane. If they go for burst damage on Mono Esports, then Soraka will definitely help them out, provide that global presence and the heal, of course.
Yeah, also Cassiopeia can also get the Rallies. And, throw down the poison, slow down Rammus just enough to, so the rest of Mono can go ahead and arrange and engage. It's almost counter engagement also. So Graves and Janna being picked up from Mono. Ashe? Yeah,
wow, I'm really hoping that they're not picking up Ashe, but Ashe would be interesting because Ashe is definitely very aggressive as the game progresses, but would be a terrible pick against Graves and Janna because I don't know, Graves and Janna is just such an aggressive lane. They've got tons of attack damage. Graves has his passive, so he's really safe, but then he's going to have all that AoE damage. And Ashe and Soraka would be one of the weakest, DPS support lanes in the game. So that would definitely be a disadvantage. They are looking like they're switching up to Corki, though, which would definitely work out a lot better. As we saw last game, Soraka just able to feed the mana to Corki so that, they'll be able to do well in that lane. And Corki is a very early game kind of nuker champion. And then Morgana for Absolute Legends. So there's their mid. Cassiopeia does, have a slight advantage against Morgana, but Morgana's generally pretty safe in lane, can lane easily against anyone, of course. And if Rammus can get the taunt on Cassiopeia, then Morgana will be able to follow up with a snare, the ultimate, pick up some kills on Cassiopeia potentially.
So why have we not really seen that much Ashe in competitive play lately?
Well, like I said, it's Ashe is a very aggressive champion as far as her ultimate. It's one of the best ultimates in the game. But, as everyone knows, she's just kind of weak in the early phases of the game. She's got low damage output versus the rest of the champions. She does have her crit at the very beginning, but in fights, the crit doesn't matter that much. It's only the first hit. So, that doesn't really have that much of an impact. You just play defensively until she's used it. And then she's got low base stats for everything, basically. She's slow. She's got low armor, low magic resist. So she's just kind of a difficult laner. If you can farm up and get out of the laning phase, and get your items for the team fights, then her ultimate is just absolutely fantastic. But otherwise, she doesn't have an escape, so it can be kind of tough. And we do have Jarvan and then Skarner, so I would assume that Skarner is going to be jungling, which leaves Jarvan top, and that's actually going to be versus Riven. So I'm kind of curious how that lane's going to match up, because Jarvan used to be one of the strongest laners in the game. He's still pretty strong in top lane, and he's actually pretty good in the jungle too. He provides you a lot of control in team fights, particularly with an AoE team fight, with someone like Cassiopeia, as we see, and then Graves is AoE as well. But Riven is one of those physical champions, is one of the strongest top laners in the game. And Jarvan will have a lot of armor early on. I'm assuming he's going to run some high armor runes and masteries, probably get a cloth armor to begin with. So he will, be okay against some of her damage. But she's definitely going to be at something of an advantage. But he's actually running 16 attack damage. So his abilities do scale off of attack damage. It'll be interesting to see how that matchup works. I definitely think that Riven's at a slight advantage, but Jarvan definitely has the pickoff capabilities and the damage to take her down. And Riven's actually running 32 armor to mitigate Jarvan's damage, so that's kind of interesting.
So I think Riven also does have a bit of an advantage, is the fact that she can also dash out of Jarvan's ultimate.
Yeah. No, that's true.
So she cannot. She can.
Wait, I'm not sure if that's true. Are you sure?
I've done it once before, and even then, you still have flash too. You still got that for you. So right now, these are your teams. We're going into game 1, Mono versus Absolute Legends. Mono running Cassiopeia, Graves, Janna, Jarvan, and Skarner. Absolute Legends doing Soraka, Rammus, Morgana, Corki, and Riven. Good stuff. I'm excited. I'm waiting to see if we have another upset like we had this morning. But you know what? Only time will tell.
We do have pretty standard runes and masteries that I've seen. Nothing really that special. So that should be fine. The only thing that I did see that was kind of interesting is the Riven versus Jarvan matchup, that I would usually expect Riven to take the attack damage, but instead Jarvan going kind of aggressive there. Let me see if he still has that. Yep, so Jarvan, pretty aggressive with that attack damage, and then Riven taking the heavy armor, so she's just kind of want to farm and do pretty well there. Though at the same time, she knows that she should win the lane. So as long as she doesn't, avoid some of Jarvan's damage, she should be fine up there. But in the meantime, we are going to go to ads. So tune in. We will have Mono Esports versus Absolute Legends in a second. I'm the RedBaron at Baroncast, and this is HatPerson at HatPerson. Stay tuned.
Welcome back, everyone. These are the IPL4 qualifiers, round of 16, Mono versus Absolute Legends. We do have a pause right here at the beginning. Someone got a bug splat, so we'll be taking care of that shortly. But
Yeah,
in the
should be
meantime,
fine.
in the meantime, though, so we can take a look at these teams. So we got. I mean, Riven is already, Riven's just a fantastic top lane against nearly anyone.
But I think the thing that we're going to want to be watching out for in this game is, like you said, Riven can dash out of Jarvan's ultimate, but they do have a lot of disables. So if Nintendude can get some aggressive ganks off onto top lane against Riven, then Jarvan, can pop her up. She's going to have to save that dash, which means she's not going to have the same kind of escapability that she normally would have. And I think that might provide Skarner and Jarvan with enough opportunity to take her down. So she's going to want to play really defensively, get out some early ward coverage, because that's going to be a threat. And then Rammus coming mid potentially against Cassiopeia. Cassiopeia is definitely going to have to watch out for that as well.
Yep. And Riven is definitely building forward defensive. She started out with cloth armor, 5 pots, so she's not planning on leaving top lane anytime soon once she gets there. Jarvan throws a standard in the bush. They know she's there. So Mono is very good in getting all the information they need on where Absolute Legends is and what they are doing, but they are looping back around. Mono needs to be a little bit careful. They may get spotted. Their plans may be blown.
Yeah,
And
Slipper, Sol, Nintendude.
Yep.
But I was going to say, I definitely think that Mono has a slight advantage in these early fights. Aside from the Morgana Snare, that would definitely hurt them a lot.
Right.
But Rammus, he started off with a regrowth pendant. And I don't know if Mono has seen that yet, but having the regrowth pendant, if they were able to counter jungle this blue, maybe even get Rammus low a little bit, that would make jungling very difficult for him because he just doesn't have enough sustain. So that could have hurt. They're not going to go for it, but
so we're gonna be seeing the early Philo Stone from Rammus then as soon as he's done.
yeah.
I'm assuming. Yep.
But it will put him, hurt his jungle a little bit. Though Rammus does clear very quickly once he has that blue buff early on, so he should be okay. And we do have Graves and Janna getting this early double golems, but with the blue buff, he will be level 2. They will want to watch out that he's not ganking early there. She actually took shield first, so Janna taking the shield instead of the whirlwind. If Rammus comes in very aggressively early on, they might not be able to escape from that. So that's something they're going to have to watch out for.
And he does start at blue, so they should be looking for that attempted level 2 gank. But actually, Rammus is just going to go ahead and they CV'd Rammus perfectly right as he was going past the Wolves camp, so they know bot lane they're going to be safe for quite a little while as he goes up. Going to be taking Raze, then red, and I assume he's going to be start looking for those ganks. Top lane Jarvan and Riven are just going ahead duking it out while they can. Bot lane, Corki's actually taking quite a bit of damage.
Wow.
Getting chunked there.
And that's the thing. Graves and Janna is a very aggressive, comp in that bottom lane. They do have a lot of damage. But Jarvan, in the meantime, doing pretty well against Riven. Riven should be okay. Cloth and 5, it's very difficult to push out a lane regardless, but it is interesting to see Jarvan taking that early advantage there.
Yeah, Mono is playing very aggressive right now. Being very, very aggressive mid, very aggressive bot. Not opening a whole lot of options for Skarner, but Rammus, he's at half health, but he's going to go ahead and make an attempt up on Wildturtle here in top lane.
And Wildturtle, he should be playing defensively right now because this is about the time that he would have red buff. They CV, they saw the red buff is gone, so he's coming down.
Perfect.
Jarvan's going to jump over him, though, so he's going to be fine.
Perfect.
But can they pick off Rammus here? Skarner with the counterattack. He's coming in. Rammus going to have to blow his flash, and Riven's going to take a lot of damage here, actually. So probably won't go down, but at the very least, Jarvan and Skarner are taking great control early on.
Wonderful, wonderful counter gank from Nintendude, forcing Rammus to blow to flash. Good stuff. Good stuff. And as that happens, Mono continues their aggressive play, pushing in top and bottom.
And Rammus took a little bit of damage there. Fortunately, he didn't take a little bit more, but he might recall now. And that's one of the things. Actually, how much gold is he off of Philo Stone?
He
Yeah,
will
he'll
have the
have it.
Philo Stone if he goes back now, so he'll probably take these wraiths and then recall. But if he had gotten a little bit lower, maybe he wouldn't have been able to continue jungling because of that regrowth pendant.
So now we're just now Graves and Janna Bot are just trying to play, put damage on the Corki. And does Morgana have shield? I hope she does. I hope she does.
I would assume so at level 4.
She does.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if she didn't. Skarner coming in, but Morgana's going to be perfectly safe.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got to just run right up at you to get his ganks in, and Morgana's one of the safest lanes. There's no way that he's going to get a gank in on her until later when he, gets the flash in with his ultimate. That's, definitely the potential.
When Nintendude does get 6, I think he should be focusing his attention more towards bot lane, because Riven has her escape options. Morgana has the shield. I think bottom lane might be the best bet for some of those ganks.
And the big thing for ganking bottom lane and trying to get some fights won in this bottom lane will be, potentially going after Corki at first, trying to bait out the heal from Soraka, and then potentially switching over, because the armor buff from the Soraka heal, will kind of slow down any fights that they're trying to do.
So Rammus is trying to find something. Malinu's he's just hovering in that little tri area, waiting for Cassiopeia to push out. And he's going to go ahead and engage Cassiopeia over in mid, getting the power ball in. Taunt should be going off.
Oh, she's
Morgana
gone.
getting the perfect positioning for that binding. First blood in mid. Wonderful, wonderful positioning by Rammus.
And that was one of Cassiopeia's weaknesses, is her vulnerability to ganks. And they picked the Rammus jungler, for that reason, to have very effective ganks mid. And definitely working out for them in the start.
Yeah, he had a wonderful approach too. Also just emerging from Mono's own jungle with the Powerball, getting in with the taunt. It was wonderful. Perfect positioning.
Yeah, Cassiopeia will probably want to play a little bit more defensively. She has the range where she can just sit back at her tower and take creeps. But Jarvan did throw down a ward here, so he will see Rammus coming in. We do have the ping going off, so he should be fine. But it will require him to play a little bit defensively here, which will allow Riven to farm some.
See, that's the thing about Rammus jungle, is that even if you have something warded, that Powerball he just increases in speed so much that sometimes good warding may not be enough if you're playing aggressive, like Mono is playing right now. So bot lane, we're 6.5 minutes in, and Absolute Legends have gotten off their first kill in mid, courtesy of a little help from Rammus. So they have a slight gold lead, just the extra gold from the first blood. And right now, Morgana, scouting out a little bit on the river, wants to get a ward down. Nice offensive ward in that little area. Want to clear the way for Rammus in case they want to go ahead and try their shenanigans once again on Paradoxical.
Yeah, and Morgana knows that Skarner should be about 6 now, and she is very safe. The only way that Skarner is going to get the heads up on her is if he flashes in for the ultimate. So as long as she has vision of him coming up, she'll be able to preemptively shield and kind of get out of there.
Morgana actually doing some pretty decent ward coverage here on the river up near mid, but will not catch Cassiopeia or any idea that Cassiopeia has blue until she comes back to lane. There she is, now she knows. But now Rammus is going to go ahead and pass blue off to Morgana. But here's the thing though, like when Cassiopeia went to go grab blue, she cleared the creep wave before she went. Morgana just left, so they know she's doing blue, and Cass is just going to go ahead, walk up river, try and see if we can't make something happen in Riven, but they know river is warded, and Riven just decides to go ahead and flash out of the Jarvan ultimate, and Skarner comes in with the ult. One more SPEC. Riven goes down. Good stuff from Mono. Top lane pushing in even more.
Yeah, and we saw Riven wasn't actually even able to get off her dash in that engage. And just, the surplus of disables that they had, and because they are actually very tanky, Skarner's very tanky, same with Jarvan, that's going to be a concern for Riven, that they don't start just tower diving her. She will have some disables, so she has some defense there. But we have the snare from Morgana, and then Rammus powerballing in. Cassiopeia is going to have to throw off her ultimate to kind of prevent that. Yeah. But it will be down for, this next fight. If they decide to kind of pressure Dragon, they're actually not going to. They are going to back away.
If you have the option, if you need to, use the ult instead of the flash can be a lot more versatile in team fights later on down the road. Man, it was a great situation, forcing Paradoxical to use something in a defensive manner. So burnt ult is going to be down for another good minute and a half or so.
And actually, I like the items. Seeing top lane, we do have Riven once again going for some physical damage reduction. Ninja Tabby, it does reduce damage of incoming attacks. But then Jarvan picking up the Wriggles so that he can have that item advantage over Riven. He'll be able to sustain, and that's one of Jarvan's weaknesses, is he doesn't have a lot of sustain. It will not allow him to be as uber tank as he would, otherwise be, but he gets pretty tanky pretty quickly anyway. So he can just continue to pressure this Riven, even though Riven's generally a pretty, strong laner.
Skyyart meandering down to mid, but Dragon is warded by Absolute Legends, but not anymore. So they got a glimpse of Skyyart coming out. Skyyart does have an Oracles at level 7, reasonably early. But it just it more speaks to Mono's intent to play more aggressive. And right now, yep.
They need to allow Skyyart to get involved in ganks, but Absolute Legends has had some pretty good defensive warding so far. So Oracles from both junglers actually, because they want to be so aggressive with the ganks, not allow the ward coverage so that they can kind of have free reign over the map.
Yep. So whichever jungler dies first is going to put their team at that much of a disadvantage. Rammus does have better survivability. He's got the armor. He's got the defensive ball curl. Skyyart a little more squishy in comparison to Rammus. So Nintendo's going to have to be a little careful with that Oracles, because if he dies, that's an expensive potion at 400 gold.
We do see Jarvan just throwing off some good harass. Top lane probably won't see Yami. We'll probably see pretty defensive lanes other than the junglers. It's going to be all about whether or not the junglers can get involved. We actually it looks like AL might be coming down here for this Dragon. So I'm not sure whether or not that's the case. They might just be trying to pick people off, clear some wards, because Rammus is actually pretty weak at Dragon. He's one of the weaker champions. He, with Soraka, he will be able to sustain pretty well because he will have the armor buff from his power ball curl. But it would be a slow Dragon as opposed to Cassiopeia, who will take it down very quickly.
Yep. Cassiopeia, she's got the poison. Skyyart can just mash Q all day. And Mono definitely has the better team for Dragon. It's just a matter of positioning. Can they get to it without being engaged upon? And Jarvan Cassiopeia doing a little bit of counter jungling on their own, but they thought about it, and they're decided to double back. And Morgana flashes in with the ult. Cassiopeia gets her ult down, but it's not going to be enough. The Ignite will finish the job. Mono is just a little too indecisive there for a moment, and Jarvan trying to get away. Gets taunted by Rammus, and Riven is right behind him with her massive sword.
Wow, and we've seen that twice now in a row, where Morgana hitting the snares over the wall to Cassiopeia, the good ward coverage allowing her to do that, and Cassiopeia just completely unaware. Yeah. And then Jarvan, I don't even know if they knew Jarvan was there. He could have just escaped another route, trying to kind of go through the team. This is going to be a huge advantage, 3-1 already, and taking this Dragon for Absolute Legends. Yeah.
So, I mean, they were just Mono, they were just a little bit indecisive. Do we want to counter jungle? I'm not sure if we should. I don't know. And then when they finally made up their minds to leave, there they were. I think they would have actually had a better job just retreating further into Absolute Legends jungle. They could have just went through, or even in a dire situation, could have denied themselves on one of the inner towers.
Yeah, and looking at the farm so far, pretty even. We do see Mono Esports a little bit ahead in bot lane, 20 CS over Corki, and that goes to their really aggressive lane. But otherwise, everyone doing pretty well here. So no huge disparity there.
Yeah, it's only about a little bit more than a 1K difference separating these two teams, which this early on is it's nothing too huge, nothing to write home about. But again, both junglers, both with Oracle still missed.
That would have been just devastating to pick up the blue and then go down again to a snare and Rammus gank.
That would have been bad. That would have been real bad for Mono. But luckily enough, Morgana's binding was just not on point for that engagement. So Paradoxical got a little bit lucky there. But right now Morgana is like, you know what, your blue looks nice, but I think I'll get my own. And then Rammus is going to go ahead and help her out with that.
And Morgana's going to work very well for them in team fights. She has a lot of ability power already, probably building towards the Zonias. She could go for the damage on Rabadons, but the ability for her to just step up in the team fight would be huge, and then be able to shield either Riven or Corki. And they're both doing generally okay in this game. So if they can get their damage up, then that will be a serious threat. Nintendudex
has been spotted in bot river. He has the Oracle. He's got to be careful because Morgana's in that bush. Misses with the binding once more. A little bit. Mono's getting a little lucky here. Nintendo should not have gone away from that unscathed, but just a little too hasty in the dark binding allows him to get away.
We do have Rammus mid. Cassiopeia dropping down, so nothing's really going to happen there. Once again, Skarner and Rammus do have a lot of those oracles, so they have been able to clear out a lot of these wards. And Cassiopeia actually moving down bottom to try and pick up a gank. And that's one of Cassiopeia's strengths, is that she can clear waves very quickly, which, you know, farm very easily, and then actually move into other lanes for a gank. So we'll see if Corki gets picked off here. He will generally be pretty safe, but if Cassiopeia can get her ultimate on him, then, you know, he'll go down pretty quickly.
Absolute Legends pinged that bot bush earlier. I think they have an inkling that someone might be in the river, but and if they decide to push up, they will find out how wrong they are. Morgana and Rammus were just trying to scope out to see if anyone was in
but now they know
top
she's
jungle,
there.
but now they know. Top bush is warded by Absolute Legends, but right now Jarvan trying to get the kill off on Riven. Riven just Qs over the wall even.
And I think
Jarvan
Riven
just
was
cannot get
baiting
away.
it some.
Yeah.
Oh,
Jarvan,
Morgana! Oh my gosh.
oh, that was
She
unfortunate.
turns away.
Turned away just a little bit too early. That could have been a free kill on Jarvan, but he will walk away from that one.
Perfect play. I mean, Riven baiting in the Jarvan. She had the flash to get out of there, and then they had the kill. Morgana was just kind of like, oh, okay, I'll let Rammus have it. You know, because, I mean, kills in your jungler can be nice, but...
Yeah. Hey, sometimes you got to kill secure sometimes, you know? It doesn't matter who gets it. You just got to kill secure. But it looks like we'll be trading a tower for a tower. Top... Well, yeah, we'll trade our top tower for your bottom tower. Sounds pretty good.
But we do have Morgana walking into a 3-man here, so she will be pretty safe. She's going to back out, so she's going to be fine there. But they will get some nice damage off in this tower in the meantime.
They might actually just straight out take it too. Paradoxical can just go ahead and zone out Morgana and Rammus, but she does get bound. Ult goes down on Rammus. He does start to take a huge chunk of damage. Morgana with the ult off.
Oh,
Janna
wow.
with the perfect... The ult saved the rest of her team, but pushed Morgana and Rammus out, but they still managed to get the one kill. Wow.
And one more attack on Cassiopeia would have taken her down.
Yeah.
Just nearly perfect play by Absolute Legends, but
Good.
Unfortunately, Morgana does get picked off. Nintendude with the excellent flash and then ultimate. Now they probably could take down this tower. I guess not. Corki does have excellent clearing capabilities, so he will be able to stall that out some.
That was just a wonderful, wonderful pixel-perfect ult from Pixel, from Mono. Just the Janna ult not only did it save the team, but it just pushed Absolute Legends away and over a wall. Just even cuts out all vision of Mono. Wonderful, wonderful ult from Janna.
That has kind of cut into Absolute Legends' lead a little bit, so you know, still anyone's game. It really is interesting what's happening in these team fights. You know, we do have an excellent AoE team from Mono Esports, and not really the best AoE counter from Absolute Legends. They have Morgana, which will work very well against the AoE, particularly now that she has Azonias, which is just going to be huge. And they're actually coming down here. Dragon should be up about now, so they are coming down for that potential Dragon. But I would probably expect a fast ShLaYas from either Rammus or Soraka, probably Soraka, because they kind of need a means of kiting some, of disengaging when we have Mono Esports coming in with Jarvan, with Skarner, with Cassiopeia.
Cassiopeia there. She knows Rammus still has the oracles. Okay, if you're going to take out this ward, it's not going to be for free. And everyone knows Dragon is going to be up very shortly. They're trying to force the fight. Riven gets a little bit out of position, trying to come back in on mid. Morgana has no choice but to shield her, but AO will go ahead and start up the Dragon.
This is kind of dangerous, though, because they don't have the best damage for taking down Dragon, so it's going to be very slow, as we're seeing. And now Absolute Legends is out of position. Cassiopeia with the flash ultimate in, and Jarvan following it up, going to take down Corki very quickly. Cassiopeia getting kind of low, but Morgana throws off the Zonias, trying to get herself out of there. Rammus is going to go down, and then we have the pull from Nintendude, picking up another kill. So Dragon and 3 kills for Team Mono Esports. That's gives them a 2K gold advantage now, when they were down just a second ago.
The best part about that fight, Cassiopeia ult quite literally just came up when she used it. Absolutely wonderful timing on that engage. Staying back until you were ready to go in. Wonderful, wonderful stuff.
So we do have kind of a blue exchange there. Cassiopeia taking their blue, and now Absolute Legends going to give the Mono Esports blue to Morgana. So that'll help them out some. I'm a little bit surprised. You know, they didn't have very good ward coverage coming down the river, so they really needed to focus on that because they needed to disengage from that dragon because they had a slow dragon team. Rammus, you know, gives no damage for dragon. Riven wasn't there initially, so not a lot from him. So it was really just Corki and Morgana also is pretty, you know, it does basically nothing to dragon. So unless, you know, she's using her pull, but she was saving that for the fight. So,
Right.
you know, it just resulted in a poor positioning for them for Mono Esports to be able to come in.
So we're almost at the 20-minute mark. Mono has a pretty decent lead, just 2 kills up, 1.5K gold. It's enough, and their aggressive play is actually starting to pay off. And even then, in that last fight, Rammus did die, so Absolute Legends did lose an Oracles. Did he rebuy one? I'm not quite sure.
Sorry, Rammus.
Rammus
yes, he
did. So hopefully Rammus does not die once more. You
Yes,
don't want to
that's
be losing that again.
400K behind, or 400 gold behind right now.
Yeah, 400K potion. That'd be
Yeah.
terrible. I want to know what kind of a potion a 400K potion is. It's kind of like the $5 milkshake almost. I want to know what that tastes like. But right now, Mono pushing up mid. They want to take down the rest of this mid tower.
Yeah, they should get this pretty easily, so that'll help continue their advantage. It's whether or not anyone can be picked off, but Corki, we do have the shield from Morgana. Jarvan cataclysming in there. We do have a flash out from Rammus, so they are going to be okay. Both teams kind of low right now. Morgana not able to pick anyone off with that bind.
Janna taking a kind of an odd escape route. Could have been picked off if Riven was happened to come around that corner. And Cassiopeia catching the tail
but
end
the
of that. Flash engage from Skarner. Starts off the fight. Morgana ult going off. Janna ult trying to clear everyone away. Morgana ult only catches Cassiopeia and Jarvan and will finish the rest of that. Soraka does go down. Jarvan is exhausted. Will still be able to get away, and Riven is chasing. She is spell immune just because from that spell shield from Morgana, but Jarvan does standard back over, pop her up, and Riven flashes away just in time. Janna does go down to Morgana, but she will not be able to get away for much longer. The Hourglass can only do so much, lady. Wow. 2 for 3.
Yeah, so definitely a pretty good job by Mono there. I mean, starting off the fight with the flash ultimate from Skarner, and that's always kind of what Skarner does. You know, it does work very well. Particularly, you know, if you have something of a latency delay, which normally doesn't factor in that much, but with that kind of aggressive kind of pickoff champion, it, you know, potentially can help out some. Corki probably needs to, you know, she might have considered getting a cleanse as one of her summoners, but will probably, after she gets some items, look for a fast Quicksilver to try and avoid that kind of stuff in the future.
Yep. So, right, and with that last team fight, Mono has, it seems like every team fight, Mono is doubling their lead that they have. So they're now almost 4K in gold ahead, have taken another tower following that fight. They're in a very good position right now. Nintendo missing the ward. He missed the ward on the edge of that Baron pit. It is there.
Yeah, I don't know how he didn't see it, but Mono Esports, they do have a very strong Baron team. Jarvan is one of the, you know, best champions for tanking Baron in the game. He provides an armor buff to your whole team. Cassiopeia is one of the fastest, so once, you know, Cassiopeia can get that blue buff so that she doesn't burn all her mana, because that's the concern, is she's going to use a ton of mana taking down Baron, so if she's low on mana coming into a fight, then, you know, clearly that's not ideal. So, but once she gets that blue buff, we could see them pressure Baron some, because, you know, that definitely is, I don't know, just a strong possibility.
So 23 minutes in, Mono has a fantastic 3K lead above Absolute Legends, and they're getting their ward placement. They're getting ready, I believe. They're going to start their engagement on Baron. Skarner is not with the rest of the team, though. They really do need him for that Oracles and for that ward clearing. But I think they're just going to be more than content pushing in a little bit on top and possibly take down that tower as well. But wards going down on the offensive and defensive end of both teams into that tri-bush. And Rammus trying to do some clearing, but at what cost? See, that's the dangerous thing about, you know, having the Oracles, is that you need to sometimes get into very dangerous situations, like inside a bush you don't want to be in, to clear those wards. And he's definitely taking the damage in order to do that. And right now, top tower just a few more pokes from going down.
Yeah, they should really just back out because that tower is gone,
Yep.
and the only thing that staying there is going to do is put Corki in a position you don't want him to be in, because Corki's the one who's going to have to be clearing those creep waves along with Morgana.
And Cassiopeia is in that try, but she's a little bit out of position, and so is Riven. And Riven might be able to help any engages once the fight starts. Wonderful quick pick on Soraka, and Skarner does decide to ult Corki. That was a quick 2. You know what? That's a Baron. That is a Baron
And
right there.
There was the concern is that they don't have the best means of disengaging. So if they allow Mono Esports to force a fight, then Mono Esports will be able to pick up that fight. And there was nothing to defend that tower, so there was really no need for them to be around there.
Yeah, and that's the worst thing too is if you're support and you're caught in the back of the line, you're gonna go first, and they really need that global heal from Soraka to stay in these team fights. And that she is back up, so she can still use it from base, but here comes the Cassiopeia ult going down.
Oh,
Morgana
wow.
ult gets
They
disengaged
stole
off everyone.
But Morgana's going to go down here. Riven and Rammus need to get out of here.
They stole the Baron, but at what cost? Graves should be able to get away, just barely. Rammus does go down. Graves, he's being chased. Smokescreen goes down. Riven getting off the stun on Skarner, and she will decide to disengage Skarner, but does need to back off a little bit, though. He does not want to lose that Oracles, but wow, Absolute Legends stealing the Baron. Good job.
They almost got the kills on both Cassiopeia and Graves, which would have just turned this game around, but unfortunately losing that fight 2-0, but still the Baron steal does help stall this game some. They are going to take down this tower and then actually going to get a free dragon here, so that'll help negate some of Mono Esports' gold lead.
Yeah, so picking up the dragon, even then, picking up the dragon, they did lose 400 gold off of Rammus dying once more because he did have oracles.
Yeah.
So this will recoup some of the cost they lost, some of the money they spent getting that Baron. Good stuff. Wow. And just like that, Absolute Legends is back in this game. They've reduced Mono's gold lead to only a mere 2K, which is still somewhat significant, but they have the Baron buff and they know how to use it.
And they definitely have a strong team as the game progresses. The key is going to be to try and bait out the Jarvan and Cassiopeia ults without, losing those fights, because once those ultimates are down, they do have an AoE-centric team, and that will definitely weaken them a lot. The concern is they don't really have a great means of stopping a fight once it's happening, of resetting a fight. So it'll be on the ShLaYas. Do they have a ShLaYas yet? They still don't have a ShLaYas, which is probably something they want to get on so that they can try and escape a little bit better. We saw last time they were just chased down by Mono Esports and picked off.
Yeah, but also look on the end of Mono. Cassiopeia and Skarner both have Quicksilver sashes to clear away anything they need. Clear off the Rammus taunt, Morgana stun, anything they need, because those are the two prime targets that AL is aiming for.
And the big thing is that Morgana's ultimate is really their only counter to the AoE right now. They have, the Morgana ultimate with the Zhonya's, but if Morgana's ultimate's ineffective because they save their cleanses, of course, then that's going to be a concern. And in the meantime, we have Cassiopeia chasing down Riven here. She's going to take a lot of damage. There's the pop-up from Jarvan, and Riven getting caught out of position is almost going to go down, just barely able to get out of there. Rammus coming in perfectly to save her team, and Morgana coming in here. They're going to want to back out, though. Corki almost going down to Graves, just getting over there. Graves throwing off the ultimate, so they will be able to get out, but nearly a couple more kills for Mono Esports.
And even then, even without the Quicksilver sashes, the one of the best counters that Mono has to the Morgana ult is the Janna ult. You just rush Morgana aside. Once you get so far away from her, once she pops the ult, it breaks the bind.
And we do have Morgana out of position here. She will have her shield, so Jarvan is not going to get the pop-up. They will be able to get out of there, but Skarner does have both Flash and his ultimate up, so if anyone's out of position, that's always the potential that they will want to watch out for, and they get yet again another free tower.
Mono is just now picking apart whatever they can get from AL. Just a tower here, a tower there, a kill there. But AL did. Oh, and right now Janna's actually getting caught. Morgana comes in with the ultimate. Janna can flash and get away.
But this is a one fight for AL if they do it right.
And right now Janna ult coming down, clearing the way they need. Corki does go down, and Riven does also manage to pick off Graves. Zhonya's Hourglass does not help Morgana stay in the fight. But Riven trying to just take out Cassiopeia, and there she goes. Skarner may not be able to finish off Riven. Riven doing way too much more damage than Skarner can deal. But Jarvan
would probably take this though if she continues in this fight. Oh, but Soraka being chased down by Nintendude, able to pick up that kill.
Yeah, Riven really was the deciding factor in that fight for AL. If Riven was not there, that could have been a complete ace. Riven just, granted, Riven helps prevent that from being much worse than a 2 for 3.
And Morgana getting a decent engage, probably didn't need to blow everything on Jaina. Her team wasn't exactly there, so they missed out some damage during the Morgana disables. The big thing is that you can see is that Cassiopeia needs to be the focus in these fights, and she's just has way too much sustained damage, able to take a number of people from Absolute Legends down because they aren't able to take her down in that Morgana ultimate.
Yeah, but I think at this point, AL's just more of like, listen, we're down. We stole the Baron, but couldn't do much with it. Let's just try and take what we can get. And, that's Janna was up in front. You kill Janna, you kill an Oracle's also.
But surprisingly enough, even though they are down 15-7 in all these towers, they're only down by 4k gold,
yes.
Which isn't that much. They are down a little bit more because Rammus has lost 2 Oracles. He hasn't bought the second one, so there's one from Soraka. But even so, they are still in this game. And
I'm not sure if Soraka should be. Oh my God, she just popped the Oracle. She's almost about to lose it. I feel bad for Soraka. I really don't think should be even having the Oracles right now because she already has 4 deaths. Rammus has a few less, but Rammus does get the taunt off in on Skarner, and Janna just goes ahead and blows everyone back with the ult.
But we do have Janna's ultimate down now as a result of that, so
yes.
That will help them out a lot. But Riven actually did use her ultimate as well, but I feel like the Janna ult probably is worth a little bit more than the Riven ult.
Absolutely, because Riven ult also does kind of work a little bit like Garen's. Once you use it for the second time, it is damage based on health that they're missing. So we'll see if she uses that lane in team fight, it could be really helpful for Absolute Legends. But yeah, Janna ult is actually almost halfway back already. So Mono's just gonna go ahead and play defensive. I think Baron should actually be coming back relatively soon. So
yeah,
Mono's preparing for that.
Should be any second now, and that is going to be the key fight in this game. We're going to see a force engage from Mono Esports probably towards this Baron, and if they can win that fight, that could be game over for Absolute Legends. But at the same time, if Absolute Legends is able to steal it again or able to win a fight, that's going to be huge. And we see Mono great ward coverage because they know they can take Baron very easily. They just want to know that they turn into the enemy when they have the fight that they want.
Mm-hmm. And even then, last time Absolute Legends engaged on Baron and stole it, they did not have their whole team. There's only 3 members, and they still managed to do something about it. So, and Mono has that in the back of their minds, and there's remembering, what kind of a bad situation they can have. And remember, Riven is top now. She's kind of separated from the rest of her team, but right now Mono's going to go right ahead in, and they're taking this down really quick.
Be a free Baron.
Rammus, I think he's trying to hunt for. Oh, Rammus was pushed away by the smoke screen, and just could not. And his flash was down too. He could not get in there.
Yeah, they didn't even contest that Baron, so. That will hurt some. Cassiopeia actually blew her ultimate over the wall to try and prevent Rammus from coming in, but
it was a good call. I think it's a good call.
Even so, this is going to be very tough for them to defend because Jarvan could basically tank this tower, and they're going to drop it pretty quickly. They do have good creep clearing capabilities though, so if they can stall Mono, then it'll definitely work to their favor. Yeah, so
Cassiopeia and Skarner can try what they can to bait out a taunt from Rammus and then just cleanse it with a Quicksilver Sash. Actually, then now Graves actually has one as well. So kind of taking a note that from our reflex matches from Killing Spree not too long ago even.
Yeah, and they recognize that the only way that Absolute Legends is going to win these fights is by bursting people down in that Morgana ult and in that Rammus taunt. So being able to cleanse that is going to be pretty key for them. We finally do have ShLaYas from Absolute Legends, but at this point in time,
Mono
late.
Esports, they can just pressure these objectives. So being able to kite isn't as important as it was earlier. They are going to drop this tower pretty quickly. Morgana flashing in, using the ult. There's Alex Tink, and we do have Rammus coming in, but Morgana taking a ton of damage, drops almost immediately once Jarvan Cataclysm's on there. And now we do have Corki facing off against Graves, but Graves is going to win that exchange, and Absolute Legends is just clearing them out. Or I'm sorry, Mono Esports is clearing them out. Ribbon trying to get on Graves, but is going to be able to back up, and with the Janus shield take him down. So this is going to be an inhibitor, and this is probably GG.
This should be game.
They should probably be able to take this Nexus if we don't have a surrender here. But congratulations to Mono Esports for game number 1.
This is good stuff. Good stuff from Mono, man. All these lower tier teams, you know, showing that they got what it takes to compete against the big boys. So Mono Esports will go ahead and take game 1 against Absolute Legends. Good stuff.
And a lot of what we saw that game was, you know, we saw in the beginning, it looked like Absolute Legends maybe was going to come off to an early lead. Like, it looked like they just had a dominant presence. Morgana and Rammus with the kills on Cassiopeia hit a couple of timing snares, you know, when she wasn't even expecting it. So, you know, it looked like Absolute Legends at that point maybe would have run away with it, but they just didn't have a means of disengaging. And once Mono Esports got a couple of kills, they could just run them down with their AoE comp and pick up kill after kill after kill.
Yeah, and it was hairy. It was hairy in mid for a while because Cassiopeia, you know, was caught out of position a few times here and there, but you know they really rebounded back, and they just managed to get, you know, the better of Absolute Legends. AL did come back for a little while. They did have that wonderful Baron steal, but that was mostly just really to have it for themselves, keep it on the defensive, and just to make sure Mono didn't have it. But once they got it again, they just went ahead and pushed for the win. So that is game 1. These are the IPL4 qualifiers. This is the round of 16. Winner of this will move on to round of 8 and play the winner of Moscow 5 versus Western Wolves. So it's rough no matter how you slice it. But you know what? While we're getting everyone else back here in the game, we're gonna take a small break. Always remember, follow us on Twitter. I'm at HatPerson. He's at BaronCast, and always check up what always check up on what we're here doing here at the IPL at IGN Pro League on Twitter, Facebook.com/IGN Pro League. Hop on there, win yourself $25 worth of RP, and we will be back in just a moment for game 2. So stay tuned.
Hello, everyone. I am the RedBaron at BaronCast. With me is HatPerson at HatPerson. Definitely check us out and check out youtube.com/IPL4 for all of our League of Legends stuff and all these VODs if you didn't catch the games earlier and all of our other games, of course.
Yep.
But right now, we do have Absolute Legends versus Mono Esports. Game number 2 coming up in a second here. Mono Esports able to take game number 1 mostly with Skarner, and that was really the big thing. They had the great pickoff potential, a lot of damage from Cassiopeia, and then also Skarner with the flash ultimates into Absolute Legends, able to just grab them real quick.
And Absolute Legends, they did have their moments. They did have their Baron steal, and they had a lot of good engages early. But
I still can't believe that Baron steal. They came in and
So
they almost took that fight too.
yeah. But so while we're getting ready for this game, actually, let me give you an update about tomorrow. So actually, I do have a revised schedule for tomorrow's remaining round of 16 games. So tomorrow, 9 a.m. Pacific, we're actually going to have Yziv versus SK. Then after that, we're going to have Moscow 5 versus Western Wolves. And following that, we're going to have a third game tomorrow. And this is our last game for today. But tomorrow, we're going to have a third game. We're going to end it out with Reflex versus Curse. So that is going to be a fun day. That's going to be a long day. A lot of stuff for you guys to watch. So, we're bringing you into content. So, and also I mentioned before the break too, our, we can win $25 worth of RP from our Facebook page. So go to facebook.com/IGN Pro League, and on the sidebar somewhere, there'll be there's a sweepstakes tag. So you just click on that, read the rules. That's how you enter. It's easy as that. And then, like I said, always, youtube.com/IPLLOL. Follow all of us on Twitter, at HatPerson, at BaronCast, at IGN Pro League. Got a lot of stuff going on, man. We're ramping up, and as we're saying that, as we're ramping up the game. We're going right in. Absolute Legends going to be on blue side, first pick, first ban. Aurelia, same as last time. Do not want to deal with that top lane.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious. I would expect that Absolute Legends will probably ban either Cassiopeia or Skarner. Skarner really hurt them a lot. As long as you kind of avoid the early ganks from Skarner, he can snowball very well, but that's the concern. If you allow him to get out of control early, then, clearly he's going to be strong. But if you don't, then he can be kind of weak in team fights, particularly if you have, good AoE control where you can just, because he's got to run right at you, so you can just focus him down.
Yep.
I don't know. We might see Morgana was a pretty strong pick for their team if they could get Morgana again, but I would definitely try and keep Sona away from Mono Esports. And Absolute Legends does have first pick now, so they could leave Sona open and then just take Sona for themselves. And Sona would work very well against a team like Skarner and Cassiopeia, where they have to engage head-on. Then you have the Sona ultimate to just kind of stop them.
But right there, as we're talking, the Skarner ban comes out from Absolute Legends. That it really was, it really was what weakened them in game 1. They do not want to have to deal with that again. But also, on the flip side, Mono actually banning out Rammus, which
Rammus did the exact same thing.
Yeah, what Rammus did early game to Mono is what Skarner did late game to Absolute Legends. All that presence and just being so vital for every single gank, every single kill.
Yeah, I would probably, if I were Absolute Legends, run more of an AoE-centric comp. That would help them out a little bit more in these fights. Really, if there is any latency issue, it didn't seem like it because they did get that Smite Seal on Baron. But that, would help them out some. Banning out Janna, actually, which will help out if Absolute Legends is going for a heavy engage team, like an AoE comp, then Janna is one of those strong counters to it. So we actually see the SYPHER pick from Absolute Legends, which will allow Mono Esports to get to get Sona once again, which will help them out like last game.
What is Mono?
I'm thinking these aren't going to be the picks.
Yeah, for a second I was like, is Mono trolling us for a second? Yeah. Now we know they're kind of trolling us for a little bit. It's like fiddlesticks.
But Cassiopeia once again is very versatile and very strong, and they're getting the Cassiopeia Sona comp once again, which is just that devastating AoE team fight comp, and just it's got so many strengths that it's kind of hard to counter those two picks. So Absolute Legends already at a disadvantage. However, if they can run a very tanky comp, get off to okay start, and have some really strong tanks up front who can survive through the damage of Cassiopeia and Sona, then SYPHER will have excellent sustain, and they should be able to win in the long fights. And we saw a lot of the fights last game going into very long sustained fights
but unfortunately, Absolute Legends, wasn't able to pull through in those cases.
So Tarek, the perfect complement to Sivir down bot lane. Maokai going to be going into jungle for Absolute Legends. I guess they're saving their, I'm assuming their eventual Morgana pick for their last two. And Tarek is just a wonderful complement to Sivir. But if Mono ends up going a little bit heavy in the AP department, Tarek is just going to be just slightly less effective.
Yeah, and I would expect the last two picks for Absolute Legends are probably going to be Gangplank and Morgana, like you said. Mono Esports could pick up Gangplank, which would prevent Absolute Legends from taking him. But so we'll have to see where they go. Right now, their team is looking very strong, though. Graves and Sona, one of the strongest bot lanes. They have tons of AoE damage. The one benefit, though, is Absolute Legends did pick up Maokai, who is very strong at, kind of countering that AoE. And then Lee Sin. So I don't know if that's going to be in the jungle. I would assume so. It could also go top, though. But I would probably pick up Gangplank and Morgana, because one, Gangplank would provide them with the kiting capability that they sorely lacked last game. They had no means of disengaging once Mono Esports kind of picked them off. So he will, give them the movement speed burst. Same with Sivir. Sivir's ultimate gives them some nice kiting capabilities if they need to. But Riven, actually, it does kind of build into that tanky DPS. So if Riven can sustain like he did last game, where he was around for a long time in those team fights, that could potentially help them out. And right now we have three kind of tanky champions: Tarek, Maokai, and Riven, and then Maokai's ultimate, to all kind of work around Sivir. So as long as Sivir farms and they get tanky, this could be a very interesting matchup.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't do the Gangplank pick if I were Absolute Legends, because if Lee Sin were to go top, I mean, he does have the shield. He can definitely mitigate a little bit of damage from the parlay, but he also has a decent amount of lifesteal, also coupled with the shield. So I mean, he can sustain a little bit against top, and next we're gonna have a Gangplank taken here by Mono,
and that really hurts Absolute Legends a lot. So that's another reason that they could have taken it, would be to prevent the Gangplank from over there. That ultimate from Gangplank will allow them to close the distance along with the movement speed from Sona. It'll be very difficult for Absolute Legends to avoid team fights if Mono Esports decides to initiate. So, they're really going to have to not fall behind early. And if they can get the advantage, move the fights into more sustained fights, I would probably see a lot of MR from a lot of their champions, since we do have mostly magic damage. Graves, I believe, is physical. Gangplank's physical, so they have a nice mix. Actually, lots of physical. What I'm talking about, Lee Sin physical as well. But if they can sustain through Cassiopeia and Sona, then potentially they can take the longer fight. It should be pretty interesting to see.
Yeah, but Mono has picked all of this physical damage, knowing that AL has picked Tarek. So Tarek, he does have that armor aura, which will mitigate a lot of damage that Mono will be putting out. But you know what? There's only one way to find out. We will have to see. So spectator count going down. So these are your teams for Game 2. Mono going Sona, Cassiopeia, Graves, Lee Sin, and Gangplank. Absolute Legends going Sivir, Tarek, Maokai, Riven, and Morgana. This is going to be a good one. I'm interested. So we're gonna see the same matchup mid, and completely different jungles this time around. Who is going jungle on Mono? It will be Lee Sin.
Yep.
So Gangplank top lane against that Riven. This is going to be a good one, guys. I'm excited. So we are heading into Game 2. This is the round of 16 IPL4 qualifiers. I'm HatPerson, and I'm here with the RedBaron. Stay tuned. We're going to run some ads. This is going to be a good one, guys. Stick around. Everyone, welcome back. These are the IPL4 qualifiers. This is round of 16. We're going to game 2, Mono versus Absolute Legends. Mono is up 1 game, so if they win this one, they're going to move on to the round of 8 and face the winner of M5 versus Western Wolves. But you know, they got to get through Absolute Legends first to do it.
Yeah, it's should be pretty interesting to see. I do believe that Mono Esports has a significantly stronger early game team, but we do have a lot of strength from Absolute Legends. Maokai, you know, great with map control, of course, and then Morgana, you know, always great with team fights. So if Absolute Legends can farm up, you know, into that late game, then they definitely have a very strong late game team comp. Particularly if we see like a Zeke's Herald or something on Tarek said, you know, SYPHER can just completely sustain. We do have them coming up into this brush here, though, because I guess they're going to try and steal this red, potentially. But they have been spotted, so we'll see if they back out or not, or just stay here. They might just be holding it off to prevent them from being able to group up for Maokai. So this will allow them to safely come back to their blue and not, you know, really fear the engage from Mono Esports.
Yep. Mellisan does start at red buff, so he can go ahead and get that early level 2 gank off. But right now, Maokai is just going to go ahead. He's going to start at Wolves. Usually he starts at Raze, but he's playing it safe. Going to get those Wolves, then go right up to Blue after this. And there's also nothing wrong with Mellisan starting at Blue either. He does have those increased cooldowns, so he can go ahead and clear just slightly faster. And I think he's just going to do that as well and be playing it safe just for now. So right now, Nintendude's got his Wolves. Maokai's just going to have his. But Mellisan is definitely the quicker of the two jungles here in clearing the creeps in the jungle. So Mellisan will have a little bit quicker presence in lane than Maokai would. So we may actually see some early aggression from Mellisan down bot lane as soon as he gets that blue buff if SYPHER and Tarek ever decide to show up to the party.
It's going to be hard, though, and it should be interesting to see how the junglers adapt because we do have very defensive lanes. Maokai could potentially get ganks off against Cassiopeia just like last game, but Tarek and SYPHER, that's pretty much an ungankable lane. We do have Nintendude coming in for this red buff, though.
Ooh, aggressive.
And Maokai is going to come over to these raids, so he should be able to pick that up, actually, but he is getting pretty low if they are able to find out where he is.
Oh, and he's sneaky Nintendude. Wow, and as he leaves, Maokai is just going to lose vision as Nintendude's leaving jungle. What a ninja, man. What a freaking ninja.
Yeah, and it should be interesting. I think top lane's probably going to be the most interesting lane because, you know, the Riven Gangplank matchup, we do have more sustained damage from Gangplank, but then lots of bursts from Riven, and so we see Riven jumping in there. But bot lane, you know, if they can pop SYPHER's shield or bait it out so that they don't have to worry about it, then they could get a significant amount of damage with the auto attack harass of both Sona and Graves.
And now that Lee has stolen the enemy red, there's a possibility we may see them pass red off to Gangplank even, so he can have a little bit something on top lane. But Maokai now going up river, see if we can't root Gangplank and get a quick kill off on him. See if we can't get first blood for AL.
And Gangplank is definitely out of position here.
Yes.
He is going to be caught by Maokai probably. There's the twisted advance. He's probably going to go down. There's the slam. Going to flash away, but the first blood going to Absolute Legends.
Wasted flash.
So
wasted flash.
Yeah, excellent jobs so far. Taking a lot of damage from Riven kind of in the middle of the creep wave. So taking a lot of creep harass, but...
Yeah, Gangplank was just dead from the start on that one, and he really just no reason to try and attempt to flash out of that. There's nowhere for him to go. So right now, mid looking pretty much the same as it was last game, but Maokai now trying. I mean, bot lane is significantly harder for Mono to gank because you know we have the hard stun from Tarek, and you know SYPHER has her spell shield. So I think Mellisan may want to focus more on top lane because also we have. Once again, Morgana with the spell shield. So Mellisan should be hovering around top. I think Maokai should be hovering around bottom.
But at the same time, Riven is pretty defensive as well. She's, you know, that's one of her strengths. Is not only is she really aggressive top, but she's also generally pretty safe, and she will have the lane, you know, pushed to her tower here for a little bit. So it I don't know, it kind of puts Lee Sin into an awkward position because he's going to want to be ganking this whole game and not really going to have many opportunities, so he might need to focus more on counter jungling like we saw a little bit ago with him taking that red. He is going to be able to get in onto Morgana, actually throwing off the Q, but not going to be able to get the slow.
Yep.
Lane is pushed, so Morgana is going to back up there, and in the meantime, Maokai has come bot, but he was spotted, so they should be okay there.
Yeah, Lee Sin does not have many ganking opportunities, so but what he could do, he could get those wards down, he can just stay in the jungle, and provide as much information as he can to the rest of his team. But yeah,
he actually might want to focus on counter ganking Maokai, and if he can get good ward coverage for his team, and then just kind of, I don't know, whenever Maokai's going to gank a lane, if he can keep track of him, because they do have a clairvoyance, so they should be able to keep track of him, then that would probably be where he's going to find the most opportunities to come in.
So yeah, and Lee Sin is coming down the long way. Through the bushes.
Just going to be wasting his time, though.
Yeah.
Like, there's no ganking opportunity here. It's just Taric, and he's pushed up to the tower. He could potentially get a gank off if they allow this to push out, but Graves is actually attacking these creeps, so it's not.
Yeah.
So he's basically just going to be sitting there for a while, missing out on opportunities. He could come and try and take down this tower, or maybe even tank the tower some and try and pick off SYPHER, but it will be a very difficult gank. Probably not to their advantage.
But as the creeps push up, they will see that Taric is recalling. So, I mean, they could do a 3-man push on bot, but in the meantime, while Lee Sin was spending all his time on down there, Maokai is actually going in and checking, potentially steal Lee Sin's red, just as he did to him earlier on in the game. That's exactly what he's going to do.
Yeah, he's going to go ahead and steal it. And that's one of the downsides is, if you try and force a gank that's not there, and we were talking about how Lee Sin's not, it's going to reset. Oh my gosh.
Oh no, this could be bad because Lee Sin's just about to engage on this.
Wow.
Riven's coming to help, but so is Cassiopeia in for Lee Sin. This could be...
I can't believe that I just watched that happen, and now Absolute Legends, it is a 3v2 right now. They could still probably take it, but that red was down, so this is...
Yeah.
Not, I mean, it's a tough fight for them. We do have Cassiopeia potentially getting away. Wow, flashing out of the snare from Morgana.
Yeah.
In the meantime, Riven taking apart Lee Sin here. But if Cassiopeia gets in on Morgana, that would definitely be a one fight. We do have the ultimate onto Morgana and onto Maokai. Morgana will flash in, use her ultimate, but she's going to go down. Now, Paradoxical almost going down. Riven's able to pick up a kill, but now Maokai's going to go down. And that's just absolutely terrible. I mean... Riven going to flash out, but she's going to go down as well. Can she pick up this Lee Sin kill? She's actually pretty good at fighting at low health. If she just fights into him, she tries to run away, so Lee Sin's able to pick it up with the Sonic Strike. She probably could have just turned into him and picked up the kill, but...
Yeah, the red buff reset. The creep just going in, running back in to reset was really what killed AL in that situation. It forced them to stay in enemy territory longer than they wanted to be. And that allowed so much time for Mono to just regroup. Let's pincer everybody into this one small area and finish them off one by one.
Oh, but we have a ton of damage coming from Taric here. But the heal, nothing left to heal, is going to be chasing after Graves. She will use her ultimate to escape out of there, though.
So Mono was quite behind in that, but right now Taric's just going right in. Just like, screw it. I got so much armor. I have this huge hammer. I got all these gems. What are you going to do to me?
It's kind of interesting how fast SYPHER gets when she throws off her attacks, because you saw she would
yeah.
attack Graves and then just retreat before he could even retaliate some damage. But we do see that there might be a potential opportunity here for Mono Esports to take down Dragon. They do have the blue buff on Cassiopeia. It would be a very quick Dragon if they tried to do it, and I'm not sure that Absolute Legends, their bot lane, could defend it all, whereas Mono Esports, Graves and Sona here, they're looking pretty good.
Yeah. So Riven coming down, leaving top lane to see if we can't get a gank on Cassiopeia in mid. She's definitely capable of doing it, but I think we did have a CV going off, I believe. No, that was CV off earlier. We just had vision. But yeah, Cassiopeia just figured something was up in mid and just decided to retreat off. But now they have vision of Cass in her own jungle. And I think AL may actually even attempt to try something here by Dragon, but right now Maokai gets a twist advance in off on Sona. Sona has no choice but to ult, but she will be taking way too much damage from Maokai just trying to figure out. But she
do have the teleport, though.
Teleport does come in. Riven does finish off Sona with her ult, and Morgana does get the ult off in on Gangplank, but gets kicked, and Riven gets kicked into the tower from Lee Sin.
Oh,
Taric is trying to get away. Riven cannot just get out of there, and Gangplank does flash out. He still does have Ignite, but he will still live. And right now, just Morgana has nowhere to go. Parlay from Gangplank will finish that off, and wow.
Yeah, that's a one fight for Mono Esports and then a free dragon. So already going to be 3K gold behind. It looked like it was going to work out for them, but the fight just lasted too long. They weren't able to focus down anyone like they would want to.
Yeah.
And they really needed to get out of there a little bit sooner. But the teleport in from Gangplank did help out his team a lot and allow them to turn the tides. And then Cassiopeia, of course, coming down the river.
AL they just kind of just tunnel visioned in on Sona. We need to make sure we kill Sona. She still managed to get her ult off in time, which was more than enough for Mono to come in and regroup.
So once again, we do have a significant advantage for Mono Esports already. We do have Riven has the Chain Vest, which will help him out against Gangplank. He probably could have gone for Wriggles. That would have given him a little bit more sustain, been about the same cost, but it's okay with all the physical damage they have. As long as they focus down Cassiopeia, then they can build lots of armor and just, negate all that physical damage. So that's actually a pretty good play. But the key is whether or not they can focus down Cassiopeia. So we have Mellisan coming in. Riven doesn't know he's there, but
she's going around. I think she may...
She's actually coming to drop a ward. No, she doesn't have any wards.
She's just doing a little bit of scouting just to make sure that nothing is up.
I think that's really going to be the key, whether or not they can focus down Cassiopeia. If Absolute Legends can take out Cassiopeia in these fights, and then have, they'll probably need an Aegis, and then also a Frozen Heart for their team, then, SYPHER's just going to be able to sustain damage through these fights, same with Riven, and they could win in these long fights. And that's really where, they're going to be looking to hang their hat on.
Yeah.
But the key is getting gas.
And then again, this is also a very similar team to what FNATIC had Game 3 of their match that we played just recently. 3 of the same 5 members, except we have a Mellisan instead of a Shyvana and a Gangplank instead of a Kennen. But it's kind of wondering, are we going to see Mono really rely on Sona to be their primary means of engagement?
Well, but they have the Gangplank ultimate to slow them down.
Yes.
Morgana coming in here, but we've got Mellisan for the counter gank. Morgana's ult is broken, and now Cassiopeia is turning around. We do have Maokai coming in here, but there's the kick from Mellisan. Morgana is going to flash away, hits the snare onto Cassiopeia, so she's really close, but Mellisan is able to pick up the kill onto Morgana. There goes Cassiopeia going down to Maokai, but Mellisan a little bit of an advantage here, except that Riven is coming in, so going to try and get in. But what we were talking about earlier for fights, Mono Esports, they have the Gangplank to set up the fights, kind of slow them down, set up the fights. Then they've got great AoE. Really, initiation is not their concern. They have it in spades. So we actually have Tarek stunning Pixel here. Going to take a lot of damage. Going to have to use the ultimate to get out of there. But Slepper's a little bit low. Probably not going to be able to sustain against Graves that well.
And Maokai just going to be wandering on down, but Mono will know he's around, but it's a matter of can they get away in time. But he's actually, Maokai does have a Oracles now to his benefit, and I don't believe anyone from Mono has, but Riven here will engage Gangplank here up on top river. She does pop the ult. She's trying to do as much damage to Gangplank as she can, but meanwhile Mellisan is trying to steal blue. And Riven just goes ahead and decides to use up the ult, but now Mellisan is actually a little bit trapped by any enemy jungle here.
Well, Morgana's going to have to watch out because Cassiopeia is dealing a lot of damage. Mellisan's going to hit the Q. He's going to get the jump, and there's the slow, able to pick up that kill.
I thought Riven was going to come down and help for sure on that one. But now she just decided to stay top lane and be content in trying to push in Gangplank. But
yeah, I'm not really sure what Morgana was really thinking in that situation because Mellisan already had the blue. They weren't going to be able to get any kills. Good ward coverage from Mono is allowing them to be aggressive there. And in the meantime, Riven is chasing down Gangplank some, see if they can pick up the kill. And Graves and Sona are chasing after SYPHER, but she's going to be able to retreat to her tower as well.
Yep, one more push from bot. They'll be able to take the bot tower. Mid tower is going to be going down in a minute. Right there he goes. So yeah, Mono just needs to push down bot, get a few more hits on bot tower, and that will go down as well. And Mono, once again, it's the slow creeping push, just like we saw in Game 1, and it's really paying off for them. And
Yeah,
also,
and it's hard because, I mean, I don't feel like there's any real disadvantage to Mono Esports' team. They don't have any, you know, glaring weaknesses. So it's really going to come down to trying to hold out for late game. SYPHER, that's one of her benefits. She can stall the game very well, just, you know, clear out those creep waves very easily. You know, so if they can stall and get tanky enough, then they could have the potential there. But this early game is going completely to Mono Esports as a result of just, I don't know, their strong team comp.
And Mono and mid last game were at a little bit of a disadvantage. Cassiopeia had some early ganks on her, courtesy of Rammus from Absolute Legends. But right now, as we see, Morgana has actually died 4 times. No kills, 2 assists, and I believe she should actually be down quite a bit in gold. But right now we do have a vision of Maokai. He does have the Oracles. Oracles does look pretty delicious right now to Mono. They do want to get rid of that ASAP, but they're just going to go ahead and dance a little bit around this ward down in this tri-road area.
Yeah, and they will have an advantage at, you know, this next dragon fight, which should come up shortly. You know, because Gangplank not only does he have a global ultimate, but he's also got the teleport, so that is going to help him out here. Malinu, he wants to get on this ward, but Cassiopeia doing a good job of denying it, you know, at least until this dragon fight happens.
Yep. So now it's the gold lead for Mono has grown into a 5K advantage, and Dragon has just popped in there in prime position to do it. Even if they don't get Dragon, Gangplank is pushing top, just like nothing's going on elsewhere.
Well, they'll probably get both, because now Riven's coming top, even though she's not going to be able to defend this tower. So Gangplank's going to be able to take the tower and then teleport bottom to his team if they start it. They're waiting a second just to get Gangplank an opportunity to finish that tower. Riven going to try and chase him down some. She used the stun. Going to be chasing down still, but in the meantime, they're taking this dragon pretty quickly. It is going to go down. They do get the dragon, and now Riven going to try and face off against Gangplank. I'm not sure who's going to win this fight. I would normally say it goes to Riven, but a little bit slow there. We do have the exhaust and the flash away from Gangplank, so they are going to back off. But a tower and a dragon, so
it's pretty good.
You know, even more of an advantage. But in the meantime, SLEPR is going to chase down nothing with the eel. We do have the Sona ultimate coming off, but Graves is not going to be able to do enough damage, so they're both going to go down here. SYPHER chasing after Graves. One more, there it goes. And Maokai chased after Sona, able to get the Twisted Advance and the slow with the red. And we actually have Cassiopeia not in the best position here if Morgana can slow her long enough for her team to get in. But we do have Lee Sin jumping in, dropping a ward. I think he was thinking to jump to it, but
yeah, that was the ward to E to fireball through just to get that little bit extra range. But you know what?
He didn't realize the creeps were there.
Yeah, thought about it for a second and like, oh, this is not the best option. But right now, the ults.
I don't understand why they're going in, because they don't really have their team here, but they are close to getting Lee Sin with that Morgana ultimate. He will flash out of there, and Gangplank teleporting in. Riven's going to try and chase him down. They pick up the Cassiopeia kill, so that's awesome for them. And then Lee Sin is definitely in a terrible position. He does go off to that ward. He kicks them back, and then jumping into Morgana, able to pick up the kill. Wow.
Hey, if you're going to go down with glory. Wow, that was a pretty good kick.
Yeah, and if he had his flash, like, how cool would that have been?
That was an awesome.
Jump in, pick up the Morgana, flash away, then shield the Gangplank. But
yeah, but Mono just did. They got caught being a little bit scattered. You know, Maokai came in while they're pushing bot, and after bot fell, Mono's just kind of like, oh, we're in mid. What do we do now?
I was surprised. I didn't think they had enough damage, and I was kind of concerned they would initiate a fight and then not have the finishing power, particularly with Gangplank teleporting in. But they were able to pick up a couple of kills real quick. They did lose Morgana, but I would say definitely an exchange in their favor. So
let's take a look at the gold tab here. See where everyone's at, because Morgana is significantly behind Cassiopeia for mid. That is a 2K difference that Cassiopeia has over Morgana. That is huge.
Yeah, and that is key. But if Morgana can get into her good items, we have Maokai being chased down by Cassiopeia there.
Oracle's gone.
Going out. And there's the issue. You can't allow yourself to be baited into an Oracle's. But I was going to say, Morgana, their team, they need Morgana in their team, but they aren't as dependent on Morgana farming as they were last game. I mean, it really hurts that Cassiopeia has such a huge gold advantage. But what it means for Absolute Legends is that most of their gold is focused into champs like Riven and Maokai. And as long as Morgana can get her Zonias and Riven and Maokai get tanky, then they'll be fine. But this is actually going to be a free Baron for Mono Esports.
and that's going to hurt them. I'm not sure how Absolute Legends is going to respond to this.
SYPHER and Tarek were way too far behind. They were back at base shopping, and while they were doing that, Mono just happened to get a Baron.
And that's again one of the strengths of Cassiopeia is that she's one of the fastest people at doing Baron in the game. She had the blue buff, particularly when they've got all this physical damage to back her up. So they have 4 people who are really strong at Baron, and then Sona as well. So they have just a ridiculously fast Baron comp.
Yep. Everyone's ult is up on Mono. They're just waiting for their right moment. They have Baron. They can push all they want. They're in a fantastic lead at the moment. 6k gold up, 3 towers up. So they're just biding their time. They can do whatever they want with this Baron buff right now. They have 2 members of the Oracles. They're clearing wards left and right. Commanding lead here in game 2. If Mono takes this, they move on to the round of 8. So here's hoping.
Yeah, it's been pretty impressive what we've seen from Mono Esports so far, and I think a lot of it comes down to champ selection. They do have very strong team comp. I feel like they just got all the picks that they would want, and being able to pick up Sona and Cassiopeia is just astounding. And then I was a little bit surprised that Absolute Legends didn't take the Gangplank, so the Gangplank as well has helped them out.
Yeah. Not to mention that Morgana in mid just could not do what she needed to do this game. And right now Maokai is trying to fend off the warding activity of Sona, but she does manage to get the ward down. And Maokai did buy another Oracle, so that's even more gold that AO will be down if he dies once more.
And again, as long as Absolute Legends can stall at this game, which they can do very easily, I mean, Morgana and SYPHER can both stall very easily, then, they can potentially farm into a late-game team. And they do have a very strong late-game team. The only concern would be that, we have Tarek potentially getting cut off here. But the only concern would be that, as they stall out the lanes, Mono Esports is going to just continue pressuring objectives. They're going to take all the buffs, they're going to take the dragons, going to take the barons. But in the meantime, we have Sona walking into this brush, and Maokai and then Tarek stun going to be able to pick him off.
Oof.
So kill there helps them out a little bit.
That's absolutely what AO needed in order to have a little bit of hope in a bad situation. Sona just getting caught trying to place down a ward. The twisted advance was perfect, absolutely perfect. Just like right as the ward went down, bam.
We do have Riven kind of up here. She should be able to get out okay. Maybe even come in behind Gangplank, though I don't think she wants to be tanking it, so she is just going to escape. Yeah,
this was incredibly risky for her. I don't even know why she was. Well, she was pushing top lane, and then realized, oh wait, everyone's in the jungle area. I should probably get out of here.
As long as they don't allow the engage, though. But we do have the Q in from Mellisan. The shield from Morgana will let him to back out.
Yep.
SYPHER potentially could take down this tower. She will drop it pretty quickly. So that'll help them out, but we do have another dragon that's going to go to Mono Esports. And Cassiopeia chasing down, missing the ultimate. Riven just barely dodging it, but flashing after him, able to pick up the kill. Paradoxical, so
Poison to do that.
Another kill, and then dragon. They're actually probably going to just go for this tower while they have the advantage, and then after the tower, take the dragon. So
creep wave coming in should be enough cover for them to take down the tower quite easy. It's quick dodge of binding from Morgana and Gangplank playing the point. Tower goes down pretty easy. They could be going for another one because Riven's going to be down for another 15 seconds. They could do this. They could push down the next one.
They will take a little bit of damage if they try and do it without the tower there, though. So they should probably just back out, get the dragon, because SYPHER, like I said, will clear out the creeps pretty easily along with Morgana.
Yep.
But with the dragon, they'll extend it to an 8k or a 7k gold advantage. So
good,
pretty significant.
Because hey, when Mono's got a massive lead, and like they say, like they say in StarCraft, what do you do when you're ahead? You get more ahead. And that gold from the dragon will definitely help do that. That is a 7k gold advantage now. 24 minutes into the game, and Mono's Baron has now just run out, but Morgana's going in, just straight up ulting Cassiopeia in mid. Wow, just got caught.
And I think, did Cassiopeia have any spree gold? I guess no, she didn't. So unfortunately, not able to pick up any there. But still, a kill's a kill.
Kill's a kill. W's a W. But they need a few more W's if AL wants to get back into this game.
I'm actually going to be surprised if this is the case, but it looks like Morgana might be building towards a Rabadon's. And she did already have the Blasting Wand. I had hoped she would kind of sell it and then go for a Zhonya's because, against the, AoE team fight, she could Zhonya's kind of, I don't know, reset the fight to a degree and allow her team to, sustain after those AoEs are down. But going Rabadons, it will give them more damage, but I don't know. I would definitely think that Zhonya's would be a better decision against the AoE fight that Mono Esports has.
And we do have we have a Frozen Heart. I think we're going to be building into soon, or that's what Maokai's trying to get into. And in the next minute or so, Baron should be coming back up. And
yeah, and, if he does get that Frozen Heart, I'm hoping that's the case. Tarek could also pick up a Aegis, and that would help them out. And like I said earlier, Mono Esports is mostly physical damage, except for the massive amount of magic damage that Cassiopeia has. So if they can get lots of physical damage reduction and then just focus down Cassiopeia, they can just ignore kind of magic resist if they can, as long as they get to Cassiopeia. And Cassiopeia is going to destroy them if they don't get to her, but that's probably their best opportunity for winning these fights.
Baron should be up in about 30 seconds, so you can probably just take out this creep wave and then make an attempt at Baron. I don't believe there are really any wards by Baron from AL. Look at the coverage that Mono has. It's amazing.
They haven't been dropping wards in a while, actually, because Nintendo, they know he's been clearing them. So that map control advantage has been huge, and they will pressure this top tower and then be able to take the Baron when it spawns in about a minute. So
Baron should be coming up any second now. And top tower just going to send the creep wave down. And now they're going to go ahead and move into the Baron area with AL quick behind, but Riven is a little bit too far out. So if they do engage, I mean, we'll still be a 4v4. Gangplank is down bot lane pushing. Cassiopeia gets the ult off on the Maokai, and there's no choice but to flash away. Tarek puts down the ult. Cassiopeia gets down. Gangplank ult comes in, and Morgana ult breaks away. Cassiopeia finishes the job. Gangplank coming in trying to get as much damage as he can on Tarek, and the rest of Mono is coming up trying to bring the wave back down to finish off SYPHER. Gangplank taking the point on this.
I don't understand this fight. I mean, it was like a pure desperation fight. Absolute Legends, I feel like, just gave up that game. They had the potential. Morgana, once again, she did go for the Rabadons. It did give them some nice bursts, but they just completely gave up there and just engaging when there was no reason. They were down. It was a 3v5 or a 4v5 with once Gangplank teleported in. So a little bit surprised by that. But Mono Esports, congratulations. Probably going to win. They are able to take down this inhibitor, pick up another kill on the Maokai here. Morgana picks up a kill, but not going to be enough.
This inhibitor should be going down shortly, at which point Mono should be either taking Baron or pushing him onto the Nexus towers. And Tarek is just, now we're just, I think, just pure desperation on AL. I think AL is just now just throwing as many men as they can at this wave to try and just stop them, but it's not going to be doing too much for them. Cassiopeia does go down, but Gangplank is here, should be able to finish off the rest of this, and AL does get a small moment to recoup while Mono respawns.
But I don't know, I feel like Absolute Legends definitely had a number of opportunities in this game that they haven't taken advantage of, and I'm still just baffled by that last team fight. They could have waited until we had the Baron fight, wait till they're all in an AoE for Morgana to jump in. And I don't know, just letting it go. So they are coming up for Baron. I don't know if Riven's actually just going to go for the Baron, which again is just a complete desperation move. She, I don't know, just kind of feels the game is over. So we do have the ward there. They know the ward's there.
despite that they say otherwise.
So we have Graves and Gangplank coming in, and actually already doing a lot of damage. Graves is going to get out of there. There's the ultimate from Sona. Lee Sin jumping in, not going to be able to pick up Riven, but Gangplank is going to go down, and now Morgana has the ultimate. This actually could be a good fight for Absolute Legends, as long as Morgana doesn't die here. Graves, one more hit, able to pick up that kill, but now they're getting the kill onto Graves, and Lee Sin is out of position. So if they can chase down Lee Sin, this is going to do well for them. But Cassiopeia is coming in. She's going to get her off her ultimate. There it goes. There's the ultimate, dropping her AoE onto everyone, and Lee Sin going to be able to pick up the rest of the couple of kills. And now that will be good games. So Oh,
So-
I guess maybe not. I don't know if they're going to go for pushing or for Baron.
I would highly recommend that Mono right now just go ahead, push, take another inhibitor, and just keep on going down, pushing into the Nexus towers. We have a pretty decent amount of time before most of the members of AL are back into this fight. Tower will go down, inhibitor will go down, and so they have 2 waves of super minions coming in on Absolute Legends to their towers, and they will have to definitely play defensive, while Mono just has the privilege and the relaxation. They just go ahead and casually stroll up to Baron and take it easy.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult for them to defend the Baron at this point. The game, it was in Mono's favor, but they weren't really that far behind. Mono definitely had the much stronger early game comp, but AL potentially could have held out some. But those last 2 fights kind of sealed the deal. This will be a most likely free Baron, and then they'll be able to push in on the base. So, I don't know, we see just tons of damage output from everyone, and Lee Sin getting a needlessly large rod, so no reason for that. But I guess his shield is going to be stronger, but Graves, with all of his damage items, he's going pretty strong right now, working towards a Quicksilver Sash most likely to prevent himself from going down to the Morgana's burst. And Morgana gets the Chain Vest, kind of working towards Zhonya's. I'm kind of surprised she didn't take it earlier, but the burst did help her pick up some kills, but they would have had, I think, better fight control with the Zhonyas. SYPHER doing pretty well with her items, but I don't know, not a whole lot otherwise. So
This should be the final push from Mono.
and this is like the point in the game where AL, with their items would have been at a strong point. They have the Aegis and the Frozen Heart, so as long as SYPHER could do okay, we actually have Lee Sin jumping in, but he's going to go down really quickly. Tarek's pretty low, but he's getting out of there, and then we have Morgana chasing him down. Paradoxical goes down. This is exactly what they want, and now SYPHER's chasing after Gangplank. Morgana and Riven are going to be able to pick up the kill into Graves. Graves actually picking up Morgana, and there's a 1 fight for AL, even though they have 2 inhibitors down. That's what I was saying. Like, this is the point in the game where AL would actually be really strong if they hadn't just thrown away multiple team fights in a row for no reason whatsoever.
Yep. But they still have a long way to go. We have 2 waves of super minions. They have 2 inhibitors down. They're still going to have to play quite defensively if they still want to have any attempt at a comeback here. But right now, Wildturtle is just going to go ahead and take down this bottom tower for free. SYPHER and Tarek will not be able to catch up all too quickly. And he's just going to go ahead and walk away after that. But yeah, we still have 2 inhibitors down. So we need a lot. We need a lot from AL in order for them to come back on this. Not to say it's not outside of the realm of possibility.
I'm just still a little bit surprised because I feel like they definitely had a good advantage in this game at this. I mean, this is like the point in the game where their team starts to, in my mind, win fights. And once they can sustain the damage, they'd be fine. But I don't know, the multiple fights thrown away in a row. We will see. We will see whether or not Mono can come down and push down this bot lane. They should be able to and just stall out on this top and mid lane. But
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll see. I mean, AL definitely has a strong team at this point, but Mono is just so far ahead, taking the Dragon once again.
Yep.
They're only 11k gold up. I mean, if AL hadn't thrown those last 2 fights, then
Yeah.
whatever. I'll start. I'll try and forget about it. It's a bad dream.
So Mono once again pushing down mid, clearing the way for the super minions to come on in. The top inhibitor has respawned, but it shouldn't be too much to go around and take it down once more. But while the super minions are distracting down mid lane, we still have a tower open up on bot lane because SYPHER and Gangplank leading the charge to try and take the top inhibitor down once more. Gangplank is definitely way tanky to be playing point on all of this. I mean, he has his Frozen Mal, he has his Atlas, he's got a Negatron Cloak, he can take everything that Mono needs to. Right now, SYPHER ult going down once more. Riven flashing into the middle of everyone, and Sona ult just to be able to help take her down that much quicker. And Morgana ult also going down. Managed to get 2 members of Mono on that, but she will fall down very shortly after that. And now I think this will be the final push, so I think this will be it. And I believe Mono will be winning this one. Once again, another upset today here for the IPL4 qualifiers. Mono will be taking this over Absolute Legends 2-0. Wow.
Yeah, congratulations to Mono Esports. They're actually going to be playing the winner of
M5
it's
and Western
M5 and
Wolves.
Western Wolves tomorrow. So, yeah, that should be pretty exciting. We will go to commercial for a second, and then we'll come back and talk about the games. See if we can maybe get anyone on an interview.
Yeah.
Maybe not because we haven't scheduled yet. But tune back in for a second. We'll be right back.
Hey everyone, once again, I'm HatPerson, this is the RedBaron. We want to thank every single one of you guys for tuning in today for our IPL4 qualifiers, round of 16, and we will be continuing again tomorrow, starting at 9 a.m. Pacific time. We're going to start off the day with Yziv versus SK. After that, we're going to go into Moscow 5 versus Western Wolves, and then we're going to close out the day with Reflex versus Curse. And speaking of Curse...
Well, there is the Curse tournament is going on, so you can, once we're done here, potentially tune over there. But also, next week we will have our round of 8, which is the deciding factor for who's going to IPL4, which is in Las Vegas. We'll hopefully, be making full announcements this upcoming week.
Yep.
I don't know, as it stands, I guess that last game, to go over it real quick, it was kind of interesting. I definitely feel like, Mono Esports outpicked Absolute Legends in that early game. I mean, they definitely had a really strong team fight team. They kept taking advantages along with it. Absolute Legends definitely had the potential coming into the late game, but it never quite got to that point and kind of throwing away advantages. But I don't know, good play, and so they were able to take the game. We also saw earlier today FNATIC versus TCM.
Yep.
FNATIC dominating game 1, just absolutely blew TCM away, but then TCM came back and crushed FNATIC game 2 and 3. And I thought game 3, FNATIC had like the absolute, ideal comp to beat TCM. They're two European teams, and TCM just won anyway. They, had Skyyart jumping in and initiating, so that really worked out for them. Yep. But definitely thank you guys for tuning in. Make sure to check us out, youtube.com/IPLLOL, where we have lots of great League of Legends content. If you haven't seen the Chowster interviews, they were just awesome. We were really thankful for him to come in. Killing Spree, we do those on Thursdays at 5 p.m. Pacific time. We'll give out more times, of course. But I think we're going to have Dan Din coming in again. We had him this week. And this upcoming week, we're going to try and have a really special match for you guys. So make sure to tune in to Killing Spree. And then also next week with the rest of the IPL4 qualifiers. Yep. But if you have any replays, make sure to send them in. If you have really good highlights, send them in to IPLLOLreplays@gmail.com, because we will definitely, try and throw them in the videos. We give out
like these mouse pads, these nice Razer mouse pads, I believe.
Yep.
And
got
like
some-
Riot Nasus skins and a couple of other cool things like IPL sweatshirts potentially.
Lots of good stuff to give away, and also like I've mentioned
Oh,
before,
and Facebook.
and we have our Facebook contest going on too. Facebook.com/IGN Pro League. You can win yourself $25 worth of RP. You just got to go to the page. Sweepstakes button is right on the sidebar. And as always, follow us on Twitter. I'm at HatPerson. He's at Baroncast, and also at IGN Pro League. So you know what? I think with that, I think we're about done for today.
Yep, we're done. So
So-
thank you, everyone. Make sure to tune in tomorrow, 9 a.m. Pacific time, 12 Eastern, and then 6 o'clock Central European. If you feel like it, the Curse tournament should be pretty good. So feel free to check that out or check out any other streams. But
Yep. So yeah. So after this, so guys, thank you all again for tuning in, and we will see you tomorrow for the rest of the round 16. See you guys. Hello, summoners. How are you doing today? Good morning or good evening, relative to wherever you may be in the world. These are the IPL4 qualifiers. This is the round of 16. I'm HatPerson. With me, as always, the RedBaron. And you know what? Today we got a bunch of fantastic matches today. Let's go down the list. Let's go right down the list.
Yeah, we're actually starting off with EZ versus SK. So, you know, everyone knows SK Gaming,
Yeah.
one of those powerhouse EU teams. EZ's North American team, they're actually kind of the sister team to Choppa in the Car, which is Chew8's team, and it had a bunch of people from Complexity. But they have a lot of, you know, really high-rated players. They're kind of new, you know, trying to work out some things and, I don't know, get everything going. But
Yeah.
I know a couple of the guys, and they're definitely a pretty strong team, just, I don't know, kind of new. So you have to expect with a new team that there's going to be some difficulties. But it should be a pretty exciting match. After this, I believe we have Moscow 5 versus Western Wolves.
Yes.
Yeah, so two top EU teams. You know, everyone knows Moscow 5. And then for anyone from NA, Western Wolves is actually another one of those top EU teams. They just won this most recent Go for LOL, I believe. So they're, you know, definitely up there. So that should be a really exciting matchup.
But yeah.
Not sure where we're going after that. I think it's Curse versus Reflex after that.
Yes,
So
yes, yes.
another, you know, for anyone from EU, Curse and Reflex, you know, two really competitive American teams. So
It's gonna be a fun day. It's gonna be a long day. We got tons of matches for you guys, and not only that, you know, we also have opportunities for you guys to win stuff too. Always check out our Facebook page, facebook.com/IGN Pro League. Hit sweepstakes on the sidebar, and you can win yourself $25 worth of RP. Enter it today. Or if you're so inclined, if you're a big StarCraft fan too, you can also win these stickers instead from iHeart Esports. Fantastic stuff there as well. So we're still waiting for everyone to get into the game, but you know, for a little bit more about EZ and SK, because I was looking up all the data necessary for, you know, EZ today, and I checked on the NA ranked teams ladder. They're second right now. They're second. The only team above them is CLG. I'm like, they are grinders. Wow. I did
Yeah.
not.
I mean, I think Chew8 was considering hopping on their team at one point,
Yeah.
but they kind of decided that they were actually happy with Chase on Fire. I think it was between Chew8 and Chase on Fire, and they were happy with what he brought onto the team. They're, you know, actually, I believe they're owned by Mobifire.com, so they're Mobifire's team, I believe. Maybe not. That might be incorrect, actually.
They do a lot of stuff with Mobifire. They do tons of guides, from what I understand.
Okay.
So, I mean, and yeah, we always need more pro players making guides. Always do. Just anything to help out all players is a wonderful thing to do. But SK though, for anyone who's new to competitive LoL, SK is one of the biggest heavy hitters coming out of EU. You know, one of the top 5 teams in the world. And it's like I think they're only the only team that has actually been to and placed in every Intel Extreme Masters this year.
Oh, wow.
They've been to all of them.
I honestly, in my mind, SK's kind of like disappeared, but I guess hearing that, I'm just completely off base. I know, you know, they have had a lot of turnover on their team, but If they are happy with their current roster, then I don't know. A couple of them have been there for a while with Ocelot and Candy Panda. So that'll be interesting to see.
So and it's just a wonderful, wonderful day we got ahead to. I'm still just so psyched for M5 later on today. Oh my God, it's gonna be huge.
I'm kind of curious about SK. A lot of the EU teams that we've been seeing have been running kind of very tanky teams. We've seen a lot of Shyvana. A lot of their junglers have been more counter-jungling junglers as opposed to aggressive ganking junglers, which is a lot of what you see out of the NA teams. Is just we want to gank. So I'm kind of curious to see what kind of playstyle SK has, because I know Ocelot, he plays a lot of the more standard NA AP champs.
Yep.
He's a big fan of like Cassiopeia and whatnot. And so I'm curious whether or not we'll see, a very aggressive like double AP kind of comp, or if we're going to see more of the standard kind of tanky comps that we've been seeing out of some of these EU teams.
Yep. So for everyone who's looking, don't know the brackets, we're going to take a look at them right here. We got everything. So M5 Western Wolves later today. Whoever wins that will be playing Mono Esports next week. Between Team Easy and SK, whoever wins that will be playing a V8 next week. V8 had a fantastic win over SYPHER yesterday. TCM won, and they'll be playing the winner of Reflex and Curse later on. And I believe while we're broadcasting, I believe Against All Authority and Goose will be playing. I don't believe we're broadcasting that game today, but we will get you updates for when that happens.
I think that game's happening at the same time as M5 and Western Wolves, so it's like we have two really cool matches. So we'll have to figure out a way that we can I don't know, get updates or whatever.
Yeah. So sometimes you have to choose one. And then EXGBT and CLG EU, I believe there's a scheduling conflict, but I'm pretty sure they will be playing later on. So we'll also have updates
I think that game we're going to be watching this Wednesday. So because of scheduling, we're going to I believe we're going to stream that on Wednesday at around 1 o'clock Pacific. I'm not positive, but that would be like 10 Central European.
Yeah, so I mean, we'll get you updates for when that match happens, and as always, for updates on the bracket or anything else like that, anything related to the IGN Pro League, just always follow us on Twitter at IGN Pro League, and we will have that for you when it develops. But for now, we're still also we're waiting a little bit more, waiting for us of SK to get into the room. But I also want to go a little bit more into Curse Reflex later on today. Because Curse has been been on tilt a little bit. They've won quite a bit lately.
Yeah, they're definitely on that kind of run that we saw from Dignitas last year. They did just lose to TSM recently in our Killing Spree series, but of course they've been going around and just really wielding their might, I guess, in a lot of these tournaments. They didn't do very well in IEM Kiev, but I think they only had like 2 of their starting roster there, and they were just running all subs. So it's hard to say on a team that's never really played together when you've got an all sub team how that's going to work out. But they will be at IEM Hanover, so that's always exciting to see them there. They're doing their Curse Invitational currently, and they're going to play against I think it's Dignitas next week.
Yes.
So Dignitas taking it from CLG there. So that should be pretty exciting. But Curse is definitely, everything seems to work very well with their team. They're very coordinated. Jackie's, one of the strongest mid lane players in my opinion. I don't know, Crumbs has been fantastic in the jungle. You see a lot of strong play. Popelter is arguably one of the best top laners in the game. It's hard to watch his play and then, fault him for mistakes that you kind of see other top laners making occasionally. So it should be pretty interesting to watch. We did have, Curse versus Reflex in our Killing Spree series, I guess almost a month ago now. Yeah. But, it was definitely an exciting series. I think Reflex took game 1, and then Curse took the rest, and really back and forth like the entire time. So
so we've had both Curse and Reflex play each other before on this stream, and really excited to see them play again. But I think having them play each other earlier on Killing Spree gave both teams like a little bit of an idea how the other operates. So we may see a lot of targeted bans from both teams later on today. And remember that when we played on Killing Spree, we were playing on live at the time. We are in Tournament Realm. We are playing on Sejuani patch. So we may see a little something different from both teams there. So we're still, I think we're missing Ocelot still, but for here on out though. So right now, so Team EZ is actually our 13th seed. SK is our 4th seed, and you know we saw a lot of upsets yesterday. We may see another today.
We'll see. I definitely think that SK has a significant advantage in this game, but they have had issues with their team synergy and whatnot, where they've kind of misplayed on a number of matches. So we'll have to see. There is the slight NA delay, but I don't believe it's that big of an issue for most top teams. So hopefully that's all fine and everything works. For those of you who want to check out more League of Legends stuff, we do have our YouTube channel, youtube.com/IPLLOL, and we post a lot of cool stuff there. If you hadn't seen the Chowster interviews this past week, those were really interesting. The third one, I just thought it was hysterical when we were interviewing him, because one of his answers, he was like, "Oh yeah, a bunch of noobs and 12-year-olds and whatever. You ask them what they play, and they're like, oh, I play everything." And I was like, "Hey, wait a second. That's what I tell people. I play everything." So I don't know, but yeah, it's some good stuff there. We will have this Wednesday. I believe we're going to be streaming another match. Next Saturday and Sunday, we will be doing the round of 8, which is the qualifying round for Las Vegas, and it's IPL4 is in Las Vegas. So that should be a lot of fun. I think we're making the big announcement this week, but yeah, I would. It's been long coming, so I would assume so. But so we have Saturday and Sunday the qualifier round, and then also the finals and or the semifinals and finals. And then Thursday we will have Killing Spree. It is going to be Team Solo Mid versus I'm not sure, but I think we're trying to aim for a top team like Dignitas or something. So hopefully we can get something awesome going. I believe that Dan will be joining us in the studio again. I'm not positive on that, but if that's the case, that would be a lot of fun, of course. And Killing Spree, we do 5 p.m. Pacific time, and then we actually have a EU rebroadcast at in the morning. It's 9 a.m. Pacific and 6 p.m. Central European. So there's that to look forward to. If you guys have any replays, any cool highlights, send them in to us at iplllreplays@gmail.com. We we are trying to start putting together more highlight videos, so you can have that to look forward to. And we definitely give out cool prizes. We have this Razer mouse pad that we're using here actually as one of the things. We have like Riot NASA skins and IPL sweatshirts and whatnot. But yeah, so definitely check us out. And of course, there's the facebook.com/IGN Pro League. There's the if you go there, and there's like a link for a contest for like 5 $25 RP cards. So I don't know, lots of cool stuff happening. Hopefully, we're starting to like ramp up. We've been here for about a month, and starting to really get into the thick of things.
And not to mention for anyone here in NA, if you happen to be around Austin, Texas, so in a few weeks, we do have South by Southwest happening, and not in about like was it 2-3 weeks? Yeah,
it's March 9th, I believe. Yeah. The weekend of March 9th.
So yeah, we got a nice little show match going on over there.
I think it's free to get into the game area where we're going, and that's all of Team Epic basically. A lot of Team V8. Lapaka is another kind of guy that's in there. Some of Goose is there also.
Atlanta's there.
So that should be a lot of fun. It's you get to meet people, and should be an exciting show match.
Yeah. So and I think we're just gonna go ahead. I think we're gonna go ahead and take a quick little ad break. See if we can't get the last few members into the room. So we will be right back in just a moment. So stay tuned.
We're not even done.
Hey, summoners, welcome back. We are just we're still waiting on Ocelot to get into the game, but for the time being,
we're stalling. I'm just kidding.
But no, we're just waiting on Ocelot to come in. We're just trying to get a hold of the guy, see if we can't get him to play a game. But for anyone else here, so we are taking a look at stream. Taking a look at stream. If you have any questions first, we are glad to oblige. We also have Skype open So maybe, do you think we have a quick pregame interview with somebody? Maybe, possibly. I don't know.
Yeah, sure. We can ask if any of them want to hop on Skype.
Yeah. All right. So, but yeah, Ocelot just waiting on him. Everyone else is here and ready. So, but in the meantime, so next match, hopefully, I think we're about. If we can't get this going, we're gonna see if we can't bump up Moscow 5 and Western Wolves. I believe they were scheduled to play at noon Pacific, but
Yes, but yeah, we can talk to them. But I believe that they, I don't know. It'll probably be hard to get them on if they're expecting to be on later. But we'll give that a shot. I don't know. In the meantime, I guess we'll just talk about League of Legends. So,
well, we did have patch recently. We did have Nautilus.
yeah.
So I actually did play a strange game yesterday with Nautilus. We did a double bruiser bot lane with me and my good buddy Strato, Nautilus, Taric bot lane, and it worked exceedingly well.
That's kind of a weak double bruiser bot lane. It's kind of surprising me. I mean, Taric, he gives you the heal, so you have a little bit more sustain in lane than a normal bruiser bot lane is.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I mean, I don't know that Nautilus has enough damage output to make up for Taric's lack of damage. Taric does have a nice little bit of burst if you level up your W a lot, but
yeah.
I'm kind of curious. So how did the game go after the laning phase?
It actually went pretty quick. It was a quick 25-minute surrender. I think we had like 6 or something, 7 kills bot lane before we ever hit 20 minutes. It was kind of a little bit crazy. But we do also have our Learn to Play series. If any of you out there are new to the game, we do that Tuesdays 5 o'clock Pacific.
Yep.
And if any of you have any replays, if you're new to the game, you want a little bit of help with the game, just send those replays our way. IPL replays @gmail.com. And also, we got a few Riot Nasus codes. Those, for anyone out there who sends us any pretty good replays. So spread the love
I'll have
around.
to send in my own replays.
We have the stacks of codes. You don't need those.
I don't like using those codes. Those codes aren't for me.
All right, so we're gonna give Ocelot a few more minutes to show up here, but let's see if we have any more questions in chat. Come in. What's your opinion on Ziggs?
Well, Ziggs is awesome.
Well, we did also do a video not too long ago. Reginald played Ziggs in our killing spree. So if you want to check out that video, you can just go to youtube.com/IPLLOL, and he's pretty bursty, and it's like he's really good at blocking off vital areas. Like if your team's taking Dragon, you can just use his mines and his little satchel charge to just block off an entire lane, just to keep anyone no one's going to be able to move through that without taking some sort of damage.
Which is really important because he's a poke kind of champion. He's like, Gragas or Diddley, but he has very short cooldown on his Q, which is, his strongest ability other than his ultimate. His W and his E are both very strong as well for zoning. Kind of long cooldowns on those, but because he has, 4 abilities, it does allow him to spam pretty easily. So that's definitely a benefit. He's just a lot of fun. He does pretty well against everyone. He is very blue reliant. I saw someone in chat said you deny Ziggs' blue buff, and he is one of those champions where you can try and deny it. And he's kind of a little bit slower. He does have a nice burst, but he can't really. He needs to be a little bit slower in fights and wear down the enemy a little bit. So he's much better for objective control. But if you're really aggressive as a team, then you take his blue buff from him. He runs out of mana really quickly. So
yeah. So so a lot of people also out there have not seen the brackets yet, but we do have 4 teams who have already qualified for IPL4. So it's CLG, TSM, Epic, and Dignitas are already going to be all at IPL4 already since they top 4'd at IPL3. So we will be seeing them there in about 2 months. So when our big show happens, when we announce the dates and venue later on. But we're still trying to get a hold of Ocelot. I guess his phone's off. I don't know where he is yet.
The thing that excites me most, I know EU teams are at a slight disadvantage in this tournament. Because it is an NA tournament, so we do have to run on the NA servers. But it's really not that big when we've seen a lot of EU teams already win some matches against some good NA teams.
Yeah.
So, it should be interesting to see which teams come out of the tournament. Regardless, basically all the teams that are left in this tournament are all top teams that, can make a stand against any team in the world, and that's what we're looking at. So, it should be interesting to see which ones get out of there. But it would be awesome to be able to see like M5 and CLG and then maybe V8 gets in. Goose is they're actually going to go against CLG if they have Against All Authority this week. So Against All Authority, Goose and CLG all in one bracket. EXGBT, I don't know a whole lot about them. I do know that they're pretty good as far as EU teams are concerned.
Yeah, I think I was looking at the ladder rankings, or I believe they're actually top 10 team ranked in EU.
Yeah,
so pretty good.
But I don't know. Goose was actually just picked up by my MTW, so they are the MTW North American team. They've been around for a while, but they had a little bit of a turnover. Unfortunately, two of their players couldn't go to IEM Kiev. They did qualify for that. And then one of the players had to leave the team, so they've been trying to replace him, and they have, successfully, I believe, but haven't had a whole lot of time to show off. But they do scrim a lot, and they're one of those teams that are very creative with their comps. I remember watching some matches of them in the fall where they were running double heal comps, actually. So I don't know, it's just really interesting support comps. They're kind of the ones that brought forth the Bruiser bot kind of meta. I mean, it's been around for a while, but they were the ones who started using Leona Jarvan competitively, and have had varying success with that. But it is a really aggressive bot lane. And then TCM in this top bracket, we saw them yesterday against FNATIC, and FNATIC just obliterated them game 1, and then TCM came back. It was a close game 2, and then just destroyed FNATIC in game 3. And it looked like FNATIC had the stronger team comp, and I was just absolutely, shocked by that match. And then, of course, we talked about Reflex and Curse. So, lots of really strong teams left in these brackets, and whoever gets to go, it should be exciting. The top 4, like we said, do qualify for IPL4, which is in Las Vegas. And then the number 1 team from this qualifier will have their entire trip comped. So, that's always a pretty good thing.
Free trip, free hotel, free food is always good stuff. All right, let's take a look back at some more of the brackets. So I mean, we were talking when these brackets were first being made, and I remember the conversation. We thought that we were thinking that like Curse would be like the only NA team that would have a shot hitting the top 4.
Yeah, it's they are. I mean, Curse is one of those teams that I would kind of expect to get in. They're my favorites to win the tournament because they are a really strong top NA team and haven't really had a lot of tournaments to be able to prove it. But it should be pretty interesting to see where that goes. But I don't know. Yeah, there's a number of NA teams that had minor upsets, but I don't know. They were kind of like hidden in the brackets, and now it seems like they could have that potential to break through. V8. They've been a borderline top NA team for a while now, and when you start off, you start using, more non-standard comps. V8 used to run lots of heavy damage AoE comps, and AoE comps when you're a new team generally are a little bit easier to run. You don't have to worry about map control and map awareness as much. All you got to do is win the fights. But now they're running a lot more non-standard stuff. They have a good rapport, so. I mean, that's definitely a top team, and I believe if whoever's winning this match is going against V8. Is that correct?
Yes. Whoever wins this match goes up against V8 in round of 8, and I'm actually getting word now from Candy Panda that Ocelot is now online, so he should be here shortly. It's kind of too close to comfort.
We'll handicap him. We'll tell Ocelot to sit in the fountain for the first 2 minutes of the game.
No, we won't do that. We'll make it a first 10. No. So while Ocelot's getting ready, while he's getting his runes, Mastery's all set, we're going to take a quick commercial, and then when we come back, we should be starting game 1. So everyone, do please stay tuned. This is the IPL4 round of 16 qualifiers. So everyone, stay tuned. Hey, Summoners, welcome back. We do have a little bit of an update for you guys. So, Ocelot is just getting everything updated. He's getting his computer ready. For the late start, SK will start their series off at a loss. So, Easy will be up 1 game going into this series. So, it's a late start penalty. It's something you got to do sometimes. But, I mean, SK is still a top team. They can still, pull it out having one game down. So
Curse actually came into their series against 4-0. They were also unfortunately penalized a game. So, but they were able to take the series 2-1 after that penalty. So
yeah, so
but,
it's just sometimes you just gotta bring the hammer down. That's all. That's all there is to it sometimes. But so while Ocelot is getting in. We can talk about our one of our our next huge game coming up. We got M5 and Western Wolves coming in. So I mean for anyone who's still new to professional LoL, M5, Moscow 5, they really had their breakout at IEM Kiev, and they're like really aggressive counter jungling team. They have their Shyvana is amazing. They're first in the EU circuit rankings, and they're really on tilt right now. They're really enjoying a lot of tournament success lately.
You keep saying on tilt, and I thought on tilt was a negative connotation. I thought it was you're losing and you're pissed at yourself, so you're losing worse now.
Well, I mean, I keep hearing it used both ways.
Okay.
Like it's like whenever I've been told the term, it's it's either running either positive or it can go either way.
Okay.
That's how I've always been told. But
I guess that makes sense.
But and also I'm not I'm not too versed on Western Wolves, unfortunately.
Honestly, I'm not either. I did see they have won a couple of Go for Lols, I believe. They've beaten a number of really top teams. I think they beat this past weekend for Go for Lol. I think they beat like SK and CLG and a couple of good teams. So, it's hard to say. I really don't know anything else about them, but that should be a pretty interesting match. I guess while we're waiting, we'll talk. How are things with you?
How are things with me? No, how are things with you? No, it's it's we have a lot of stuff going on here over at the IGN Pro League. So I mean, we do have our killing spree every Thursday, 5 p.m. Pacific. We have our nice little King of the Hill show match going on every Tuesday. We have our Learn to Play. We've had Elements on the show.
Elements and xSpecial so far.
Yeah, so I'm hoping to get more pros come in, give a little bit of advice to all of you watching your replays. We've had our interviews with Dan Din, had our interview with Chowster, really well received there, and shout outs to everyone on the League of Legends subreddit over there for being very receptive to all of our content. And Ocelot is here. The man has arrived. Okay, so let's see if we can't get this started. All right. So, finally, everyone is in the game. Ocelot has arrived. So, like I said before, for the late start, SK will be starting down 1 game. So, Easy only needs to win 1. SK needs to win 2. Starting off the day.
It'll be kind of interesting to see whether or not Easy kind of goes with their standard kind of comp they were looking to run, or maybe something a little bit risky, knowing that they're off at a 1-0 advantage, but still kind of coming in new to this matchup. Whether or not they'll, try a really aggressive comp, something that maybe you can pick off the enemy team a little bit.
Yep.
Try and get snowballing early, and see how you can roll with it. So.
Yep, and we've seen a lot of the aggressive counter jungling coming specifically from the EU teams, and I think that's something a lot of the NA teams are not usually used to or prepared for.
Yeah,
and Shyvana has actually been a very popular pick so far across every match in these qualifiers.
And the answer to the counter jungling is, it's very easy. You just need to be prepared for it. You need to know your buff timers, and that's something that a lot of newer teams struggle with is. Timing, any sort of team coordination, good wards, not just for your lane, but also for the buff control and the dragon control and whatnot. And if you can kind of get off to an early lead against a heavy counter jungling team, then it can actually be very difficult for the counter jungling team to come back because, if you're behind, it's very difficult to counter jungle. It might lead to you kind of feeding a couple of kills. So I don't know. That would be kind of interesting to see. So I would probably expect to see Easy
go with a a really aggressive lanes and an aggressive kind of ganking jungler. So
Yep, so
people like Maokai. Maokai would be a really strong pick because he's also very strong against counter jungling and map control, but also with ganking. Maybe like a Lee Sin. We could see like a Skarner. We have seen a lot of success with Skarner in this tournament, just being able to snowball your team very easily early on, with just the flash ultimate. So.
all right, so we're just getting. So I think Ocelot is now set to go. We're just waiting for Easy to regroup. And once again, thank you all for tuning in, either whether it be in the morning or at night, wherever you may be in the world. All 7,000 plus of you, thank you for joining us. And as always, if you want to keep updated with whatever we're doing, check us out on Twitter at IGN Pro League or Facebook.com/IGN Pro League. If you like us on there, we got a nice little sweepstakes for you. Right on the sidebar, you hit the sweepstakes button, you can win yourself $25 worth of RP. So that is always good. Everyone's saying we're ready. Let's go. I think we are ready to go. So like I've said before, I shall repeat it once more. For the late start, SK will be starting off at a 1-game deficit. And we've seen it's nothing they can't come back from. If any team could do it, SK can.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just unfortunately
The
we had to
concern,
start
though,
off
is
so late.
you have them, they don't know the enemy team. And a lot of times you come into a match and the first game is kind of a feeling out game. Well,
Yeah.
SK needs to feel out their opponent and make sure they secure the win. So,
Yep.
that will be a concern. Right off the bat, we see Easy banning Cassiopeia. Definitely one of the most versatile champions in the game. And SK, of course, Ocelot loves playing Cassiopeia. She's just so strong in all facets of the game.
Yep. So what are some more of Ocelot's big name favorite champs?
I have no idea. I'm basically blind coming into this game.
But Vladimir also being banned from SK. I mean, he's been relatively popular as well. And he did receive some nerfs, but like we said before, we are in Tournament Realm. We are in Stage 1 patch. So
Cool.
these are pre-nerfs, I believe.
The benefit of Vladimir is, of course, he's got great sustained damage, but he's also kind of a tanky caster. So same thing with Ryze, except Vladimir, of course, has all of that inherent spell vamp. And then Shyvana also banned, so just really common EU kind of team. So
Yeah. And we've some of the more common bans we've been seeing throughout this tournament. Ryze has also been a very popular ban. Sona's been a very popular ban. Because Sona's she is still in her strong
yeah, this is the
pre-nerf
previous
form.
patch. So
Yep. Arthas.
she's definitely if she's not a ban, then she's usually like a first pick because she is just not really a counterable champion. She's strong in the laning phase, of course, and then just strong all throughout the game. She gives your team great kiting ability, great initiating ability, counter initiation. She gives your team everything. And Karthus, I don't know, just free farm all game, and then you're very successful against melee comps. And we see a lot of melee comps which struggle against champions like Karthus and Cassiopeia, who have that nice AoE damage right in front of them. So and then Rammus also a very strong jungler, so pretty standard stuff.
Karthus is also a common ban. I've seen him banned a lot just by the EU teams, and Rammus is usually an NA ban. But Rammus is still just a fantastic jungler coming back, and just you have the Powerball, you have the taunt. Not a lot you can do about that. And SYPHER being the last ban for SK, she's a very, very strong bot lane. Get her bot lane with a Taric Boomerang Blade, fantastic damage.
I'm a little bit surprised by the SYPHER. I mean, I would assume Yziv will probably pick up Sona here. They could pick up any number of things. Ryze would be a strong pickup. But there's a couple of casters left that are really strong, so they can go Sona and then just adjust to any sort of comp that they want. SYPHER, on the other hand, she kind of stalls the game very well. She, I don't know, she doesn't seem like an early pick to me. She's a very strong champion. She gives your team a lot. She gives you the kiting ability with her ultimate, and then also the chase down. And late game, SYPHER, she has some of the best sustain capabilities of any champion in the game. But they probably could have used it for another ban. There are a lot of really strong mid casters left. I would probably see Morgana would be a pretty likely pick. Morgana, Ryze, Kennen, all three of those are very strong champions that aren't countered very easily. So that would, be what I expect. And picking up the Janna, they could wait on the Janna, but the benefit of grabbing Janna early on is that, she's not countered that well. They already have Sona.
Janna does very well against any sort of aggressive jungle. I'm a little bit surprised by the Kog'Maw pick, but if they can farm bottom, then Kog'Maw is, you know, one of the strongest late game carries, of course. And, you know, he does have excellent poke and whatnot, but it might be kind of difficult in lane. It depends on EZ will be looking to get a very aggressive bot lane. They'll probably grab Graves or Corki. I would assume Graves with these picks, and that would be a difficult lane for Kog and Janna.
Kennen and Skarner being picked up for Team Easy. Skarner just a fantastic jungler in his own right. He has his ultimate, just click, drag anyone you need to. And Kennen, very versatile, can really, you know, can go mid, can go top, can go bot even sometimes. And you are an energy-based champion, you don't have to rely on mana, so it does have quite a bit of sustain in lane as well. And Kennen is just a strong pick, no matter how you slice it.
Yeah, and that's right now, EZ has just massive flexibility in where they want to go with their team. I mean, they can pick almost anything. Right now, we do have SK with a Maokai. They might be changing that to Nunu. I would actually prefer the Maokai. But Maokai, you know, would give them great map control, being an aggressive jungler, and it seems like they're going to stick with Nunu, actually. So I haven't seen Nunu in a while, but we did see this exact same comp being run by FNATIC, actually. It was, they had Vayne instead of Kog'Maw, but they had Galio and Nunu, and it was just, you know, Nunu would engage, of course, they'd get off all their ultimates. So I don't know, that should be pretty interesting to see how that works out for them. But it's really all going to come down to how fed Kog can get, because right now it is a support comp. Galio, Nunu, and Janna are really all support champions. Their main goal is to keep Kog alive and allow her to be Kog to be attacking the enemy as much as possible. And Candy Panda is arguably one of the strongest AD carries in the game. So if you can farm and do well in that bot lane, then that should see a pretty strong mid game to late game for SK.
I really do like the comp that EZ has managed to grab for themselves. Like Anivia, Kennen, Sona, fantastic, you know, AoE ults there. And Skarner can just go ahead, click drag whoever he needs to. Gangplank, however, will be a bit of a thorn in Skarner's side. The oranges do clear Skarner ult, and you know, if he builds Tank Plank, if he gets Frozen Mallet or Warmogs, you know, couple it with the Atmas, he's gonna be a little bit tanky. He's gonna be sticking out in front. But you also do have Galio ult for counter initiations. So we really just do have like two big AoE comps in the making here.
And the best thing about EZ's comp right now is Anivia, Sona, and Kennen all have very easy abilities for disabling the channeling on SK. And Kennen, all he's got to do is throw off his ultimate, and then Galio, you know, if they can engage, and Galio is going to be like, well, you know, this is kind of awkward because I can't even use my ultimate now.
Yeah.
So, you know, that is going to be something that SK is going to want to watch out for and how they get good engages. The pickup of Renekton is actually pretty interesting.
Yeah.
It will be a, you know, he gives them another really strong tanky body just right off the bat. And they do have an extremely tanky team. So Kennen is actually a pretty low damage caster. He, you know, has brings a lot of disables to the team fight, but kind of low damage. Anivia has, you know, both Kennen and Anivia have decent burst, but their sustain damage isn't very high. Same thing with Skarner. Skarner actually has decent sustain, but he's primarily a burst champion early on, you know, just with the ultimate to pull people back for his team. Graves has good burst, you know, and just good sustain overall, but really 2 or 3 of their champions aren't, you know, the highest damage champions. And so they have that against a very aggressive, tanky team. It'd be interesting to see if you can look at the runes and masteries for Renekton. I'm going to assume he's running heavy MR because he is going to be going up against caster lane. He's actually running a lot of physical damage. He's got some health regen, a little bit of MR, not a lot, but you can get a lot from masteries as well. So that'll be interesting to see how he builds.
Yep.
Could you check Galio actually also too, because I'd be curious for him.
All right. Yeah, that was. I think
Oh well, he's running no runes, but he's probably going to change that in a second. Maybe not.
Oh, we got a standard Magic Pen ability power. Well, we'll double check once we get into the game what he's got. But for now, while the game's loading, we're gonna run quick to commercial. These are your teams for Game 1. SK is already down a game because of the late start, but we'll see if they can bounce back. These are the IPL4 qualifiers round of 16. Get ready. Team EZ versus SK. Welcome back. These are the IPL4 qualifiers, round of 16. I'm HatPerson, and with me is the RedBaron. So we have Team EZ on blue. We have Team SK in purple. So we did have a late start today. Ocelot did have a little bit of trouble getting into the game. Because of that, SK will actually be down one game. And yeah, we did actually take a look at some of the runes earlier on. So I think we will be getting a remake just in a moment. But in the meantime,
it's up to them. I mean,
it's up to them.
We're a couple minutes behind, so
yeah.
if they remake, then that's fine. Okay, so
right,
we are getting a remake.
We are getting a remake, so we will get that done for you real quick. We will be going back to ads, so do give us one moment. We will be back in a second. Welcome back, everyone. We had a small delay with some of our players' rune pages, but we are back. We have remade the game. Make sure everyone's rune pages are ready.
Is Ocelot just like I'm not running runes?
I hope
I'm going
not.
to assume he is.
I hope not. Let me go ahead here. Take a look at some of the pages here on SK. DJ right here running Nunu. He's got the move speed going on. Let's take a look over here at Sick Motion. Some attack speed runes, magic resist armor looking to be a little more tanky. We got the armor pen, that should be fine. And let's take a look at what we got here going in on Sycho Sid on Kennen. I'm really interested to see this page. We got the AP. We have the extra armor for the laning phase. We got the magic penetration. You know, usually pretty standard. And let's also see what we got here, because I also want to see the Renekton. I want to double check the Renekton runes just for a moment, because we do have quite a bit of magic resist going up against Kennen, more than likely.
He's actually running quite a lot of physical damage, but he does scale well off of physical damage. A couple of his abilities scale physical, so that will help him out in the lane.
Yep.
But again, EZ has very excellent burst, but they don't have a lot of sustain. So if SK can survive through the opening of that fight where they've got all these ultimates kind of coming down on them, then they will have I don't know, a very excellent chance in the rest of that fight, since they do have a very kind of tanky DPS team, and then following it up with Cog. And so it's really going to be key for whether or not they can keep Cog alive, have him just dealing damage the entire fight, because Easy is actually a little bit squishier, or significantly squishier than SK is.
Yeah, Easy doesn't really have any designated damage. They don't really have a designated tank. And we do have a Nivea. She does have the egg, but that's not really a good replacement for damage.
It's really just Skarner, but it's it's going to be difficult because he's in the jungle. Skarner doesn't tend to farm a lot in the jungle, so he will get some tanky items early, but he's probably going to have to start off with the Philo Stone into a ShLaYa, which is the most common thing to see on a Skarner. So early in the game, he's not really going to have a lot of tanking ability, but they do have lots of disables, which will give them a lot of control in fights where you don't actually need a tank, because you can just, if you can control the fight effectively and keep the enemy team in front of you with your disables, then that's always going to work out fine.
So SK getting in defensive position. They want to defend that blue. Easy camping out the side bush there. They want to secure their red. So both teams not really keen on the invade this early on. And just a quick reminder for any of you just joining us, these are the IPL4 qualifiers. This is a round of 16. And due to the late start, SK will actually start down 1 game. So if Easy can win this first game, they will move on to the round of 8.
I think it's kind of interesting that we're seeing teams, particularly EU teams, start to use Nunu again. And the biggest benefit to Nunu, of course, is his Blood Boil. Kog'Maw is just going to be absolutely ridiculous late game with the Blood Boil, as long as he can, get off all of his damage. That's why it would have been interesting to see the Gangplank pick, because Gangplank's ultimate would allow them more easy initiation. His raised morale would definitely help Kog'Maw. It would help their whole team with initiation, but it would be another buff to Kog'Maw, where Kog'Maw would just be, this monster late game.
Yeah.
But, the Renekton pick, Renekton will do a little bit better against these AP mids. He is, very tanky and has some good sustain, so it'll be interesting to see how that lane matchup works out for him. But if he can get tanky early, then, Renekton's definitely someone that can take over a game through the mid game.
Candy Panda being a little bit of a jerk, taking Easy's Wraiths. Stunner really, and he's content to be safely taking that blue. Nunu's also taking blue. So
my one concern with the Nunu pick, and I haven't seen Nunu in a while to know how he fares, but he has always been kind of a slow jungler. He's very strong at counter jungling, because he's got the good burst with his consume, of course.
Yep.
But he is a little bit slow at clearing the jungle, and this jungle, you really want to be as fast as possible so that you can move around and gank and whatnot. And counter jungling for like wraiths and stuff, which it used to be Nunu's forte, isn't really that effective anymore because the wraiths have such a fast respawn. His ganking is okay, but it's not really that great. He's got he can close the gap pretty well with his Blood Boil, but the slow really isn't that effective as far as ganking tool, except in the long lanes when you've got strong lanes with you. And I mean, the slow with Renekton, if they can get on Kennen, it could be okay, but Kennen's a pretty defensive lane. He's got the lightning rush, so it's going to be very difficult for Nunu to gank that lane. Anivia has the disable. That's going to be another lane that's going to be very difficult. And then bot lane, Sona and Graves, Sona's movement speed and then Graves his dash. It's going to be pretty difficult for Nunu to get ganked. So they're primarily using him for his team fight control.
So Nunu now, he has just picked up a red, so he should be in prime position to start going where he pleases. Same thing with Skarner. They both have both buffs. And Nunu, after taking these double golems, I believe can go start meandering top lane. But yeah, I'm still worried about the Renekton pick over the Gangplank, because I still do. Yeah, I agree that Gangplank would be a little bit better for SK to help get those initiations that they need. But right now, Renekton actually kind of giving the business to Kennen. Gets in with the stun, deals off as much damage as he needs to. And, they both decide to burn a health potion to stay in lane just a tad longer.
I mean, Renekton's definitely a more aggressive laner than Gangplank is. Gangplank does have the slow harass with his parlay. Which is okay against Kennen. It would work out well. In the meantime, we actually have Nunu coming up into this top lane. It's, again, going to be a very difficult gank, but if he can chunk Kennen, then that could definitely help Renekton in this lane. Like, they don't have to expect to get a kill. because like you see there, you know, it's going to be difficult. Actually, Kennen has to burn the flash. Renekton was very close to landing that stun, and then the damage from the red buff would have been kind of devastating. But a little chunk of health, not a whole lot.
It's a burn flash, it's a successful gank.
But yeah, it's definitely successful.
But Skarner now coming around to see if we can make something happen here on Galio. Gets the Q off. Wall, nice wall going up from Anivia, but he will get away.
And I mean, Skarner, kind of like Nunu, isn't, I don't know, really the best ganker early in the game. He's really got to get to level 6, and then he's just incredibly aggressive. But early in the game, you know, if he can chunk the enemy or force a flash, that would be incredible. I mean, that would be a successful thing. But primarily, he's going to be looking to do what he's doing right now, which is counter jungling and just farming himself up.
Sick motion deep into the enemy jungle, taking away those wolves. So when Nunu comes back around, he will be in for a very rude surprise. So, so we have a good deal of counter jungling going on by both teams. But you know, Nunu for a long time was like the premier counter jungler, and then over the months, over the years, he's just received a series of nerfs. And
he actually didn't. It's interesting. Nunu is one of those champions that has been buffed almost consistently throughout, you know, the history of League of Legends, like every single patch with the Nunu change. Actually, but we have Nunu coming in on Anivia, and Xietor is going to have to burn that flash. But he has been buffed significantly, you know, just all over time. And the big thing with Nunu, he wasn't really nerfed. He just fell out of play because he was never the strongest jungle. He was very aggressive as a support jungle, and that's where we saw him played a lot. But Sick Motion actually coming up in his top lane, and Renekton's going to have a very difficult time coming out of that. We have the slow from Sick Motion is actually not going to hit. Oh, there we go. He's actually hitting it, so he's going to get some nice chunk of health. Not going to get him. But anyway, the big thing with Nunu was the change to the jungle, and Nunu was always a support jungler. Well, aggressive junglers are more in play because of how fast the jungle is. So it's tough for a support jungler like Nunu to see a lot of action when counter jungling used to be his biggest strength.
Yep. In top lane, actually, Renekton still getting pincered in between Skarner and Kennen. He is Ignite going off on Kennen, but they will go ahead and trade kills up top lane, while bot lane Sona is actually being chased out of the bush and being chased down by Nunu. So actually, ganks going on all around. So SK is now up 1 kill.
Yeah, and it's interesting. Renekton knew that Skarner was up in that top lane the whole time, but he knew he had his ultimate. He had the Ignite, and that's one thing that Renekton has a lot of. He's got a great amount of burst damage, and so he kind of just forfeited himself. He knew, you know, that Skarner was there and going to be able to pick up the kill, but able to get the first blood onto Kennen just barely will help his team out. And of course, you know, Kog'Maw doing pretty well in the lane so far, and that's really going to be something that is going to be difficult for EZ to deal with as the game progresses.
So Nunu now recouping after that gank, and Galio, Anivia mid. This isn't a matchup I see very often. So Anivia is ever so slightly behind, but one of the core items on Galio is the Chalice, so he will have a little bit extra magic resist in mid lane.
Yeah, and I mean, Galio is just generally, I don't know, one of the safest things in the game. He just spams his abilities. He's got the shield, which gives him a little bit more health. Anivia, kind of difficult to farm with, but you know, now that Xietor has the blue, it will, you know, definitely pick up a little bit, and Galio picking up the blue as well.
So double blue buff now in mid lane. Top lane, Sycho Sid and Kevin still going at it, and right now, top lane is being pinged forward to CV from SK just to make sure that no one is nearby. We're acting a little bit paranoid about the gank. But top lane is warded by EZ, so Kennen will not be falling prey to Nunu in the near future.
Yeah, and again, it would be very difficult for Nunu to get ganks in regardless. But one thing that, you know, they will have with Nunu is if they, you know, want to go for an aggressive dragon. Nunu is kind of slow with dragon, but he does give them good dragon control with his consume. It's kind of hard to outburst a Nunu.
Nunu, he's making his way up top. Actually, the top ward has expired. But pings are going down by EZ. Nunu going to go ahead and put a nice little aggressive ward at the enemy blue, but that will actually expire before blue respawns.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised by that because, I mean, as most junglers know, if you start off at blue, then the blue's going to spawn at around 7:15, and Skarner definitely has, would have already taken it by now. So we do have Galio getting in some nice damage on Xietor here. Gonna back out. Probably maybe recall soon since the lane is pushed, but we'll see.
There's a wonderfully timed stun from Zivian, otherwise we couldn't see the Galio, potentially a kill. But right now Skarner is making his appearance known in bot lane, just chasing away Janet and Kog'Maw. Top lane, Renekton pushing in a little bit, and Galio also is looking a little weak. He's taking quite a bit of damage in mid lane from Zivian.
I'm a little bit surprised we didn't see the flash ultimate from Skarner in that bot lane. I think
Yeah.
they probably could have picked up the kill onto Nifs there. But, you know, that is the concern. They do drop a ward, but it's, I don't know, it's going to be difficult for them to lane if, you know, Skarner's going to be zoning through.
Yeah. I was worried about how much time Sick Motion was actually spending in bot lane because you know, while Skarner's bot lane, Nunu is just going ahead and picking up on all the jungle creeps and experience and gold that he needs. And, yeah, I mean, I'm really interested in how top lane is developing because Kennen's actually somewhat behind in creep kills.
Yeah, Renekton's been doing pretty well there. Kennen is a very strong laner, you know, can lane effectively against anyone, but in the meantime, it looks like SK might be going for this dragon. You know, like I said, Nunu, he will take a lot of damage from this dragon. The shield will definitely help him out some, but they should kill it pretty quickly with Pog's damage and then a little bit of burst from Nunu. The question is, the enemy team is coming down here, but we have all 5 of SK and only 3 of EZ, so we'll see if EZ gets themselves out of position. Going to be able to... Oh, where's the smite?
Stolen! Easy to steals Dragon away from SK. And a perfect Sona ult. Sick Motion is dragging Galio in. Past the flash out. Nunu trying to run away. He's getting chunked, and Kennen teleports into the ward. Nunu falls, and Jaina will not be able to get away. Kennen pops the ult, chases her down. Wow!
I don't understand what I just saw because Nunu... I don't know.
Nunu had Consume and Smite. Was not able to grab the dragon. Skarner just wanders on in and takes it. And 2 kills. Wow. Fantastic play from EZ.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate for SK. It was kind of going to be what was going to put them a little bit ahead, but it will send them behind a little bit. Kevin here trying to chase down Graves, and he's actually going to get them with Galio. Galio's going to throw down the ultimate, pick off both of them, and see if they have enough damage on Chase on Fire here. They're turning on the Graves. Should be able to pick up that kill, and Kevin is actually going to pick up the red buff, so that'll be, you know, really strong for him in this game. But SK behind a little bit because of that dragon in that fight, so their early advantage, you know, they would have been like 2k ahead if they just kept it and been able to get out. And they had the numbers for the fight, but unfortunately, you know, a little bit out of position, poor positioning, didn't really get the engage that they wanted to.
Yep, and Kennen just... You know, Kennen was top lane the entire time, but he was never really away from the fight. He's got teleport. He can come in whenever he needs to, and that ward placement was fantastic for him to get in on that action. But Nunu, I think, being a little bit too overzealous here in EZ's jungle, and Skarner will see the ward go down. He is backing in that bush, so they know Nunu is nearby.
One of the benefits of you know, SK's team, not only did we say they have a very strong late game team, but Nif's actually taking the clairvoyance, you know, it will let them keep track of Skarner. And that's going to be key, to not allow EZ to, you know, get any kind of hold in this game, draw any sort of advantage from that early gold advantage. So, you know, as long as they can keep track of Skarner, not allow him to get any ganks, then they can potentially push into this late game. And, you know, then everything kind of change potentially.
So Deidre did actually reward over by blue, but Skarner does have an Oracles, and the ward got clear, but they're still attempting to steal it. Doesn't quite have the vision they needs, but ult coming down, and Zivian just flashes away. Galio also is there to back up. It's kind of odd engagement for SK there. You know, they had no ward. It was taken down. They had no vision on the area. I'm not sure why they stuck around.
They had no ward, and they were actually at a disadvantage. So
yeah,
kind of an unusual play, but you know, they got the burned flash from Anivia, so that's a little bit of something. But Anivia is generally pretty safe, so I don't know that flash is going to be that significant. But in the meantime, Galio and Nunu are coming down into the bot lane, and Galio, he does not have his ult. So they are going to slow Sona. They're going to chunk her a little bit, but not going to be able to do anything. They might take this tower, though. Actually, just going to back off.
Yep. So that Gust Smite just taking a little chunk off of Sona there in bot lane. And right now, Sick Motion is doing a little of counter jungling of his own. He does have the oracles. I think he's also just hunting for wards in general, just to see if he can't cut some of the vision off from SK. But there is a ward, and he will find it. So good on Sick Motion. But I don't believe I see an oracles on any member of SK. Janna does not have one.
Yeah, and that's actually something that you generally see from Nunu, or you used to, because Nunu was kind of a support jungler. So I don't know if he's kind of, doesn't want to waste that early gold and, try and get himself into this game, since Nunu is a little bit slower in the jungle than Skarner. We do see that Skarner's got a 40 creep advantage over Nunu.
Yes.
But it would be a nice play, give them some more map control, because they are trying to stall out this game, generally speaking.
Ocelot is pulling out just a little bit ahead in mid. Kennen has actually started to close the gap in on Renekton top lane in terms of creep score. So all the time Renekton stayed bot lane, no Red Dragon, Kennen just used that time to catch up. And right now, Yziv is just pushing in bot lane, trying to get as much damage as they can. That should actually fall within the next minute or so if the aggression continues.
And Graves actually had a huge advantage over Cog in that bot lane. Graves definitely has a lot of damage in these fights, but if they can avoid some of the burst, I don't know, it'd be interesting to see. Candy Panda a little bit behind.
Yep. And Sick Motion doing wonderful, wonderful counter warning job. I mean, SK does have vision on where he is, but they don't know where he's going to be. And they can assume that he's going to be down here, but they see the ward. And right now, top lane, Kennen is actually getting in on Renekton. Had burned the ultimate, but Kevin still has his. But Nunu now coming upriver, so he cannot assist and finish the job. But Sycho Sid is actually pushed a little bit too far back. But Nunu does have flash. He does have his ult back up, but he just decided to pass on this. Let's see. Yes, Deidre's coming in, but Sycho Sid knows he's there, just runs real quick back to tower, doesn't even have to burn anything. Then right now mid lane, Zidian is actually kind of getting pincered a little bit by Ocelot, but while that's happening, top lane, Deidre and Kevin are just going to go ahead and push top while they still can.
Sycho Sid getting a little bit of damage, stunning Renekton under the tower. I don't know, they'll have to watch out for the ultimate coming in, because Kennen does have an ignite, doesn't he? Oh, Kennen actually with the teleport. So that's right, we saw the teleport in the fight. Yep. So they actually will be pretty safe here to take this tower, and that tower, could potentially give them a nice little advantage to try and get back in this game. He'll have to watch out that he doesn't take too much damage, though, almost going down to Kennen.
95 health.
In the bot lane, up.
And bot lane right now, Skarner does flash in,
pull.
Gets the pull in on Kog'Maw. Sona ult does go down, Ignite going down on Kog'Maw.
He missed the Sun ult though, but
there's the stun that will finish the job. Candy Panda cannot connect with that last bit of damage.
And that's just in time for EZ to pick up another dragon here.
Yep.
Kennen, does have to teleport in, so without Kog'Maw, it's going to be almost impossible for SK to defend this, and that is going to, put EZ even further up in their gold advantage.
Yep, SK, you have Nunu and Renekton, they're tailing up the rear. Wonderful wall from Zidian, trapping Janet. She has no choice but to flash over. Kennen getting the ultimate off on 3 members of SK. Galio ult has to be burned. Nunu ult is ended early, and Skarner will actually finish off Nunu, and Renekton is left all alone. Wow, that was a questionable engage from SK. They were at a severe disadvantage, and Nunu and Renekton were just a little bit too late to the party.
Yeah, it's a little bit hasty, and so EZ able to pick up the dragon and then a couple of kills. That's, 4K advantage for them at this point in the game. And Candy Panda walled off from his team. Skarner's going to be chasing him down with that slow. He's going to go down, and now Nix is actually going to go down as well. Sick Motion doing an excellent job of chasing him down there.
And will live. Gets to keep the oracles. Fantastic.
This is not looking good for SK right now. EZ definitely has a major advantage. They've taken 2 towers, 2 dragons. They're at the point in the game, they've got excellent map or fight control, with all of their disables, so it will be difficult for SK to engage. So if EZ can start pushing down towers, I don't know, it'll be hard to see where this game goes. But SK, as long as they can keep Kog'Maw protected, he will have a significant amount of damage in these fights. He is working towards maybe a Bloodthirster, not quite sure, but probably a Bloodthirster.
Let's take a look at Skarner real quick while he's traveling on his way back into lane. But yeah, Skarner's really been a hero huge this entire time. 4, 0, and 3. Wonderful job by him. And right now, Easy's blue is actually being CV'd by SK. Skarner come in. Nunu has to flash away, dodge being pulled or stunned. And Ocelot, his ult is down. He will not be able to get the engage that he wants here if Easy decides to stick around. Sycho Sid is left. He's pincered in. He cannot get away. He has to burn the ult, and he probably will go down after this. Yes, SK securing Easy's blue with a quick kill off on Sycho Sid.
I was going to say, it seemed like a questionable route to engage on the blue once again. SK, they haven't been warding very aggressively. They do recognize there's the oracles on Skarner here. But Skarner actually going to walk up onto Jenny. He's got to get out of there because the rest of the team's there. But it did work out for them. They were able to, just brute force coming as a team and take out Kennen. But in the meantime, Chase on Fire taking down this bot lane. Very close. He's probably going to get that turret. Yes, he is.
But can he get away? Janna and Nunu are following up the rear,
to.
but yeah, it looks like he will be able to. Nunu just hesitates just for a moment, and Chase on Fire will get away.
So 6K gold advantage now for Easy, despite the kill and the blue buff steal. But not having that blue buff on Anivia, will be kind of devastating for their team. Anivia did build the Rod of Ages, so we'll be able to sustain some. But if they can stall out the fights, which is kind of the team that SK has, is they want to stall out these fights. Lots of tanks, and then also the range damage of Cog, and then, I don't know, the kiting potential of Janna. If they can stall out the fights to where Anivia kind of becomes a non-factor, then, clearly that's going to be to their benefit.
So, do you think we may be seeing the Forced Baron at any point in the future?
I would be very surprised. I really... Easy doesn't have the best Baroning team. They're okay, but Anivia and Kennen are pretty, weak as far as Baron damage is concerned. And Sona, actually pretty good for Baron, but it would just be a very poor decision for them, considering in particular that SK has Galio and Nunu, who are going to just try and get on you when you're in that kind of AoE area. So Easy a little bit ahead right now, but it would be a very good opportunity for SK to get in there and take back an advantage. And that if they could get in and get some kills and get that Baron, then they would just instantly be on top in this game.
So SK right now about 6K behind. They're down, they're down in towers. They're down, 2 to 3. They're down in kills.
And the big thing is, look at Kog'Maw. I mean, a lot of SK is doing okay as far as gold is concerned. Kog'Maw 70 CS behind Graves, and then also all the kills that Graves got. So Kog'Maw is actually 3,000 gold behind Graves.
Huge difference. And even then, like look at the Skarner gold in comparison to the Nunu gold. I mean, granted, it's
right.
kind of
That's the issue with Nunu is he's a slow farmer.
And not to mention Skarner's been getting off tons of kills, tons of assists. He's been a part of practically every kill on EZ.
The double buff on Candy Panda should definitely work out though. If he can hit a couple of his ultimates. We do get some good bursts from Galio. He is, Galio, that's one of his strengths as well, as he's a poke kind of tank.
Yeah.
So if they can, kind of poke him down some, they do have the blue buff on Cog, they can set up a good fight for themselves.
Yep. So, I mean, my main concern right now is of Easy just gets outpoked and Ocelot gets that god ult that he needs. Ult is up, flash is up. Where they can push his creep wave over the tower, start chunking in, and Ocelot will just go in and see if he can be a hero. We'll see if he may have the engagement if Easy sticks together.
And for those of you just tuning in, it is important to remember that SK unfortunately is at a 1-0 deficit in this series, due to the delay that we featured earlier. But I don't know. So this is a must-win for SK, and they are behind quite significantly right now, but we do see them grouping as a team, playing pretty defensively. They don't want to allow EZ to kind of get any pickoffs or get any sort of advantage due to map control.
And Ocelot will go ahead, top lane, see if he can get some of that farm, keep that tower from taking any more damage, but Dragon is up, and they notice Galio's out of position, so I think it's their cue for them to go get Dragon. Wall off from Anivia, blocking off the rest of SK. Ult goes off. Sick Potion is still in the pit. He wants to see if we can get it. Ocelot teleports in. We're waiting for the flash ult. We're waiting for it. There it is. He gets 3 members of EZ. Sona ult going down. Nunu ult going down, slowing the rest of the members of EZ. full proc goes off on Sick Motion. Yeah, Graves goes down. Nunu's low. Skarner's about to go down. Galio's low. But here comes Kennen trying to pick up the rest of the kills up on SK. Renekton is low. Will Kennen be able to get there in time? But Nunu falling down to Sona. Kennen's still around. Janna's low. Renekton's low. Kog'Maw's still at full health. But if anyone can do it, Kennen can. We're just dancing around here over in Easy's jungle, and SK will walk away.
Yeah, a minor win for SK. It's nice to see them with that team fight potential, so they can hang their hat on it, and that's definitely good. It gives Cog a time to farm right now, and I was actually about to say that unfortunately the one thing with SK playing kind of defensively and not wanting to split up is that it hurts Cog's farm. Cog definitely needs to farm. He's a little bit behind right now. But this does give them an opportunity to pick up some creeps. They do pick up the towers, so that gives them a little bit more gold, a little bit more map control. 5K, I think they cut into the lead by about 2K with that last fight in that tower.
Yep. So, I mean, Easy did get the dragon, but the gold mitigated with SK taking that mid tower, and SK won that fight. It was the 2 for 3, I believe. Yes.
Yeah, it was.
So right now, Baron being CV'd by SK. Easy getting the wards that they need down. They're starting their coverage. They're going to start to prepare to see if they can't force a fight on this. And Sick Motion did lose his oracles in that last fight, so Easy is a little bit down on information now. But did SK pick up an oracles? Yes, they did. Janna has hers.
And that'll definitely be to their benefit because, being able to take that map control back from EZ, right now they had to play very defensively because they were just scared that, Skarner's going to run around and pick up kills left and right. But if they can get some of that map control back, you see they have a couple more wards that they didn't have earlier, and denying some of their EZ's wards. That could give them the opportunities to be more aggressive as a team, go for that blue buff, which is actually probably... Oh, no, actually, they just got it. EZ just got it. So, I don't know, it allows them to move around as a team and be more aggressive.
Sick Motion did get the oracles back up. And right now, more counter-warding going on around the Baron pit. So I think now both teams are just getting ready to try and force the Baron fight, see which team gets off guard.
And the big thing with that last fight was Kennen was split from his team. Kennen wasn't there, so Ocelot and Daedra, they were both able to get off their ultimates, which is really key. We'll see if that happens again. I would assume that Kennen's going to be sticking a little bit closer, and that could make things difficult for them. But Renekton, not that tanky yet. I mean, he is, Renekton is naturally tanky, and he does have the Frozen Mallet, so, he is a very tanky champion. But because we have a lot of magic damage from Team EZ, he really needs to get some magic resist. A lot of times you can kind of ignore magic resist if, maybe you can focus down some of their magic champions, but most of their damage is magic. Graves is the only physical damage, so...
And that Aegis being picked up by Nunu, so the rest of SK is just going to be a little bit more tanky.
That's true. That Aegis is definitely going to help out their team a lot. That's definitely a good decision.
Fantastic decision. The more health, the more armor, more magic resist you can give your team, the better.
And also, if Nunu decides to pick up the Iron Solari, that'll help counter out some of the AoE damage of EZ, since they are looking for that. They have that AoE burst comp, but their sustained damage isn't as strong as SK's is. So if we get an Iron Solari onto Nunu and then see if Janna potentially picks up Aziz's Herald for Cog, but in the meantime, EZ is working on this Baron, really trying to bait a fight, and SK dropping the ward. They know that it's going on right now. So they're actually trying to engage from the south here. Let's see if they can get in fast enough. This is potentially a good opportunity, but Cog is well away from his team. They're just trying to stall right now. They are very slow at dealing Baron. We have Renekton running into the team, going to take down Sona very quickly. There she goes, and Kennen throwing up the ultimate, but Cog is going to be coming into this fight now, going to be tearing into Kennen. Can he get the kill? Actually not going to be able to, but Easy right on top of Renekton, and Sick Motion is going to go down. Kevin, very close to going down, is able to jump over that wall, and now Kennen hopefully can pick up a couple of kills, has the red buff, but is taking a lot of damage, and he's turning his attention back and forth, couldn't really decide who he wanted to go after, and that was kind of the downfall. So Easy able to pick up the Baron, but fortunately 3 of them don't have it. But Kennen a little bit confused there. I feel like he could have focused down one and then turned his attention to the other, but Zythian and Sycho Sid doing an excellent job of kiting back and forth, forced Kennen to, or forced Kog'Maw, forced Candy Panda to turn his attention back and forth between the two of them, so they were able to just, pick him off.
Xietor was the real hero of that last fight because you saw a lot of members of SK in the Baron pit, and Xietor just left the ult running, just left it down, and SK was just like, no, we're not going to do too much moving. We're just going to take this damage, and it really was the deciding factor in chunking a lot of their health away.
But we are seeing that SK, they do have that strength in the fights where they are kind of lasting through the burst of, EZ. We saw that Kennen got off the ultimate, but only getting it off on 2 members of SK and wasn't really able to, be that effective with it. So if they can, sustain through the burst of those fights, then Kog'Maw can get to work once again in the later part of the team fights. And as you get further and further into the game, the gold advantage means less and less, and one team fight could end up deciding it, where all these tanky people on SK could just backdoor these turrets for Kennen or for Kog'Maw as Candy Panda just wiles away them. But 100 CS advantage for Graves. He has, all of his items. He's got the cleanse now with the Quicksilver Sash, and that's going to be very difficult for SK to deal with because they've been primarily trying to just burst down, some of EZ's damage. And Graves is their primary sustained damage dealer, so if they can't burst him down, that's going to hurt. But some nice poke from Ocelot there.
Yep, EZ wandering down to Dragon, but SK knows they're there. They did have a ward in his one bush, but Sick Motion did not clear it. And actually, Sick Motion is lost Oracles again from that last team fight. Jagged it does have the Oracles. Did not clear the bush, but EZ's trying to get this Dragon off. They get it, and SK is not going to engage on this one. I think they've learned their lesson.
Yeah, it really wasn't a very good opportunity for them, so they need to kind of bide their time. If they allow EZ to get any further of a gold advantage, then it could be, that could be GG really.
Yep.
But we have seen some excellent play by Zythian actually with his Anivia, walling off the team, trapping people a number of times throughout this game, and they have built up quite a bit of a gold advantage now.
So I think now what we're seeing here is just an absolute war of attrition. We've passed the 30-minute mark. We could actually see this go on for another 10 minutes, but I think we're just now biding our time until the next Baron spawn. Because EZ and the SK have both really good job chunking each other out. They've got fair share of towers back and forth. So I think now we're just really waiting for the next big Baron engage, next forced team fight.
We do see that Renekton is starting to build that magic resist, though. That they did have the Aegis. They are going after their blue, and EZ is coming in there. They are going to be able to pick it up, but Janna actually picking it up, just trying to nuke it down real quick before EZ came in. Yep. So that's kind of unfortunate that Galio doesn't have it because he, his fantastic range poke, but he does have the chalice, so hopefully he can sustain some.
Yeah, so EZ invading the jungle, as whenever you force a team to do something they are not fond of doing, like using a summer spell or giving a buff to someone else, that's a successful invade, successful gank attempt. So then right now EZ is pushing up the mid, seeing if they can't turn the tables a little bit on SK. This is kind of actually been SK's strategy just a little bit this entire time, where they kind of group up en masse, take a tower, and then leave. So we're waiting for the creep wave to see if EZ does anything. And SK is fully positioned to counter-initiate. Special Galio. He's just trying to get as much damage as he can in, and here it is. Ocelot getting in, only gets Sick Motion. He will be able to get away from this.
Yeah, that hurts, and we do see a number of really strong items on EZ, so they do have plenty of damage in these fights now, and the Frozen Heart from Skarner is going to really hurt Kog'Maw as far as his DPS output, particularly since their team is so focused around the damage from Kog'Maw. Not having that Galio ult will hurt a little bit, particularly since they didn't get anything but Sick Motion flashing in, then ulting onto Candy Panda. We do have the ultimate from Kennen going off, and Team SK is going down quickly. Kevin trying to get in there. They did burst a number of EZ, so this is like the point in the fight where Kog'Maw would just be picking people off, but able to burst Candy Panda down, and it's looking pretty grim for SK right now. EZ is going to try and push in on this tower, but they are pretty low if Kevin or Ocelot can get in on anyone. Sick Motion actually doing some damage to Ocelot, and Ocelot's going down really quickly. There he goes. Graves and Anivia, that combination, that perfect wall up. They're getting a little bit too close, and Anivia keeps on getting these walls. And
it was a wonderful job also alternating members of EZ taking the turret, but Chase on fire backs off, waiting for Sick Motion to take a few hits, and this is just taking down that tower. That is wonderful coordination on the side of the EC. They will take this inhibitor, and I think they would be primed to retreat. Pop the ShLaYa's wall off. SK cannot chase this. Wonderful, wonderful teamwork from EZ.
And now Chase on Fire, he is going to take this red buff. He, is extremely fed. He has so much more farm than Kog'Maw does at this point in the game. Definitely going to be someone that's very difficult for them to deal with. I don't know. I'm trying to see. We have seen a lot of AoE damage from SK being particularly effective. We don't have that much MR. We actually Kennen and Graves both have a significant amount of MR. But I don't know. Again, if Kog can get fed and they can have these long fights, we saw that one fight at Baron where Kog almost could have had an ace. And if they can get those long sustained fights, then Kog is doing fine. Renekton, has been very tanky so far. That will be what they're looking for, is that late game potential.
Yeah. The steady push from EZ is paying off in dividends. They have a 10k lead now over SK. With that one push taking both turrets, taking inhibitor, and practically almost nuking everyone on SK down. Wonderful, wonderful last push, and now EZ is now priming up for Baron. They did miss a ward over there, but they should be able to get that shortly. And now SK going to meander in. Jana will be taking down some of these wards. So we are now gearing up for Baron fight number 2. 35 minutes into the game, EZ versus SK. Whew. This is, like I said before, an absolute war of attrition.
And it's interesting to me whenever we see, all of SK sticking together. Galio is kind of just nuking down these creeps instead of trying to save them for Kog, which is probably what I would be trying to do at this point. They really need Kog's damage to get up there. If he could get Infinity Edge, that would really help them out a lot. I mean, even if he got a Last Whisper, but they don't have a lot of armor other than Skarner, so it's kind of hard to say. But if he could get one more damage item, then I think they'd be looking pretty good. How much gold does he actually have saved up? None at all. So he will have the Quicksilver Sash if he gets caught by Skarner again. So that's not, going to be a concern. That was absolutely devastating, that last team fight. But I don't know. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I mean, I'm from just based on the purchase of the regrowth print, and I'm pretty sure Renekton is actually just going to be going Force of Nature. But right now, EZ realize that there's no one nearby from SK, so we're going to go ahead and start this Baron. There is one ward back in the pit. Jiggy will take care of that. And now SK is in the dark. Their CV is up. It's a matter of will they use it or not in time. And right now, wall off from Sigmund.
They're too slow. They're going to get the Baron.
They're going to be going down to show just 1,000 health. And here comes Nunu. He tried to consume it, but couldn't do it. And right now,
also on with his awesome ultimate there.
Oh, and Nidre just trying to get the ult off. Will not be able to get any damage. Just gets nuked immediately. With the slow burn away, and Ocelot now next on the chopping block. Sick Motion gets in with the Q. Will be able to slow him. Yes, there he goes. And also will not be going down shortly to Chase on Fire. Wow. You saw it. Nunu tried to run in, tried to be a hero, tried to consume the Baron. But Sick Motion with the great timing just ulted him just in time to prevent it. And now EZ will just go ahead, push in on these towers, and this should be GG. And Team EZ looks like we're going to go ahead and progress to the round of 8. Once again, another upset in these IPL4 qualifying brackets. Good job, Team EZ.
Yeah, and it came down to primarily excellent play by Skarner and Denivian. Skarner counter-jungling the entire game, was able to pick off a number of kills with his ultimate, that deadly ShLaYa's flash ultimate combo. A couple of misplays by SK allowing EZ to get an early advantage, and then Anivia, effective wall placement the entire game, able to pick people off. So
yes.
That's hard, but, EZ does take it, and SK is out of this tournament. So, congratulations to EZ.
EZ, wonderful job, wonderful job. You will be progressing to the round of 8. So next weekend you will be facing V8, and one of you will go into the round of 4 and be qualifying for IPL4.
Yeah, and that should be interesting to see. EZ, I know they have been scrimming a lot of the top teams and doing very well. So it's
it's nice to see that's kind of paying off for them. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see how they do against V8.
Yeah.
That should be a pretty exciting matchup. But yeah, so there's
There
our
you
first
go.
game. We'll see. I think their next one is going to be Moscow 5 versus Western Wolves. Not
Yes.
that far from now.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean,
you
we
know-
are a little bit ahead of schedule.
Yeah.
So I mean, we did have, SK did have a small delay getting into the game, so they were penalized. So we are we're short doing one game this morning for some of your afternoon or night, wherever you may be. And once again, thank you all for tuning in to these IPL4 qualifiers. We are in the round of 16. So next, we're going to see if we can't push up Moscow 5 versus Western Wolves. And later on today, after that, we will have Curse versus Reflex. So thank you all for viewing, all 14,000 of you. Oh my God, huge numbers
Yeah,
today.
Once again, I am the RedBaron at BaronCats. This is HatPerson at HatPerson. Check us out at youtube.com/IPLLOL. We will have lots of cool League of Legends content there. We have Facebook, facebook.com/IGN Pro League. There's a link there where we are having a giveaway for 5 $25 RP cards. So check that out. We will have another number of matches for you today. Wednesday, we're going to have CLG versus EU versus Convergence, I believe, for this round of 16. Thursday, we have our Killing Spree series. TSM, we're going to potentially bring in Dignitas. We're not sure yet, but we'll see who we have lined up there. So that should be pretty exciting.
Yep.
If you have any highlights or great plays, definitely send them in to us at iplolreplays@gmail.com. And we're actually going to try and do a show match real quick, try and get in some top teams while we're waiting for M5 and Western Wolves to prepare.
Yep.
So that
like
should be pretty fun.
So like I said, we are a little bit ahead of schedule now, so we're going to go ahead and see if we can't just get a nice little show match for you guys to see while we wait for M5 and Western Wolves to gather up. So we're going to go ahead, get that arranged. You go ahead, go to the bathroom, get a snack, make yourself lunch, dinner, fourth meal, whatever you may need. And we will be back in just a moment, guys. These are the IPL4 qualifiers round of 16. Stay tuned.